Hello everyone, and welcome back to Chilly Midnight. I'm Leanh, and tonight, I'll be honest with you. I'm feeling very tired. It has been one of those days where everything feels a little heavier than usual, and even simple things seem to take more strength than they should. But I'm still here, and I'm truly grateful that you're here with me too. How about you? How are you feeling today? Are you tired as well? Are you carrying something quietly in your heart? Or are you simply looking for a calm place to rest for a while? Whatever kind of day you've had, I hope this little corner of the night can give you some comfort. You don't have to rush here. You don't have to pretend everything is fine. For the next few hours, just breathe slowly. Settle in, and let the world outside fade into the distance. Today is June 21st. And wherever you're listening from tonight, thank you for spending this quiet time with me. Let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from, what time it is, where you are, and how your day has been. I always love hearing from you and seeing how many different places gather here after dark. And remember, after each story tonight, there will be a fun little riddle for you to answer. So listen closely, stay curious, and see if you can solve it before the answer appears. Now, dim the lights. Get comfortable. Maybe turn on a fan for a soft background hum. And let the tiredness of the day slowly loosen its grip. For now, it's just you, the quiet night, tonight's strange stories, and a small mystery waiting after each one. So take one slow breath, and let's step quietly into the darkness together. Story 1. The first thing Celia Whitrow noticed about St. Bartholomew's was that the church did not echo correctly. Old churches usually gave sound back generously. A cough became a small animal moving in the rafters. A footstep climbed stone pillars and returned as something softer, older, almost forgiven. Celia had spent enough of her life in parish halls, school auditoriums, and cold rehearsal rooms to understand how buildings held music. St. Bartholomew's held it differently. It swallowed the middle. If she clapped once beneath the nave, the sound traveled up into the ribs of the ceiling, touched the stained glass saints, and came back missing its heart. The beginning and end returned clearly enough, but the center of the sound vanished, as if something inside the walls had opened its mouth. Acoustic panels will help. Mr. Vale had told her that morning, walking quickly over dust sheets while two contractors argued near the chancel steps. Once the conversion is finished, this place will be a jewel. Gallery in the north aisle, black box theater in the old vestry, music rooms downstairs. Downstairs? Celia had asked. He glanced toward the rear of the church, where a narrow stone stairwell disappeared behind a temporary plywood barrier marked danger, unsafe access. Eventually, he said. Not yet. Basement's been sealed for years. Damp, old wiring, possibly asbestos. You won't need to go anywhere near it. He said this with the bright impatience of a man who had never loved an old building enough to distrust it. Celia had taken the job because it was practical. Harrowmere Council wanted an art center. The private foundation funding the renovation wanted educational outreach. Someone needed to design the first-year music program, assess what old materials could be preserved, and make the place respectable enough for grant photographs. Celia knew how to make music look orderly on paper. She knew how to turn desire into schedules. grief into posture, and disorder into labeled folders. By 6 that evening, the contractors had left. Their radios went quiet. Their work lights clicked off one by one, leaving the nave in a gray-blue dimness that made the statues along the walls look recently disturbed. Celia stayed behind in the temporary office set up inside the former sacristy. She had always preferred working after others left. There was less need to explain her face then, less need to answer kind questions. On the table before her lay boxes of old parish music, cracked hymnals, brittle choir folders, handwritten psalm settings tied with green ribbon. Dust lifted whenever she moved them. It had a dry, chalky taste, like old communion wafers, left too long in a tin. She cataloged everything carefully. Hymns for Advent, harvest service descants, children's Christmas pageant, each enjo by Bachelot, funeral hymns. Her hand paused over that last label. The folder was tied shut with black thread, not ribbon, thread. Someone had looped it around the cardboard 3 times and knotted it so tightly the edges had bowed inward. Celia set it aside without opening it. Outside the sacristy, the church settled. Pipes clicked. Wind pressed faintly against the high windows. Somewhere above the nave, a plastic sheet shifted and dragged along scaffolding with a whispering sound. Then, from below, someone sang one note. Celia looked up. It was not loud. It was not theatrical. It was a single human note, held so gently that for a moment she thought it might have been the wind finding a gap in the stone. But wind did not tune itself. Wind did not choose pitch. The note faded. Celia remained still, one hand resting on the unopened funeral folder. A second voice joined the first, then a third, within seconds. The sound had gathered into harmony beneath the floor. A schweier, not a recording. She knew recordings. She knew the flatness of speakers, the faint electric edge beneath, even expensive systems. This was breath. This was bodies standing together in shared cold, listening to one another, shaping vowels in the dark. The voices rose through the stone, muffled but precise. Sopranos pale and narrow, tenors worn at the edges, a bass line so deep she felt it in the table legs. Celia stood slowly. The song was unfamiliar at first. Some old parish anthem, perhaps. Something modal, minor, with a turn that made the melody feel older than the building. She moved into the nave, where the last daylight lay thinly across the dust sheets. The singing came from behind the plywood barrier. From the sealed basement stairs, Celia walked toward it, annoyed by the speed of her own breathing. Someone must have gotten in. A contractor playing a trick. Teenagers, maybe. Though she could not imagine teenagers breaking into a condemned church basement to rehearse 4-part harmony. At the barrier, she leaned close. The choir continued. But now that she was nearer, she heard the flaw. There was a space in the music where a voice should have been, not a missed note, not poor balance, a deliberate absence. The harmony curved around it, leaving room, waiting. Celia's throat tightened before she understood why. The melody had shifted, only slightly. One phrase had bent downward, then lifted again, tender and unbearable. She knew that shape, not the whole hymn, not yet, only the place where her mother had reached for her hand beside Rowan's coffin and whispered, "Please, Celia, Just this once. The choir below reached that same phrase. Then every voice stopped. In the silence that followed, something behind the plywood barrier inhaled, and from the locked basement, a child's voice said, very softly, "She still knows the part." Celia did not run. That was the first thing she told herself afterward. Sitting in her car, with both hands resting on the steering wheel, and the church crouched behind her in the rear-view mirror, she had not screamed. She had not torn at the plywood barrier or shouted into the stairwell. She had simply stepped backward, one measured step at a time, until the nave widened around her and the voice beneath the floor became impossible to hear. Then she had packed her folders, locked the sacristy, and gone home. Discipline, she had learned, could make almost anything look like dignity. Her flat sat above a closed tailor's shop on Briar Street. 3 rooms arranged with the same restraint she brought to music lessons. Books in height order, coats on wooden hangers, 1 cup washed and dried immediately after use. No photographs on the mantel except a framed print of a winter field she had bought from a charity shop because it reminded her of nowhere. People often mistook Celia's neatness for peace. It was not peace. It was containment. Every morning, she rose at 6 without an alarm. She boiled water, measured tea leaves into a small porcelain pot, and ate toast, standing at the kitchen counter while reading whatever council emails had arrived overnight. She answered each one with polite efficiency. She kept a notebook beside her laptop where she wrote tasks in black ink and crossed them out with a single clean line. Confirm, instrument, storage. Review rehearsal room dimensions. Call heritage officer. Do not open funeral folder. She stared at the last line for a long moment, then tore the page out, folded it twice, and placed it in the bin beneath the sink. By 8:30, she was back at St. Bartholomew's. In daylight, the church looked less capable of secrecy. Dust moved visibly through angled shafts of sun. The contractors filled the nave with noise, drills, shouted measurements. The scrape of ladders dragged across stone. Mr. Vale arrived with coffee in a paper cup and optimism on his coat. "Productive evening?" he asked. "Mostly cataloging," Celia said. "Find anything exciting?" She thought of the voice beneath the floor. She thought of the words. She still knows the part. Old choir materials. She said, "Nothing urgent." Mr. Vale seemed relieved. He was the sort of man who wanted history, but only after it had been cleaned and mounted behind glass. "Excellent. We'll need some of that for the opening exhibition. People love continuity." Continuity. Celia wrote the word down later and underlined it once. Her work became a series of safe tasks. She measured shelves, sorted hymns by season, created spreadsheets, sent emails to schools about future workshops. She made the church legible, one category at a time. Whenever she passed the plywood barrier, she did not look at it directly. By late afternoon, rain began tapping against the high windows. The contractors left early, complaining about leaks in the north aisle. Mr. Vale gave her the alarm code twice, as if repetition could make the building obedient. "You don't have to stay late," he said. "I know," but she did. She told herself it was because the grant deadline was close, because the old choir folders needed to be listed before the conservation team arrived, because she had always worked best in silence. The truth was uglier. She wanted to prove the previous night had been nothing. In the sacristy, she opened every box except the one tied with black thread. The funeral folder sat on the far end of the table, exactly where she had left it. No one had moved it. Still, the thread looked tighter somehow, pressed so deeply into the cardboard that it seemed to be holding something in rather than holding the folder shut. Celia turned away. Her brother Rowan had been 27 when he died, younger than she was now by a distance that felt indecent. He had been a warm, careless person, always humming half-remembered tunes, always late, always forgiving people too quickly. Celia had loved him most when he annoyed her. That was the safest form love had ever taken between them. At his funeral, their mother had chosen an old hymn from childhood, Rowan's favorite. She said, though Celia had not remembered it that way. Celia remembered him mocking the organist's tempo, pulling faces during the second verse, nudging her until she nearly laughed. But beside his coffin, when the congregation rose, Celia's voice had closed. Her mother had reached for her. Please, Celia, just this once. Celia had stared at the hymn sheet and said nothing. Not because she did not love him, because if she sang, the sound would come from the place where grief had broken open, and everyone would hear that there was nothing graceful inside her. Only panic, only anger, only the terrible wish that someone else had been asked to lose him. So she stayed silent. Afterward, she told herself silence had been kinder. A cracked voice would have made the day worse. Her mother never argued. She simply stopped asking Celia to sing at family services, then stopped asking her much at all. At 17 minutes past 8 in the evening, the church lights flickered. Celia looked up from the catalog. A note rose beneath the floor. Then another. The choir began again, softer than before, almost tender. Celia stood in the sacristy doorway, cold spreading slowly through her hands. The melody moved through the nave, muffled by stone and dust, until it reached the phrase she had spent 15 years not remembering. This time, she recognized the hymn, and when the missing alto line arrived, the choir stopped, leaving a silence exactly long enough for Celia to sing. On the table behind her, the black thread around the funeral folder snapped. The thread snapped with a sound too small for the size of the silence it left behind. Celia turned slowly. For a moment, she expected the funeral folder to open by itself. It did not. It sat on the far end of the table beneath the sacristy's yellow lamp. The black thread loosened around it like something dead and shed. The cardboard cover had lifted only slightly, enough to show the pale edge of papers inside. Below the floor, the choir remained quiet. That was worse. Celia stood with her back to the nave, listening to the absence. The church no longer sounded empty. It sounded attentive. Even the rain against the windows had thinned, as if the weather were pressing its ear to the glass. She crossed the room and placed one hand on the folder. The cardboard was cold, not room cold, not dampstone cold. It had the deep chill of something taken from a cellar after years underground. The cold moved through her fingertips and settled unpleasantly in the joints of her hand. Ridiculous, she whispered. Her voice sounded too loud, and immediately she regretted speaking. She opened the folder. Inside were funeral service sheets. Not just one, but dozens, some printed properly by parish offices, some typed on old cream paper. some handwritten in ink gone brown with age. Names, dates, hymns, the quiet bureaucracy of grief. Celia did not touch the top sheets at first. She read them as they lay. Margaret Ellsworthy, Ichen Jobai Chishijo, Thomas Baird, Ichen Jobai Liushar, infant daughter of C and H. Vale, Ichen Jobai Sanchase. A faint smell rose from the folder. Not rot exactly, but old lilies pressed between damp books. Celia began sorting through them with the careful, distant hands she used for damaged music. Most of the programs were ordinary. Abide with me, the day thou gavest. O God, our help in ages past. Familiar titles, familiar griefs. She told herself there was nothing strange in an old church keeping funeral records. Nothing strange in dust, cold paper, broken thread. Then she found the hymn sheet. It was not printed like the others. It was a single page of manuscript paper, folded once down the middle. Someone had drawn the staves by hand. 4 vocal lines: soprano, alto, tenor, bass. At the top, in neat, slanted writing, was the title of the hymn sung at Rowan's funeral. Nearer, my God, to thee. Celia's mouth went dry. The arrangement was not the version from the service. She remembered that much. Though she had spent years convincing herself, she remembered nothing clearly from that day. This setting was older. Stranger, the soprano line moved plainly enough, but the lower parts bent under it in aching suspensions, delaying resolution until the harmony seemed almost to suffer before settling. She looked at the alto line. It stopped halfway through the second verse, not at the end of a phrase, not at a reasonable place for a copying error. The note simply ceased. After the word darkness, the staff remained blank for 4 measures, then resumed, as if the missing music had never been needed. Celia felt the memory before she saw it. Her mother's hand, papery and desperate, closing around hers. Please, Celia, just this once. The coffin at the front of the church. Pale wood beneath white flowers. Rowan's name printed too neatly. The terrible rising of the congregation around her. Celia pushed the page away. It slid across the table and struck her open notebook. Only then did she notice what had been written in the margin. Enter here. 2 words. Small, precise. Written beside the blank space in the alto line. Celia stared at them until the shapes blurred. The handwriting was familiar. She did not recognize it the way one recognizes another person's script from a letter. She recognized it from muscle, from years of correction marks on student scores, from small notes written in pencil above difficult intervals, from the private habits of her own hand, the slight hook on the E, the narrow spacing, the downward pressure at the end of a word. It was her handwriting, but she had never seen that hymn sheet before. She had never written on it. She reached for her notebook with a clumsy motion and flipped to the day's catalog list. Her writing lay there in clean black ink, ordinary and recent. Confirm parish anthem boxes. Ask Vale about humidity control. Review storage cabinet locks. The same E, the same spacing, the same pressure. Celia backed away from the table. The choir below began again. This time it did not start with the sopranos. It started with the alto line, or rather, with the shape around where the alto line should have been. The other voices entered softly, one by one. building a harmony that leaned toward the blankness on the page. Waiting. The manuscript trembled, though no window was open. Then, in the empty measures after the word darkness, notes began to appear. Not all at once. One black notehead, then another, then a third. The ink looked wet. Celia watched the missing alto part write itself in her own hand. And when the line was finished, the church basement choir sang exactly what the page had become. From beneath the floor, someone began to clap. The clapping stopped before Celia could move. It had not been applause, she told herself later. Not really. It had been something in the pipes. Old heating ducts. Perhaps a loose board responding to vibration. Sound behaved strangely in churches, especially churches with sealed basements and half-finished renovation work. A music teacher knew better than most people how easily the ear could impose intention on noise. By morning, she had given the incident 3 acceptable explanations. Acoustics, renovation noise, stress. She wrote them in her notebook beneath a line so firm it nearly cut through the page. Possible causes. E. Sound carrying from neighboring property. R. Workers leaving radio equipment below. San. Fatigue. Grief association triggered by funeral materials. The list calmed her. Lists always had. They turned fear into tasks, and tasks could be completed. At 9, she asked Mr. Vale whether anyone had accessed the basement. He looked startled, then irritated, as if she had mentioned a private embarrassment. Absolutely not. The surveyors won't go in until next month. Could there be old speakers down there? Speakers? From services. Recordings. Some churches had relay systems for overflow rooms. He laughed softly. Not unkindly. Miss Whitrow. The basement hasn't been used since before I was born. Whatever's down there, I promise it isn't singing. That word made the back of her throat tighten. Singing. She kept her face neutral. I only asked because I heard something last night. Wind through scaffolding, he said immediately. This building makes all sorts of noises. Best not to romanticize them. Best not to romanticize them. Celia wrote that down later, too, though she did not know why. The contractors were less reassuring. One of them, a broad man named Keir who wore a wool cap indoors, stopped sanding a door frame when she asked about basement access. No one goes down, he said. Because of asbestos? Because the door sticks. That's all. He looked toward the plywood barrier. That's enough. When she pressed him, he shrugged and returned to sanding, filling the air with pale dust that smelled faintly of wet plaster. The machine screamed against the wood. Celia almost welcomed the noise. It made the church feel human again. For the rest of the day, she worked in practical motion. She transferred the old hymn sheet into an acid-free sleeve. She photographed it for the archive. She compared the marginal note with her own handwriting, then stopped after the second comparison because the result did not change. She searched parish records for the arrangement and found nothing. No no catalog number, no performance date. At lunch, she sat alone on the chancel steps and ate an apple without tasting it. Dust clung to the skin. After the second bite, she threw it away. By evening, she decided not to stay. She packed her bag at 5:45, set the manuscript page inside a locked drawer, and walked down the nave with her keys already in her hand. The church seemed too large around her, the vaulted ceiling fading upward into blue shadow. Rainwater ticked somewhere behind the stone, steady as a metronome. At the plywood barrier, she stopped, despite herself. No sound came from below. Good, she whispered. A floorboard answered with a single creak. Celia left without looking back. That night, in her flat, she made soup, corrected outreach schedules, and played a recording of Bach cantatas softly through her laptop. She chose Bach because Bach did not plead. Bach resolved. Avon, grief. In Bach. Knew where it was going. At 8:17 in the evening, her laptop speakers crackled. The cantata bent. For 3 seconds. The choir from St. Bartholomew's came through the machine. Distant but unmistakable. Singing beneath the orchestra as if it had always been buried inside the recording. Celia slapped the laptop shut so hard the sound cut off. The flat became silent. Then, from the closed laptop, the missing alto silence arrived. Not sound. The opposite of sound. A space where her voice should have entered. Celia did not sleep. The next day, she blamed the laptop. The day after that, she blamed overwork. On Thursday, when the choir stopped at the same phrase while she was standing in the supermarket freezer aisle, surrounded by humming lights and bags of peas, she blamed memory. Grief did not obey place. She reminded herself. The mind carried its own locked rooms. But on Friday night, she returned to St. Bartholomew's because avoiding the church had not stopped the music. She stood alone in the nave at 17 minutes past 8 in the evening, facing the plywood barrier with her coat still buttoned and her pulse beating in her ears. The choir began. It sang the first verse tenderly. Then the second. The missing alto line approached like a hand reaching across a grave. Celia pressed her lips shut. The choir stopped. The silence opened exactly where she belonged. And from the basement stairs, Rowan's voice whispered, "You always wait for someone else to begin." Celia did not answer the voice. For one suspended moment, she stood before the plywood barrier with her lips pressed shut and her teeth aching from the pressure of holding herself closed. The church seemed to wait with her. Dust hung motionless in the beam of her torch. Rain ticked faintly in the gutters. Beneath everything, there was the soft after-silence of a choir that had stopped singing only because it expected something from her. Then a contractor's plastic bucket fell somewhere in the north aisle. The sound cracked through the nave. Ordinary and ugly. And Celia flinched so violently that pain shot up her neck. She left without locking the sacristy. That was unlike her. She realized it halfway home and nearly turned back. Instead, she continued walking through the damp streets of Harrowmere, clutching her bag against her ribs while the church bells, unused for years, remained black against the evening sky behind her. Every shop window she passed showed a woman who looked composed from a distance and ruined from close-up. The next morning, the sacristy door was locked. Celia stood before it with her key halfway raised. Staring at the brass handle, she had not locked it. She knew she had not. The memory was clear. The table lamp left burning. The archive drawer open. Her coat sleeve catching on the chair as she hurried out. She remembered the shame of it, the childish haste. Yet the door was locked. Inside, everything had been tidied. The funeral folder sat centered on the table. The manuscript page lay beside it, flat inside its plastic sleeve. Her notebook was closed. The lamp was off. On the top page of the notebook, in her own handwriting, someone had written, "Thank you for staying." Celia closed the notebook at once. All day, the church altered in ways small enough to be denied. A door in the corridor beside the vestry, which had always opened into the temporary storage room, opened instead onto a narrow passage Celia did not recognize. The passage smelled of cold wax and damp wool. Its walls were lined with hooks, and from several of them hung small white choir robes, child-sized, yellowed at the cuffs. When she shut the door and called Mr. Vale, he opened it onto stacked paint tins and folded scaffolding nets. "Storage," he said. "What were you expecting?" "Nothing," Celia said. Her voice sounded borrowed. Later, while measuring the future rehearsal room, she noticed the smell of flowers. Not fresh flowers, funeral lilies after a long service, when their sweetness had become thick and bruised in the air. The room was unfinished, stripped to plaster and stone. There were no vases, no wreaths, no windows open to a churchyard. Keir, the contractor, leaned in, sniffed, and frowned. "Damp," he said. "It isn't damp. Old buildings smell like everything eventually." He did not step inside. By afternoon, Celia had developed a headache that sat behind her eyes like a held note. She tried to leave early, but each practical task seemed to reveal another unfinished one. The printer jammed. The heritage officer asked for scans she had already sent. A box of children's choir recordings appeared beneath her desk, though she was certain she had cataloged all tapes from that cupboard. They were old cassettes in cracked plastic cases, labels written in faded blue ink. Junior choir practice, Lant term, treble warm-ups, St. Bartholomew's children, Ichenjobai Josaba. Celia held the last tape longer than necessary. Rowan would have been 11 in 1998, not at St. Bartholomew's. Their family had lived 2 towns over. Different church, different choir, different childhood entirely. Still, something about the blue ink made her think of his school exercise books, always bent at the corners, full of doodled birds and unfinished songs. There was no cassette player in the sacristy. The tape played anyway. A thin, warbling line of children's voices slipped out of the plastic case in her hand. Celia dropped it. The cassette struck the table and cracked open, spilling brown ribbon like something gutted. The singing continued. Children's voices, unaccompanied, slightly out of tune. Earnest in the painful way children were earnest when adults had told them something mattered. They sang scales first, then a hymn. Then laughter broke through, quickly shushed, and beneath the laughter came Rowan's voice. Not the voice from the basement, not the adult voice shaped by death and memory. This was Rowan at 11, bright and careless, dragging the tempo because he never entered when he should. Again, a woman said on the tape. Celia knew that voice, too. Her own. She had never taught at St. Bartholomew's. She had never recorded a children's choir here. At Eleven, Rowan had still been alive. Still difficult. Still always half a step late. Celia would have been 26. Already training as a teacher. Already impatient with anyone who could not count properly. The tape hissed. Her younger voice said, "Rowan, listen. You come in after me. Not before. Not after you feel ready. After me. The children giggled. Then the choir on the tape began the funeral hymn. Celia backed into the wall. The church around her changed temperature. The air thickened with lilies and dust. Somewhere beyond the sacristy door, a corridor stretched longer than it had any right to stretch. The nave lights flickered one after another, not going out, but dimming toward the floor as if something below were drawing them down. The song was not simply familiar. It knew where she had been. It knew the exact shape of her patience, her cruelty, her silence. It carried her own voice back to her, younger and sharper, teaching Rowan to wait for permission. On the broken cassette ribbon, new words appeared in brown magnetic tape, looped and tangled but readable. Sing it properly this time. Then the basement door, somewhere behind the plywood barrier, unlocked itself. The sound of the lock opening was not loud. It was only a single metallic click from somewhere beyond the plywood barrier. But in the emptied church, after the tape had spoken in her own written command, the click seemed to travel through every stone in St. Bartholomew's. It moved under the floor, up the pillars, along the ribs of the vaulted ceiling, and returned to Celia as something almost gentle, an invitation. She did not move at first. The broken cassette lay on the table. Its ribbon spilled across the wood in loose, brown coils. The words that had formed there were already gone, if they had ever truly been there. Now it was only damaged tape, plastic, dust, an object with ordinary explanations. But the basement door had unlocked. Celia could feel it. Not here. Feel. Some part of the building that had been closed against her since her first day had shifted open, and the air in the sacristy had changed because of it. It had become colder at ankle height. The chill moved across the floor like water seeping under a door. She picked up her torch. Her hand was steadier than she expected. That frightened her more than trembling would have. Panic, at least, would have suggested that she still believed she had a choice. The nave was waiting. The lights had dimmed to a low amber, though no switch had been touched. Dust sheets covered the pews like rows of sleeping bodies. The scaffold poles cast thin, black lines across the stone, turning the church into a cage of measured intervals. At the rear of the nave, the plywood barrier stood slightly ajar. It had not simply fallen open. Someone had removed the screws from one side and leaned the panel outward with care, creating a narrow gap just wide enough for a person to pass through. Celia shone her torch down. The stairwell descended into dark stone. On the first step lay a folded white choir robe, child-sized. Its cuffs were gray with old water stains. Along the collar, in faded red thread, someone had embroidered the initials R.W. Celia made a sound then. Not a word. Not even a proper breath. Rowan Whitrow. She crouched but did not touch the robe. Her hand hovered above it, fingers curled, as if the cloth might still contain the warmth of a boy she had last seen in polished shoes beside a coffin that was too narrow to be real. "This isn't his," she whispered. The church gave back only the edge of the sentence. "Isn't his." She stepped over the robe and descended. The air changed after the fourth stair. It became wet and mineral, thick with the smell of soaked plaster, extinguished candles, and flowers left too long in vases. The walls pressed close on either side. Celia had to turn her shoulders slightly in places, though from above the stairwell had looked wider. Halfway down, She heard breathing, not behind her. Below, many breaths, drawn together softly. She stopped. The torch beam shook against the wall, catching scratches in the stone. Names had been carved there at different heights, some with knives, some with nails or keys. Elsie, Thomas, Miriam, an infant daughter. Names from the funeral folder. Lower down, the carvings became less orderly. Initials overlapped, dates appeared without years. A line from a hymn had been scratched so deeply the stone had flaked around it. Still, all my song shall be. The final word was missing. Celia continued downward. The stairs ended in a low corridor with a vaulted ceiling. Water dripped steadily somewhere out of sight. Her torch caught a series of hooks along the left wall, and from them hung choir robes in various sizes, all white once, now yellowed, gray, brown at the hems. Some were adult robes. Some belonged to children. None moved, though the air stirred around them as if people had just slipped out. At the end of the corridor stood 2 rows of wooden choir stalls. They were arranged facing each other, as in an old chancel, though there was no altar, no organ, no visible reason for them to be there. The stalls were water-damaged and dark with age. Hymn books lay open on every seat, their pages swollen from damp. Celia approached slowly. Each book was open to the same hymn. Nearer, my God, to thee. But every copy had one line missing. Not always the alto. Sometimes the soprano had vanished. Sometimes the tenor. Sometimes the bass clef had been torn away completely, leaving the remaining parts to lean over an absence they could not fill. Beyond the stalls, a narrow archway opened into a chamber Celia had not seen on any renovation plan. A chapelle. It was small, circular, and impossibly intact. The stone floor was dry. The walls were lined with dark wood panels carved with musical notation instead of saints. At the center stood a lectern, and on it rested a thick book bound in cracked white leather. The basement choir began to hum. No bodies appeared in the stalls. No mouths opened among the robes. Yet the humming gathered on all sides of her, low and expectant, each note finding its place except one. Celia stepped into the chapel. The book opened by itself. On the first page, written in careful black ink, was her brother's name, Rovanelius Whiterow. Beneath it, in the space reserved for cause of death, someone had written, unfinished. Then the hymn books in the empty choir stalls turned their pages all at once. The pages turned in the empty stalls with the sound of birds lifting from water. Celia stood inside the circular chapel, one hand resting on the edge of the lectern, while the white leather book lay open before her. The ink of Rowan's name did not shine like fresh writing. It looked old, absorbed deeply into the page, as if the book had been waiting years for her eyes to arrive. Rovan Elias Whiterow, unfinished. The word made no sense in all the sense in the world. She turned the page. There were other names, hundreds of them. Each entry had been written in the same careful black hand, though the ink changed with age. Some pages had browned at the edges. Some had warped with damp. Others looked so new that Celia expected the ink to smear beneath her fingers. Margaret Ellsworthy. Cause of death, unsung. Thomas Baird. Cause of death, left at verse 3. Miriam. Hale. Cause of death, promise descant withheld, infant daughter of C. And H. He avail, cause of death, no lullaby given. Celia felt the chapel tilt slightly around her. These were not causes of death. They were accusations made after death. Small failures preserved in ceremonial language. As if the church had found a way to document not how bodies ended, but how love had failed to finish speaking. She turned another page. Folded papers had been pressed between the leaves. Funeral programs, hymn sheets, letters, torn corners of orders of service. Some were brittle enough that they trembled when the basement breathed. At the back of the book, an envelope had been pasted to the inside cover. Its flap had once been sealed with red wax, now cracked apart. Celia opened it with the care of someone handling an injury. Inside was a handwritten notice dated 1896 to families in mourning. If a hymn has been promised to the departed and cannot be completed at the service, let the unfinished part be left beneath St. Bartholomew's before the third night. The voice ode must not be destroyed. The church will keep the place open. The dead do not require perfection. They require witness. Beneath that, in another hand, do not leave a name unless you mean to return. Celia read the notice 3 times. The first time, she rejected it as superstition. The second time, as an old parish custom dressed in grief. The third time, her mind supplied her mother's voice, small and exhausted after Rowan's funeral, saying, "I asked Father Bell where to put the program." Celia had forgotten that. No, not forgotten. Placed away. Her mother had stood in the kitchen 3 days after the service, still wearing her black cardigan though the house was warm. She had held Rowan's funeral program in both hands. There was a crease down the middle where her thumb had worried the paper soft. "Father Bell says they keep memorial music at St. Bartholomew's," her mother had said, "for people who couldn't manage it on the day." Celia had been washing a cup that was already clean. "That sounds medieval," she had replied. "He said it helps some families. Rowan is dead." "Mom, a filing cabinet won't change that." The cup had cracked in her hand. She remembered the sting in her palm. Her mother looking at the blood, then at Celia's face, and deciding not to ask for anything more. Celia turned the page. There it was, Rowan's funeral program. The paper had yellowed less than it should have. The cover bore his name, dates, and a small printed cross. She recognized the font. She recognized the pale blue border her mother had chosen because Rowan had liked the sea. Her fingers would not touch it at first. When they finally did, the chapel filled with the smell of lilies. Inside the program, the hymn was marked, "Nearer, my God, to Thee." The congregation's verses had been underlined in neat pencil. The organ introduction had been noted. At the point where Celia should have entered the alto harmony, someone had drawn a box around the empty measure. In the margin, written in her mother's shaking hand, was, Celia promised when they were children that she would always sing him home. Celia shut her eyes. The basement choir hummed softly around her. Not accusing now. Not yet. But holding the note open. She remembered. Not the funeral. Before that, Rowan, 8 years old, hiding under his blanket during a thunderstorm. Celia, 12, impatient and important in the way older children were, sitting beside his bed because their mother had asked her to. He had been frightened of thunder then. Not badly. Just enough to pretend he was not. "Sing the church one," he had whispered. "I'm not your radio. Please." So she had sung. Badly at first. Then softer. Nearer. My God. To thee. Because it was the only hymn she knew all the way through. Rowan had listened with his eyes open in the dark. At the end, he had said, "When I die, sing that one. Don't be stupid. Promise. You're not dying. Promise anyway." And she had promised. Because promises made to children in bedrooms did not feel like real things. They felt like toys handed over to stop someone crying. In the chapel beneath St. Bartholomew's, the promise returned with teeth. Celia opened her eyes. A second pencil note had appeared below her mother's writing. This one was in Celia's hand. "I was there. I heard her ask. I chose silence." The ink was wet. The hymn books in the stalls turned back to Rowan's page. Robes shifted on their hooks without bodies inside them. One by one, the invisible choir inhaled. Celia understood then that she had not discovered the basement. She had been entered into it. And on the lectern, beneath Rowan's funeral program, a blank line appeared with today's date and Celia Whitrow's name already written beside it. Celia stared at her name until the letters lost their shape. The blank line beneath Rowan's funeral program waited with a patience that felt older than ink. It did not ask a question. It did not accuse loudly enough for her to argue. It simply existed, dated and ready, as though some clerk in the dark had already accepted that she belonged among the entries. Celia Marion Whitrow. Beside it, the space for cause remained empty. Around her, the invisible choir held its breath. "No," she said. The word sounded thin in the chapel. She had meant it for the book, for the basement, for whatever old superstition had wrapped itself around St. Bartholomew's like damp ivy. But the word also seemed to travel backward through the years, finding every time she had refused the same shape of pain. "No, I cannot sing. No, I do not remember promising. No, silence was not cruelty. No, grief excuses what it cannot bear." The hymn books in the stalls turned a page. The sound was soft, almost polite. Then Rowan spoke from the corridor behind her. "You keep trying to make it about saving me." Celia did not turn at once. The voice was not the child's voice from the staircase, nor the adult whisper from behind the plywood barrier. It was something between them. Rowan, at every age she had lost him, 8 under a blanket. 11 dragging his entrance in choir practice. 27 smiling awkwardly in the last photograph their mother had ever framed. When she finally turned, he stood beyond the archway. Not whole, not decayed, not glowing with any merciful light. He was incomplete in a way that made her stomach fold inward. His outline seemed drawn from pauses. His face was visible only where the dark remembered him. The rest was made of breath, robe-white dust. And the missing places inside the song, "Rowan," she said. He smiled with terrible gentleness. "You always say my name when you want not to answer." The chapel changed around them. Wood panels stretched upward into the nave of another church. The stone floor became carpeted aisle. The smell of lilies thickened until Celia tasted pollen at the back of her throat. For a moment, She was no longer beneath St. Bartholomew's, but standing beside the pew where she had stood 15 years before, hymn sheet trembling in her hands. Her mother was beside her, smaller than Celia remembered, older than grief should have made her. At the front, Rowan's coffin waited beneath white flowers. The congregation rose. Paper rustled. The organ drew its first breath. Celia saw herself then, from outside her own body. Spine straight, mouth closed, eyes fixed on the hymn sheet as if obedience to the printed page could excuse the refusal to fill it. Her mother touched her wrist. Please. Celia. Just this once. In all the years after. Celia had remembered that plea as pressure, a demand. One more impossible thing asked of her when she was already broken. Now she heard what had been underneath. Not demand, permission. Her mother had not been asking Celia to perform grief beautifully. She had been asking not to stand alone inside it. The first verse began around them. Celia's younger self remained silent. The alto line arrived, opened, waited. Nothing. The congregation sang on, but the harmony warped where she refused it. The hymn did not collapse. That would have been easier. Instead, it adjusted around her silence, making room for what was absent, teaching every other voice to carry the shape of what she withheld. That's what came here, Rowan said. Celia looked back at him. My silence, your promise, he said, and the fear you dressed as mercy. The basement choir began to sing behind his words, not loudly, but with the unbearable tenderness of people who had waited too long to be witnessed. Celia understood then that the voices were not trapped souls begging her to rescue them. They were unfinished obligations, held in a place built for what mourners could not bear to complete. St. Bartholomew's had not stolen Rowan. It had kept the place open. It had preserved the missing line because Celia had turned silence into an offering and called it kindness. I couldn't, she whispered. Rowan's expression shifted. Not anger, not forgiveness. Something worse. Because it allowed both to exist. I know. The words broke something in her. I thought if I sang, I'd fall apart. You did anyway. Celia covered her mouth, but the sob came through her fingers. Ugly and small. All her life since the funeral had been built around not making that sound. She had arranged rooms, lessons, schedules, and replies around the central fact of keeping herself composed. She had mistaken composure for love, restraint for dignity, silence for survival. But silence had not kept grief from happening. It had only made others carry it without her. Her mother, alone in the hymn. Rowan, unfinished in the place beneath the church. Herself, preserved like a blank measure no one could sing through. The book on the lectern turned back to her page. Cause of death waited. Celia knew, with a calm that horrified her, what the basement wanted written there. Not punishment first. Confession. What happens if I sing? She asked. Rowan looked toward the empty choir stalls. They finish what they were given. And you? His smile faded. I stopped waiting for the part of you that never came. The choir reached the missing measure. Every voice bent toward her. Celia opened her mouth, but no sound came out. In the book behind her, the empty cause of death filled itself in one wet black word: cowardice. Celia stared at it with a strange, distant calm, as though the book had written about someone else. Some smaller, meaner woman. Someone who had stood beside her brother's coffin and chosen dignity because dignity required less courage than grief. Then the ink began to spread. It moved slowly through the fibers of the page, feathering outward from each letter, darkening the paper around her name. Not enough to erase it, only enough to stain it permanently. Rowan watched her from the archway. He did not plead. That was what undid her. All these years, Celia had imagined judgment as noise, accusation, raised voices. Her mother weeping. Rowan, if the dead could blame, demanding an answer she did not have. But the basement offered none of that. It offered only space, prepared and waiting, and the knowledge that she could still refuse. She could leave. The thought came to her clearly. She could close the book, walk through the choir stalls, climb the narrow stairwell, push past the plywood barrier, and return to the ordinary church above. She could tell Mr. Vale the basement was unsafe. She could resign by email. She could move to another town, another school, another room arranged so carefully that no sound ever found its way into the middle. The living were skilled at surviving unfinished things. Celia knew that better than anyone. Behind Rowan, the corridor opened wider. She could see the stairs now. Her torch lay on the chapel floor, still lit, pointing toward the way out. The beam trembled slightly, illuminating the wet stone, the hanging robes, the child-sized garment with R.W. stitched at the collar. She took one step toward it. The choir did not stop her. That was worse too. In the stalls, the invisible singers held their places. The sopranos waited with mouths of air. The tenors held the harmony low and patient. The basses rested like earth beneath a grave. The missing alto line remained open in the center, shaped exactly like the silence Celia had built her life around. Rowan stepped aside. "You can go," he said. His voice was gentle. Celia hated him for that, briefly and completely, because gentleness left no one to fight. "If I go," she asked, "what happens to you?" Rowan looked toward the book. What has been happening? The answer was not cruel. It was only true. Waiting, not suffering in flames, not trapped in chains. Something quieter and more unbearable. A boy beneath a blanket waiting for thunder to pass. A brother at the edge of a hymn waiting for the promised voice. A dead man held open in the measure before release because someone alive could not bear to break. Celia thought of her mother then, not as she had been at the funeral, but afterward, washing Rowan's mug and placing it back in the cupboard, sitting in the garden without pruning anything, leaving messages that began with practical questions because neither of them knew how to say his name without reopening the room. Celia had thought her silence protected them both, but her mother had been alone in it. "I was afraid," Celia said. The choir shifted, not louder, nearer. The words seemed insufficient, almost childish. After 15 years of discipline and avoidance, the truth had no elegance. "I was afraid if I sang, everyone would hear that I was angry he died. Angry at him. Angry at Mum. Angry that I had to stand there and still be the older sister. I thought grief was supposed to make me tender. But I was full of awful things." Rowan listened. Celia pressed both hands against the lectern because her knees had begun to weaken. "I told myself silence was mercy, but it wasn't. It was vanity. I didn't want anyone to hear me break badly. The basement answered with a long, low breath. In the book, the word cowardice darkened, then altered. The letters loosened, ink sliding into new shapes. Fear. Celia looked at Rowan through tears she had not allowed herself in years. "I'm sorry," she said. His face flickered, almost becoming the child's face, almost the man's. "I know." Again, not forgiveness. Witness. The choir began the hymn from the beginning. This time, Celia did not close her mouth. The first verse rose around her, fuller than before. The basement chapel swelling beyond its own walls until it seemed to contain every church where someone had ever failed to speak love in time. Celia heard strangers in the harmony, old women, children, men with ruined breath, mothers who had lost lullabies, fathers who had promised songs and swallowed them. The missing alto measure approached. Celia's body tried to refuse. Her throat tightened, her ribs locked. For a moment, the old instinct rose, clean and powerful. Hold still. Hold quiet. Survive. Then Rowan looked at her, not waiting for beauty, only for her. Celia sung. The note came out broken. It scraped through her throat, rough with dust and years. Nothing like the voice she had once trained students to produce. It shook. It bent sharp, then flat. It carried grief badly. Honestly, without grace. The choir accepted it. The harmony closed around her voice. Not correcting it. Not hiding it, but making room for the brokenness as though that had always been the missing music. Rowan shut his eyes. For one breath, peace moved across his face. Then the chapel changed. The choir did not end. Instead, every hymn book in the stalls opened to a new blank page. The white robes lifted from their hooks as if bodies had stepped back into them. The basement filled with faces Celia did not know. All turned toward her with the same unfinished hunger. On the lectern, beneath Rowan's completed line, another name appeared. Then another. Then another. Celia kept singing until she understood the punishment. Her voice had not freed her. It had joined the choir. The Harrowmere Art Center opened on a Saturday in October, beneath a sky the color of old pewter. By then, St. Bartholomew's no longer looked like a church that had been abandoned. The stone had been cleaned, the scaffolding removed. Warm light filled the nave from carefully hidden fixtures, making the old pillars appear gentle rather than watchful. The north aisle had become a gallery for local artists. The vestry was now a black box studio with folding chairs and new curtains. In the former sacristy, glass cases displayed selected items from the parish music archive. Visitors admired the handwriting on the hymn sheets. They leaned over the cases with paper cups of wine and read the captions Mr. Vale had approved. 19th century parish anthem. Children's choir exercises. Late 20th century, funeral hymn arrangement. Unattributed. No one mentioned the basement. There was nothing in the opening brochure about underground chapels, unfinished hymns, or a sealed book bound in white leather. The official renovation report stated that the lower level remained inaccessible due to persistent damp and structural risk. A clean new door had replaced the plywood barrier, painted the same pale cream as the walls. It had no handle on the public side. People passed it all evening without noticing. Mr. Vale gave 3 speeches. In each one, He praised the transformative power of community arts, the preservation of heritage, and the tireless professionals who had helped bring St. Bartholomew's into a new era. He did not mention Celia Whitrow until someone asked, "Oh, Miss Whitrow," he said, his smile pausing for only half a beat. "Yes, she was involved in the early cataloging. Very capable woman. She resigned before completion. I'm afraid. Personal reasons. I believe." That became the story. Celia had resigned. No one had seen the email. But everyone understood that such things happened. Cultural projects exhausted people. Old buildings brought up old feelings. A woman could take a post, find it unsuitable, and leave without drama. By the end of the first month, her name existed mainly in forwarded spreadsheets, then in archived folders, then nowhere anyone thought to look. Her flat above the tailor shop was cleared in November. The landlord found it unnaturally tidy. Clothes folded, books boxed, dishes washed. No family photographs, no sign of struggle. Only a stack of blank music paper on the kitchen table and, beside it, a cup with tea dried dark at the bottom. In the waste bin beneath the sink, he found a folded page torn from a notebook. "Do not open funeral folder." He threw it away. At the Arts Center, the music program thrived. Children came after school for choir workshops. Adults joined evening singing groups with the self-conscious bravery of people rediscovering their own voices after years of silence. The first community concert sold out. Parents filmed on their phones as nervous children stood beneath the restored arches and sang winter carols slightly out of tune. The acoustics were praised. Reviewers called them intimate. One local paper wrote that the old church seemed to hold each voice as if it mattered. Only the singers noticed certain things. A note that felt supported when no one beside them was singing. A breath taken just before their own. A soft alto line under the floorboards during difficult passages, guiding them toward the correct entrance. "It's the resonance," the new music director said whenever someone asked. Her name was Imogen Price. She was young, enthusiastic, and not superstitious. She had inherited Celia's filing system without knowing enough to appreciate it. She liked the order of the archive, the clear labels, the careful cross-references, the way every folder seemed prepared for her hand. In January, Imogen found the first extra arrangement. It appeared on her desk after a rehearsal, though she was certain she had locked the office. A choral setting of an old hymn lay on top of the attendance sheets, written neatly across 4 staves. The soprano, tenor, and bass parts were ordinary enough. The alto line was exquisite, not showy, not difficult for difficulty's sake. It moved like someone walking carefully through grief, touching each dissonance just long enough to make resolution hurt. At the bottom of the page, in narrow, slanted handwriting, someone had written, "For voices that arrive late." Imogen asked Mr. Vale about it. He stared at the page for a long time. "Probably from the old archive," he said. "It looks new. Then use it," he replied, folding his hands too tightly around his coffee cup. If it's good, it was good. So they used it. The arrangement became popular with the choir. Then another appeared. Then another. Always after the building emptied. Always written in the same hand. Always with one extra alto part woven through the harmony. Never listed in the score title, never credited, but impossible to remove without making the music feel wounded. Sometimes, during late rehearsals, Imogen heard a woman singing beneath the floor. Not loudly, never enough to frighten everyone at once, just one low, steady voice entering exactly where weaker singers hesitated. It was not beautiful in the polished sense. There was a roughness in it, a grain of dust and stone, as though the singer had learned too late that a broken note could still be true. One night, after the adult choir had gone home, Imogen stayed behind to file new music. From below the cream-painted basement door came a hymn she did not know. Many voices sang together in the dark. Then they stopped. A woman's alto remained alone for one measure longer, holding the silence open until another voice, small and uncertain, joined her. Imogen stood very still. On her desk, a fresh sheet of manuscript paper waited beneath the lamp. At the top, in handwriting she did not recognize, was her full name. And from under the floorboards, Celia Whitrow began patiently teaching her the part. Some hauntings are not made from hatred. Some are made from promises that were too small to seem important when we made them, and too heavy to carry when the moment came. Celia's punishment is not only that she joins the choir, but that she finally becomes what she once refused to be, a voice beside the grieving, holding the silence open until someone else can enter. Maybe the question is not whether grief breaks us. Maybe it is whether we let anyone hear the sound when it does. Story 2. By the time Vivian Hartwell found the dental clinic, the tooth had been aching for 97 days. She knew the number because she kept records of discomfort the same way she kept records of everything else. A narrow notebook sat in her handbag beside a packet of sugar-free mints, a folded umbrella, 2 pens, and the referral slip from her usual dentist. Each morning, before coffee, she had written down the level of pain from 1 to 10. At first it had been a 3, then a 5, then a strange hot 7 that seemed to pulse behind her cheekbone when she bent over a desk or heard someone say her name too quickly. The clinic stood between a closed tailor shop and a narrow building with blackened upper windows. It had no sign hanging over the pavement, only frosted glass on the door. And on that glass, in peeling blue letters, Mallory Dental Rooms, extractions by appointment. Vivian checked the address on her phone, then the referral slip, then the brass number screwed beside the door. It matched. That should have comforted her. Instead, she stood on the pavement for several seconds, listening to the quiet city block behind her. It was not a dead street. Cars passed at the far intersection. Somewhere, a delivery truck lowered its metal ramp with a cough and a clang. But directly outside Mallory Dental Rooms, the air seemed held in place, as if sound had learned not to linger there. Vivian pressed her tongue against the sore tooth. The pain answered immediately, bright and deep. Enough, she whispered. She opened the door. The first thing she noticed was the smell, not the ordinary clean smell of a dental office, though that was there too. Antiseptic, latex, mint polish, old paper. Beneath it lay something drier, chalk, plaster dust, a faint mineral odor, like the inside of a broken shell. The waiting room was smaller than she expected. 6 chairs lined one wall beneath framed posters showing cross-sections of gums and molars. A water dispenser stood in the corner with an empty cup holder attached to its side. The reception desk was closed behind a sliding glass panel. and the computer monitor behind it glowed blue with no one sitting there. Vivian glanced at her watch. 3. 2:47 M. Her appointment was at 4. She preferred being early. Early meant no apology was needed. Early meant one could choose where to sit, observe exits, and avoid appearing disorganized. She approached the reception window and waited for someone to look up. No one did. "Hello?" she called. Her voice sounded soft in the room, softened further by carpet too worn to have a pattern. A shape moved in the corner of her eye. Vivian turned. There were patients in the chairs. She had not noticed them when she entered. 4 of them sat spaced apart along the wall. An elderly man in a brown coat. A teenage girl with damp-looking hair. A woman wearing a cream cardigan buttoned to the throat. And a little boy whose feet did not reach the floor. All 4 faced forward. All 4 held one hand over their mouths. Not pressing. Not clutching in pain. Covering. Vivian gave the polite half-smile one gives strangers in medical waiting rooms. No one returned it. The elderly man's eyes shifted toward her without moving his head. The teenage girl blinked once. Slowly, the woman in the cream cardigan tightened her fingers over her lips until the knuckles paled. The little boy stared at Vivian's cheek, precisely where the tooth throbbed. Vivian looked away first. Pain made people strange, she told herself. Dental pain, especially. It reduced adults to animals, children to statues, everyone to silence. She reached for the clipboard on the reception counter. There was no clipboard, only a small silver bell and a plastic sign that read, "Please wait until your name is called." Vivian frowned. She had not registered yet. The online form had failed twice the night before. And the referral slip instructed her to arrive 15 minutes early to complete patient details in person. She lifted her hand toward the bell. Before she touched it, the television screen mounted above the reception desk flickered on. It was one of those old clinic call screens. Black background. Green letters. The kind that usually displayed surnames and room numbers. A cursor blinked in the upper left corner. Then the letters appeared. One by one. Vivian Hartwell, room 3. The tooth gave a sudden pulse so sharp she nearly raised her own hand to her mouth. The patients did not move. Vivian stared at the screen. Her name remained there, steady and green. "Excuse me?" she called toward the reception desk. Behind the closed glass, the blue computer monitor reflected the empty chair. No receptionist. No movement. No sound from the treatment rooms beyond the narrow hallway. The screen blinked. Her name disappeared. Vivian exhaled slowly, embarrassed by the force of her own heartbeat. A system glitch. Her dentist must have sent her details ahead. Perhaps she had completed enough of the online form after all. Perhaps room 3 was prepared early. And someone would come out in a moment. She turned back toward the chairs. All 4 patients were now looking directly at her. The little boy lowered his hand from his mouth. Vivian saw nothing there at first except shadow. Then he smiled. Every tooth in his mouth was missing. From somewhere behind the hallway door, a dental drill began to whine. The drill stopped as suddenly as it had begun. For several seconds, Vivian Hartwell remained standing in the center of the waiting room, one hand halfway raised toward her own mouth, staring at the little boy's empty smile. The absence of teeth should have made his face seem younger. Instead, it made him look unfinished. as if some small but essential evidence had been removed from him before anyone had bothered to write down why. Then the hallway door opened. A woman in pale blue scrubs stepped out carrying a clipboard against her chest. She was thin, middle-aged, with gray hair pinned tightly at the back of her head and a pair of spectacles hanging from a chain around her neck. Her surgical mask was lowered beneath her chin, though she was not smiling. "Miss Hartwell," she said. Vivian looked from the woman to the screen, then back again. "Yes, I'm Vivian Hartwell. We know." The words were spoken gently. That made them worse. Vivian swallowed, careful not to let her tongue press the aching tooth. "I haven't filled out my paperwork yet." The woman glanced down at the clipboard as if the statement were not wrong, only unnecessary. "Your paperwork has been with us for some time. That isn't possible. Room 3 is almost ready." The woman turned slightly toward the hallway. "Please remain seated until we call you again." Before Vivian could answer, the woman slipped back through the door. It closed without a click. Vivian stood there a moment longer, feeling the eyes of the other patients settle on her like dust. She chose the chair nearest the entrance. Choosing seats was one of the small private systems by which Vivian kept herself composed. On trains, she sat with her back to a wall. In restaurants, she faced the door. In offices, she selected the chair that allowed her to see both the person speaking and the nearest exit. It was not fear, she told herself. It was good practice. Good practice had kept her employed for nearly 20 years. Before she began private work, Vivian had spent 14 of those years in the Municipal Records Department, in a low brick building behind the county courthouse where the windows did not open and the filing rooms smelled of toner, dust, and old raincoats. She had liked the work more than she admitted. Birth amendments, property transfers, licensing errors, burial certificates, archived complaints, corrections of spelling, corrections of date, corrections of category. People imagined records as dull things. Vivian understood they were closer to bones. Arrange them properly and a life stood upright. Remove one, rename one, misplace one, and the whole structure could lean in a direction no one noticed until years later. She had been good at making things lean without falling. That was not how she described it, even to herself. She preferred other words: clarification, administrative adjustment, late entry, correction under authority, restricted access pending review, careful omissions. The phrase came to her now with such sharpness that her tooth throbbed again. Vivian closed her eyes. No, she would not think about that file here. The sealed burial file had been 8 years ago, and it had nothing to do with this clinic, this tooth, or the little boy across from her with his hand once again covering his mouth. It had been a municipal matter, not a medical one. A land transfer dispute, an old service road, an unauthorized grave discovered during utility work behind a condemned storage building. She had not dug the hole. She had not moved the body. She had not asked why the remains were processed privately instead of reported cleanly through the usual channels. She had only handled the papers that came afterward. The ache flared. Vivian gripped the arms of the chair until the vinyl creaked beneath her fingers. A sound came from her handbag. Not a ringtone. A soft, digital chime. Polite and brief. The teenage girl looked at the bag. Vivian took out her phone. The screen showed a notification from an unknown number. Mallory Dental Rooms. Appointment reminder, Vivian Hartwell. Extraction, room 3. Please do not leave before treatment is complete. Vivian stared at it. She had not given them her number. Her usual dentist had written the referral by hand after the x-ray showed what he called an unusual root presentation. He had frowned at the image longer than necessary, then told her the extraction required a specialist. He had not mentioned Mallory Dental Rooms by name until Vivian asked where to go. Even then, he had said it quietly, as though recommending not a clinic but a person he hoped was no longer alive. She opened the message details. No sender information. No reply option. No timestamp. Only the reminder. A second chime sounded. Another message appeared beneath the first. You were late the first time. Vivian's mouth went dry. She stood too quickly, and the room tilted. The pain in her jaw spread down her neck. A hot wire drawn through soft tissue. She looked toward the reception window, then toward the entrance door with its frosted glass and peeling blue letters. I'm going to reschedule, she said, though no one had asked. The woman in the cream cardigan began to shake her head. Vivian crossed to the door and pulled it open. For one blessed instant, she saw the pavement outside. Gray afternoon light. The blackened upper windows of the neighboring building. Then she stepped through. Her foot landed on carpet. The antiseptic smell returned. Vivian looked up and found herself standing inside the waiting room again, facing the same 6 chairs, the same covered mouths, the same dead green call screen above the reception desk. Only now the screen was no longer blank. It read, Vivian Hartwell still waiting. Vivian did not scream. Some part of her, the old part trained by municipal counters and public complaints, believed that screaming made a person unreliable. Screaming belonged in witness statements, neighbor interviews, emergency calls. It was something people wrote down afterward with suspicion. She kept her hand on the door handle and stared at the call screen until the green letters blurred slightly around the edges. Vivian Hartwell still waiting. The words remained. Behind her, no one moved. Vivian turned slowly. The entrance door was closed again, its frosted glass showing only the pale suggestion of the street beyond. She could still feel the shape of the handle in her palm from when she had pulled it open. She could still remember the outside air touching her face. Pavement. Afternoon light. The city block. Then carpet. She looked down. There was no mud on her shoes. No dust from the pavement. No proof that she had crossed anything at all. This is not possible, she said. The elderly man in the brown coat made a sound behind his covered hand. It might have been a laugh, except there was no breath in it. Vivian faced the reception window. Hello. The blue monitor glowed behind the glass. The silver bell sat untouched on the counter. The hallway door remained shut. From beyond it came the faintest noise. Not the drill this time, but metal being arranged on a tray with careful, delicate taps. She took out her phone again. No signal. The appointment reminders were still there. 2 messages stacked like small official notices. Please do not leave before treatment is complete. You were late the first time. Vivian opened her contacts and tried calling her usual dentist. The screen showed the call attempting to connect, then failing without a tone. She tried emergency services. The same thing happened. No ringing. No automated voice. No error message. Just a return to the home screen. as if the phone had politely decided against troubling anyone outside the room. The teenage girl began to cry. Not loudly. Tears slipped down her face while her hands stayed sealed over her mouth. Her shoulders did not shake. Her eyes remained fixed on Vivian. Vivian lowered the phone. "Do you know what's happening?" The girl's gaze slid to the little boy. He sat 2 chairs away, small legs hanging still above the carpet. His hand was back over his mouth. But Vivian could not stop seeing the empty gums beneath it. The smoothness, the wet, dark line where teeth should have been. "You can talk to me," Vivian said, though her own voice sounded thin. "Are you here with someone?" The boy looked at the call screen. It blinked. For 1 second, the letters vanished, and Vivian felt the ridiculous surge of relief a person feels when an error corrects itself. Then her name appeared again. Vivian Hartwell, room 3. The instant the words formed, the patience changed. It was not dramatic enough to be impossible at first. The elderly man's cheeks tightened, drawing the skin inward as if something had been removed from behind them. The woman in the cream cardigan lowered her chin until the loose flesh beneath it folded into shadow. The teenage girl's lips pressed flat. The boy's eyes brightened with recognition so complete that Vivian felt absurdly accused. Their faces seemed to rearrange around their covered mouths. Not physically, she told herself. Expression, pain, fear, anticipation. But their eyes were different now. Not 4 strangers watching another patient in discomfort, but 4 people who had been waiting for someone specific, and had at last heard the correct name called. The hallway door opened again. No nurse appeared, only darkness beyond. And the smell of antiseptic made suddenly stronger, cold enough to sting. Vivian stepped back. "I'm not going in there." The little boy lowered his hand just enough to speak. His lips barely moved around the dark hollow of his mouth. "You have the wrong tooth." Vivian stared at him. "What?" He covered his mouth again immediately, as if frightened by what had escaped. The woman in the cream cardigan made a muffled sound and turned her face toward the wall. The teenage girl shut her eyes. The elderly man's fingers dug into his own cheeks. Vivian touched the right side of her jaw. "What do you mean?" "Wrong tooth?" The boy shook his head once. The hallway door remained open. On the screen, her name waited. A sharp stab of pain went through her mouth, so sudden and intimate that Vivian bent forward with one hand against the reception counter. Her tongue found the molar automatically, the tender one far back on the lower right side, the one her dentist had circled on the X-ray. It was there, solid, sensitive. Hers. Her eyes watered. On the counter beside the silver bell sat a small, square mirror. Vivian had not noticed it before. It was an old dental hand mirror, its handle tarnished, its round glass angled upward as though placed there for her. She picked it up with a hand that did not feel quite attached to her wrist. For a moment she saw only the ceiling light trembling in the glass. Then her own face appeared, pale, composed badly, lips parted. Vivian opened her mouth. The molar was missing. Not broken. Not extracted recently. Missing cleanly. With a dark, healed gap where the aching tooth should have been. The gum looked old and sealed, as if the space had been empty for years. She dropped the mirror and thrust her finger into her mouth. Her fingertip struck the tooth at once. Solid enamel, wet surface, pain bright as a struck match. Vivian looked back into the fallen mirror. In the reflection, the gap remained. Behind her reflected shoulder, the little boy had lowered his hand again. This time, when he smiled, one small tooth had appeared in his mouth. It was gray, crooked, and shaped exactly like hers. Vivian backed away from the mirror so quickly that her shoulder struck the reception counter. The silver bell gave a small, bright sound. Every patient in the waiting room flinched. For one moment. Nothing else happened. No nurse came. No dentist emerged from the hallway. The green letters on the call screen continued to hold her name in place. And the little boy sat with one gray tooth visible in his lower gum, looking not pleased, not wicked, but relieved in the awful way of someone who had finally given back something too heavy to keep. Vivian pressed both hands against her mouth. The tooth was still there. Her tooth, molar, lower right, tender, hot, alive with pain. She made herself breathe through her nose, counting silently. 1, 2, 3, 4. Stress could do strange things. Pain could do worse. She had taken 2 tablets before leaving home, stronger than she was used to, and eaten nothing but half a piece of toast because chewing had become humiliating. The clinic was old. The call screen was old. The mirror was tarnished. Perhaps the reflected angle distorted the back of her mouth. Perhaps the boy had always had that one tooth, and she had only failed to see it because she expected absence. Expectation shaped memory. Vivian knew that better than most. Records did too. Enough, she said, though the word came out wet and cramped behind her fingers. The elderly man watched her from above his covered mouth. The teenage girl had stopped crying. The woman in the cream cardigan rocked once, very slightly, forward and back. Vivian picked up her handbag. "I am leaving," she said. "I don't consent to treatment. I don't consent to being held here. Whatever this is, it's over." The call screen flickered. Vivian Hartwell, room 3. Vivian ignored it and walked to the entrance. This time she did not look back at the patients. She focused only on the frosted glass, the peeling blue letters, the dark shape of the street beyond. She turned the handle slowly, as if speed had been the mistake before. The door opened onto the pavement. Cold air touched her face. She stepped out and entered the waiting room from the hallway side. For a moment her mind could not arrange the fact. She was standing beside the treatment corridor, facing the reception desk from the wrong direction. Behind her, the hallway door swung shut with a soft pneumatic sigh. The patients turned their heads to follow her arrival, and Vivian realized she had not left the clinic at all. She tried again. The second time, she kept one hand against the exterior brick wall as she crossed the threshold, certain that texture would anchor her. The bricks were rough beneath her fingertips. Then the surface became painted plaster, cold and smooth, and she found herself beside the water dispenser. The third time, she ran. She should not have run. Running made the pain explode through her jaw until the room pulsed white at its edges. Still, she threw herself through the entrance door and out beneath the dim city sky. She saw the closed tailor's shop. She saw a passing bus at the intersection. She saw, reflected in the tailor's darkened window, a woman in a gray coat with one hand clamped to her mouth. Then the reflection turned before she did. Vivian stumbled over carpet. She was back in the same chair she had first chosen, handbag on her lap. knees neatly together, as if she had never stood. Her breath came hard through her nose. The phone chimed again. She refused to look at it. It chimed a second time. The little boy whispered, "You should read it." Vivian looked at him sharply. His hand was over his mouth again. The gray tooth was hidden. The sentence might have come from anywhere in the room. Slowly, she unlocked the phone. There was a new appointment reminder. Mallory Dental Rooms. Second notice. Vivian Hartwell. Extraction. Room 3. File incomplete. Below it, another line appeared while she watched. Linked record detected. Elias Vale. Vivian's body went still. The name had not existed for 8 years. Not legally. Not publicly. Not in the searchable index. Not in the municipal transfer archive. Not in the burial registry after the late correction went through. There had been an Elias Vale once. Or there had been something close enough to that name to cause difficulty. But official difficulty could be softened. A missing middle initial, a damaged certificate, a contractor's statement revised under supervision, a sealed addendum restricted for family privacy, though no family had ever come forward. Vivian had typed the final version herself. Her tooth began to throb in slow, deliberate beats. On the call screen above the desk, her name vanished. For the first time, the patients lowered their hands from their mouths. None of them had teeth. The green letters returned. Vivian Hartwell. Elias Vale, Room 3. The name stayed on the screen long enough for Vivian to understand that it was not a mistake. Then the letters dimmed. Not disappearing all at once, but thinning. As if some unseen hand were scraping the green light away from behind the glass. The waiting room sank into a duller brightness. The fluorescent tubes overhead hummed once, then fell silent. That was when Vivian noticed the cold. It had been cool before in the way medical rooms often were, maintained for equipment and cleanliness rather than comfort. Now the temperature dropped with intention. It slipped beneath the collar of her coat, moved into the joints of her fingers, settled against the roots of her teeth. Her breath did not fog, but every inhale tasted faintly of metal. The patients remained with their mouths uncovered. Their toothless gums made no sense together. Not in a clinic. Not 4 strangers of different ages, sitting quietly as though the same thing had happened to all of them and been filed under routine care. The teenage girl's lips trembled. The old man's jaw worked silently, chewing nothing. The woman in the cream cardigan kept her gaze lowered to her lap, where her hands were folded so tightly that the skin at her nails had gone blue. Vivian stood. The room seemed smaller. She was certain of it. The distance between her chair and the entrance door had narrowed by several feet. Yet the door itself appeared farther away, as if perspective had folded incorrectly. The posters on the wall leaned inward. The illustrated molars and red-veined gums seemed closer than before, enormous beneath their glass. A diagram labeled root structure had developed a crack across the frame that ran directly through the drawn nerve. From behind the hallway door came the sound of instruments being prepared. Not one tray now. Several. Metal touched metal in delicate arrangements. A pick rolled. Forceps opened and closed. Something wet was suctioned away in a room where no one had entered. The sounds were calm. Practiced, almost domestic. Vivian thought of cutlery being laid for dinner. She forced herself toward the reception desk. "Hello," she said, louder than before. "I need assistance." The sliding glass panel opened. Vivian jerked back. The receptionist sat behind it. She had not crossed the room. Vivian had heard no chair scrape, no footsteps, no door. The woman was simply there, seated before the blue monitor with the same clipboard in front of her, spectacles now perched on her nose. Her name badge read MRS. Lark in faded black letters. "Miss Hartwell," she said, "you mustn't upset the others." Vivian stared at her. "How do you know that name?" "Your name?" "Elias Valley." "Mrs." Lark looked down at the clipboard. "It is linked to your treatment." "No." Vivian's voice came too fast. "No. That name is not linked to anything. There is no active record under that name. That would be the difficulty." Vivian felt her hands begin to shake and folded them tightly around the strap of her handbag. "I want to leave." "Mrs." Lark's expression softened by almost nothing. "You have wanted that for some time. I arrived less than half an hour ago." The receptionist turned one page on the clipboard. The sound was dry and precise. "You arrived on the 17th of October, she said. 8 years ago. By the earliest entry. Again last winter. Again 97 days ago, when the pain began. Again today. Formally, Vivian said nothing. She could not afford to react to October. "Mrs.?" Lark glanced up. "The room has been prepared each time." "That's impossible. Most people say that before treatment." A movement inside Vivian's mouth cut off her reply. It was not pain exactly. Pain was bright, directional, knowable. This was pressure from within, a slow shifting beneath the gum near the aching molar, as though something small were turning in soft earth. Vivian gripped the counter and pressed her tongue hard against the tooth. The tooth pressed back. She made a sound she did not recognize. The patients watched. Beneath her gum, something moved again. Not the tooth itself. Something under it. Something with the patience of a root finding water. "Mrs." Lark slid a form beneath the glass. "Is it consent for extraction?" she said. Vivian looked down. The page was old, yellowed around the edges. But the signature line was clean. Her name had already been typed beneath it. Vivian Hartwell. Below that, in smaller print, associated remains. Elias Vale. Vivian pushed the paper back as though it were contaminated. "I didn't kill anyone." No one in the waiting room made a sound. The silence after those words was different from all the others. It had weight. It gathered around the sentence and held it there, preserving it. "Mrs." Lark studied her. "I did not ask whether you did," she said. The hallway door opened. This time the light beyond it came on, one strip at a time, revealing a narrow corridor lined with closed treatment rooms. At the very end was room 3. On its door hung a small metal plaque. Not Vivian's name. Not Elias Vale's. A date. 17 October. From inside room 3. A man's muffled voice spoke around something packed tightly in his mouth. "Please," he said, and Vivian remembered the sound of dirt hitting plastic. The memory did not arrive whole. It came as sound first. A dull patter. Dirt striking plastic. Not soil thrown onto a coffin with ceremony. Not the solemn handfuls of mourners in dark clothes beside an open grave. This had been faster, smaller, a hurried, practical sound in a place where no one was meant to be listening. Vivian stood frozen before the open hallway. The date on the plaque seemed to darken while she looked at it. 17 October, from inside room 3. The muffled voice came again. Please. The word was wet around the edges, pressed through packing, cloth, or earth. Vivian felt it move beneath her aching tooth, not through her ear, through the gum. A vibration in the jawbone, intimate as her own pulse. No, she whispered. Mrs. Lark remained behind the reception glass, her hands folded over the consent form. The treatment room is ready. Vivian stepped backward instead. There had to be another way out. Old buildings always had service areas, back corridors, staff entrances. Dental clinics required storage, sterilization rooms, staff washrooms, refused disposal. Vivian's mind began cataloging the building because cataloging was safer than remembering. The waiting room, the reception desk, the hallway, room 3 at the end. At least 2 closed treatment rooms to the left, a cupboard door. Perhaps no visible exit sign. But older clinics were often non-compliant until inspection forced updates. Inspection. Compliance. Records. The words steadied her. She turned from room 3 and moved toward the reception desk again. Where are your patient files kept, Mrs.? Lark watched her through the open panel. That is a restricted area. I worked in municipal records for 14 years. Vivian said. I know what restricted means. It does not mean non-existent. No. Mrs. Lark agreed. It means someone decided who was allowed to look. Vivian's throat tightened. Behind her, the patients shifted in their chairs, without teeth, their mouths made soft. Damp sounds when they breathed. The little boy's single gray tooth clicked once against nothing. Vivian looked past Mrs. Lark. Behind the reception chair stood a narrow wooden door she had not noticed before. It was painted the same color as the wall, but the paint around the handle had worn away from use. Above it hung a small sign in yellowed plastic. Archive staff only. The word should have reassured her. Archives had rules. Archives had shelves, boxes, index cards, retention schedules, access logs. Archives were not mouths. They did not call names. Vivian reached for the latch beside the reception panel. Mrs. Lark did not stop her. That frightened her more than resistance would have. Vivian pushed open the half door at the side of the desk and stepped into the reception area. The blue computer monitor showed no scheduling software, only a blank field with a blinking cursor. The keyboard had no letters on its keys. Beside it lay a jar full of extracted teeth, each one labeled with a paper tag tied around its root. She did not look closely. She opened the archive door. Cold air rolled out, carrying the smell beneath the antiseptic. Chalk, damp cardboard, plaster dust, and something old enough to have forgotten it was rot. The room beyond was longer than the clinic should have allowed. Rows of metal filing cabinets stood on either side, their drawers labeled in neat strips of tape. The labels were not alphabetical. Some bore dates. Some bore room numbers. Some bore dental terms. Molar, incisor, root fragment, unclaimed. Identification pending. The ceiling was low, crossed by pipes wrapped in flaking white insulation. A single bulb hung at the far end, swinging gently, though no air moved. Vivian stepped inside. The door closed behind her. She turned at once and seized the handle. It would not open. For a moment she let herself pull, hard enough to hurt her wrist. Then she stopped. Panic wasted oxygen. Panic made poor witnesses. Panic produced unreliable timelines. She turned back to the cabinets. At the far end of the room, one drawer stood open. Vivian walked toward it because the alternative was waiting for something in the dark to choose for her. The open drawer was labeled, Veiled. Elias Associated Materials. Her hand hovered before it. 8 years ago, the name had appeared in a preliminary report after workers found remains behind the condemned storage building on Henley Cut. Male, approximately 30 to 45. No wallet, no intact clothing label. Dental identification pending. One molar recovered loose from the lower jaw. A possible match had surfaced from an old low-income clinic database. Then the call had come from Deputy Administrator Cresswell. Do not enter that name yet. Then another call. The land sale is time-sensitive. Then a sealed addendum. Then Vivian at her desk after hours, correcting the public index. She opened the file. Inside were dental charts, yellow forms, photographs, and a burial permit stamped with a municipal seal. The dental chart showed a lower right molar circled in red. Beneath it, in typed notes, unusual root presentation, primary identifier, do not destroy. Vivian's own tooth throbbed so violently she had to grip the cabinet. Another document lay beneath the chart, a transfer authorization for unidentified remains. Rerouted from forensic review to private disposal under emergency classification. At the bottom was her signature. Not a copy, not a stamp, her own handwriting, dark and certain. Vivian M. Hartwell. Beside the signature, someone had added a note in red ink. She confirmed the mouth was empty. Vivian read the sentence 3 times before its meaning entered her. At first, her mind did what it had always done when confronted with an unsafe fact. It examined grammar. The pronoun was imprecise. The verb lacked context. Confirmed to whom? Empty in what sense? A mouth could be empty of speech, empty of breath, empty of identification. Administrative language was full of such gaps. People mistook clarity for truth all the time, but the red ink did not allow her that comfort. Beneath the note lay a photograph. Vivian did not want to touch it. Her fingers moved anyway, lifting the edge carefully, as if rough handling might make the image more real. The photograph showed a shallow grave behind the condemned storage building on Henley Cut. She recognized the place by its leaning chain-link fence, the warped metal door, the weeds growing through cracked asphalt. In the background, one corner of a municipal utility truck was visible. The ground had been opened in a narrow, ugly trench, and inside it lay a shape wrapped in cloudy plastic. A body, not fully decomposed, not fresh, preserved in the secret way of things kept where rainwater gathered and sunlight did not reach. Vivian's stomach tightened. She had never seen this photograph before. That was what she told herself first. Then she noticed the bottom edge of the image, where a woman's coat sleeve entered the frame. Gray wool, 3 dark buttons at the cuff, a small ink stain near the wrist. Vivian looked down at her own sleeve. There was no stain there now. Of course there was not. 8 years had passed. Coats were replaced. Fabric wore out. A person could not be blamed for recognizing an old garment. The tooth moved beneath her gum. She bit down hard enough to taste blood. Behind her, somewhere beyond the archive door, the waiting room remained impossibly silent. Vivian forced herself to continue. The file was thick, too thick for a single unidentified burial. There were copies of police intake notes marked draft not for submission. A contractor's incident report with several lines blacked out. A map of Henley Cut showing the grave's position in relation to a proposed development boundary. 3 versions of the same burial permit, each cleaner than the last. The first version named him Elias Valley, male, 36, former night maintenance worker, reported missing by neighbor, dental match probable pending confirmation. The second version removed the neighbor. The third version removed the name. The final version, signed by Vivian, read, unidentified male remains. Condition unsuitable for public identification. Emergency transfer approved. No recoverable dental evidence. No recoverable dental evidence. Vivian's hand went to her mouth. She remembered a desk lamp burning late in the municipal records office. Deputy Administrator Cresswell standing behind her chair, smelling faintly of wintergreen lozenges. His voice had been low, almost kind. The sale collapses if this goes forensic. Then another voice. Hers. Younger and tired. But there's a possible match. Possible is not confirmed. There's a tooth. A pause. Then Cresswell had leaned closer. Then the tooth is the problem. The memory broke there. But not completely. It left fragments. A small evidence bag. A molar resting inside it like a pale seed. Her own hesitation. Cresswell's hand on the back of her chair. The knowledge that she was months behind on rent after her mother's care home fees had doubled. The knowledge that permanent promotion depended on discretion. The knowledge that Elias Vale had no one powerful waiting for him. Vivian gripped the cabinet drawer until metal cut into her palm. No, she whispered. I didn't remove it. The bulb at the end of the archive flickered. Another drawer slid open by itself. Then another. Then all along both walls. Metal drawers rolled outward with a slow, grinding complaint. Files shifted inside them. Paper tags trembled. The air filled with the dry flutter of records exposing themselves. Vivian turned. Each open drawer bore a name. Marakel, Thomas Reed, Ellis Murnana, Jonah Pike, unclaimed female rail yard, unknown child, river steps. Dozens. No, more than dozens. Every drawer contained dental charts, correction forms, transfer slips, burial amendments. Some names were crossed out. Some had been reduced to initials. Some had no names at all. Only numbers and dates and the phrase identity inconclusive stamped over and over until the ink blurred. Vivian understood then why the waiting room had been silent. They were not patients waiting for treatment. They were witnesses waiting for their mouths back. The old man, the teenage girl, the woman in cream, the little boy. All of them had sat outside room 3 with their hands covering the places where evidence had once been. Not ghosts exactly. Not memories. Records with bodies still attached. People reduced to dental absence. Sealed files. Corrected language. At the back of the drawer labeled Vale, Elias. Vivian found one final envelope. It was small, transparent, and empty except for a torn paper tag. On the tag, in her handwriting, were 3 words. Molar transferred Hartwell. The archive bulb went out. In the dark, every drawer began to whisper through toothless mouths, "Give it back." The words moved through the archive without breath. They did not come from one drawer, one file, or one throat. They came from all of them together. From paper sliding against paper. From metal cabinets contracting in the cold. From the dry labels tied to roots in jars behind the reception desk. The room whispered as a mouth whispers when it no longer has lips. Vivian pressed herself against the cabinet. "I don't have it," she said. The whisper stopped. The silence that followed was worse because it felt attentive. Vivian swallowed. Her tongue found the aching molar at once. Lower right. Tender. Too large in her mouth. Too present. For months she had thought of it as a damaged part of herself. An inconvenience. A bodily failure to be corrected by a specialist with forceps and clean gauze. Now, in the dark archive, with the empty evidence envelope open in her hand, she felt the tooth not as pain but as possession, something that had been stored in her, not metaphorically. Her stomach turned. "No," she whispered again, but softer now, because denial had begun to sound childish even to her. A light flickered above the far cabinet. Not the ceiling bulb. A small square glow. Green and digital. Reflecting where no screen should have been. Vivian turned and saw that the call display had appeared at the end of the archive. Mounted between 2 filing cabinets, as if it had always belonged there. Letters typed themselves slowly. Vivian, Hartwell, room 3. Elias Vale identification pending. The tooth shifted. Vivian clamped one hand over her mouth. This time, she felt it clearly. Not a nerve spasm. Not swelling. The molar moved against the gum from beneath, rotating a fraction, as if answering the name on the screen. Pain flared behind her eye. She bent forward and tasted blood. A drawer opened beside her knee. Inside lay a tape recorder. Old. Black. Municipal issue. A strip of white label on the front read, "Henley Cut 17 October Field Audio." Vivian stared at it for several seconds, then reached in. Her thumb found the play button. Static filled the archive. Then rain. Then voices. A man she recognized as Deputy Administrator Cresswell said, "Keep the light low." Another voice. Younger than Vivian's current one, but unmistakably hers. Answered. This should have gone to police intake. It did. Briefly. That's not funny. No one is joking. Vivian. A rustle. Plastic. The wet scrape of something being moved. Then her younger voice again. Closer to the recorder. The jaws damaged. But there's a molar. Lower right. Unusual root. It could match the missing person report. Could? Yes. Then write that it could not-y. The recording filled with rain for several seconds. Vivian closed her eyes. Behind her lids, she saw the evidence bag again. The tooth inside it. Not white. Gray at the crown. Dark near the root. With a crooked shape she had thought ugly. Memorable. Inconvenient. Cresswell's hand had been waiting beside hers. Not forcing. Waiting. Then her voice on the tape. Low enough that the recorder almost missed it. If this comes back later, Cresswell said. It won't. Not if the identifier is removed. A pause. Then Vivian said, I'll need a transfer line. There will be one. And the disposal record? Emergency classification. And if someone asks where the tooth went? Another pause. Cresswell's voice softened. Then no one asks. The tape clicked. Vivian's eyes opened. She was crying without having noticed. Tears had cooled on her face in the archive cold. She pressed the recorder against her chest as if it were evidence she could still control by holding it. I didn't bury him, she said. The call screen blinked. No. The word appeared alone. Then another line formed beneath it. You made him unburyable. Vivian let out a small sound. That was the truth the clinic had been waiting to arrange around her. Not murder. Not exactly. Not the first violence. Perhaps Elias Vale had already been dead when she arrived at Henley Cut. Perhaps someone else had put him in the ground, wrapped him in plastic, left him behind the condemned storage building until rain and construction exposed what secrecy had failed to digest. But Vivian had performed the second burial. Cleaner. Official. Permanent. She had buried him in language. No recoverable dental evidence. Identity inconclusive. Emergency transfer approved. She had taken the last thing that could call him by his name and moved it out of the record. She had not needed to know where it went afterward because not knowing was the service she provided to herself. Now she knew. Vivian opened her mouth with trembling fingers and touched the molar. It did not feel like hers anymore. It felt old, rooted too deeply, not growing from her jaw but lodged inside it, held there by the same false sentence she had typed 8 years earlier. The ache had begun 97 days ago because the body beneath Henley Cut had finally lost every other witness. No neighbor. No report. No file that could be searched by name. No family notified. No grave marked. Only the tooth remained. The clinic had not created the pain. It had preserved it. Mrs. Lark's voice came through the archive door. Calm and near. Miss Hartwell, room 3 is ready. The cabinets closed one by one, sealing the files into darkness. The recorder stopped in Vivian's hand. At the end of the archive, the green screen changed. Extraction purpose. Remove final identifier. Vivian understood then what treatment meant. If the tooth came out, the pain would end. The evidence would end. Elias Vale would end in the only place he remained. And she, without the thing that accused her from inside her own mouth, could walk out clean. Not innocent, clean. The archive door opened. Beyond it waited the hallway, the reception desk, the 4 toothless patients, and the lit door of room 3. In the dental chair inside, someone had laid out a bib, a pair of forceps, and a consent form already signed in Vivian's hand. Vivian did not remember walking to room 3. She remembered leaving the archive because there was nowhere else to stand. She remembered the patients in the waiting room turning toward her as she passed, their uncovered mouths dark and empty, their eyes following the shape of her cheek. She remembered Mrs. Lark waiting beside the reception desk with the consent form held flat in both hands, not offering it this time, only displaying the signature as if Vivian might finally understand that permission had never been the question. Then she was inside room 3. The room was narrow, tiled in white that had yellowed near the corners. Cabinets lined one wall. A porcelain sink stood beneath a mirror. The dental chair waited in the center beneath a round examination lamp. Its vinyl cracked along the edges where countless hands had gripped it. On a tray beside the chair lay forceps. A dental elevator. Gauze. A small steel dish. And a glass jar with a paper tag tied around its neck. The tag was blank. Vivian stood in the doorway. "I want to make a correction," she said. Mrs. Lark, behind her, replied. "To what?" "The record." The receptionist moved past her into the room. She adjusted the lamp above the chair. Though it was already angled perfectly. "Which record?" "All of them." The words came too quickly, as bargains often did. Vivian heard the desperation in them and hated it. "I can reconstruct the file. I know where the sealed addendum was stored. I know which public entries were altered. There should be backup logs. Server, image, transfer sheets. I can write a statement." Mrs. Lark placed the consent form on the counter beside the sink. "You can." Vivian stared at her. "Then let me leave." "No. I'm offering to fix it. You are offering to amend it." Vivian's tooth pulsed. "There's a difference." "Mrs. Lark said. The mirror above the sink reflected Vivian from the side. Her mouth looked swollen, though when she touched her cheek, the skin was unchanged. In the reflection, the lower right side of her jaw bulged as if something too large had been forced beneath the gum and left there to take root. Vivian looked away. "Elias Valley," she said. The name felt strange in the room, not because she had forgotten it, but because she had trained herself to treat it as a term from an inactive file. Not a person who had walked somewhere, slept somewhere, opened doors, owned a toothbrush, perhaps paid rent late, perhaps hated wintergreen candies, perhaps had a neighbor who noticed when he vanished. The lamp above the chair flickered once. In the waiting room, someone began to sob without sound. Vivian swallowed. Elias Valley, male, 36, night maintenance worker, found at Henley Cut on October 17th. Probable dental match suppressed before forensic confirmation. The forceps on the tray twitched. Mrs. Lark watched her calmly. "That is not confession. It's a factual correction. Yes, I can submit it." "To whom?" Vivian opened her mouth, then closed it. That had always been the strength of systems. There was never one person to whom the truth belonged. There were departments, supervisors, permissions, reviews, retention rules, appeals, committees, inactive forms, missing passwords, dead administrators, outsourced databases. A fact could be delayed so long that delay became burial. Mrs. Lark picked up a paper bib and shook it open. "Sit down." "Miss Hartwell." Vivian stepped back. No. The hallway behind her seemed to lengthen. Room 3 remained close. But the waiting room beyond had drawn away into a dim tunnel lined with tooth diagrams. At the far end, the patients stood now. All 4 of them, their mouths open, waiting. Vivian turned back to Mrs. Lark. "What happens if I say his name?" "You have said his name." "What happens if I tell the truth?" Mrs. Lark's expression did not change. "Then it has somewhere to go." "And me?" The receptionist's silence was answer enough. Vivian laughed once, quietly, with no humor in it. "So that's the choice. No. Mrs. Lark said, "The choice was 8 years ago. This is the consequence." The tooth moved. Vivian cried out and doubled over, clutching the counter. The sensation was no longer hidden beneath the gum. Something was pushing upward, not to emerge, but to remind her of its exact shape. She tasted blood in old rainwater. For one impossible second, she smelled Henley cut, wet asphalt, disturbed soil, plastic sheeting, Cresswell's wintergreen breath. She saw herself holding the evidence bag. She saw her thumb smoothing the label. She saw the word transferred, not stolen, not destroyed, transferred. Such a clean word. Vivian gripped the edge of the sink and forced herself upright. I didn't know they would erase him completely. Mrs. Lark placed the bib over the dental chair. You knew enough to ask no more questions. The words entered Vivian more deeply than the pain. She looked toward the waiting room again. The little boy stood nearest the corridor. His single gray tooth caught the clinic light. It was no longer shaped like hers in a simple way. It was hers because it had never been hers. It had been carried through records, silence, and flesh until ownership no longer mattered. Vivian's hand went to her mouth. If she let them remove it, the pain would end. She understood that now with terrible certainty. The clinic would take the tooth, seal the jar, close the linked record, and leave her with an empty place her tongue would learn to avoid. Perhaps she would walk back onto the pavement. Perhaps her phone would regain signal. Perhaps the world would accept the corrected absence as easily as it had accepted the first clean. She sat in the chair. Mrs. Lark fastened the bib. Vivian did not resist when the lamp lowered above her face. The forceps gleamed. Mrs. Lark leaned close. Open. Vivian opened her mouth. But before the instrument touched her, before the steel found the tooth, Vivian forced her tongue around the pain and spoke the only full sentence she had avoided for 8 years. Elias Vale was found with a tooth, and I helped remove his name. The lamp went out. In the darkness, every mouth in the clinic began to answer. The answer did not come as speech. It came first as the sound of chairs scraping back in the waiting room. Then bare feet on carpet. Then the soft, wet movements of toothless mouths opening in the dark. Vivian lay under the dead examination lamp with the bib clipped around her neck and Mrs. Lark standing beside her. The forceps still poised above the lower right side of her mouth. No one touched the tooth. No one needed to. Vivian had thought confession would feel like release, or collapse, or punishment, so immediate that the body would recognize it before the mind could form regret. Instead, it felt like administrative failure, like a door in a records office left unlocked after hours, like a file placed in the wrong cabinet where anyone might find it. Her sentence remained in the room. Elias Vale was found with a tooth, and I helped remove his name. The darkness held it carefully. Then, from somewhere near the door, the little boy repeated, Elias Vale. His voice was clearer now. A woman's voice followed, Elias Vale. Then the teenage girl, then the old man. One by one, the names in the clinic began to return, not only Elias's, but others, spoken from the waiting room, from the archive, from behind closed treatment doors. Marakel, Thomas Reed, Alice Mernon, Jonah Pike. Names Vivian did not know, and names she had never seen, but somehow recognized as victims of the same quiet machinery. Each name arrived damaged, but whole enough to stand. Vivian tried to sit up. Mrs. Lark placed one gloved hand on her shoulder. Not harshly. Not kindly. You have given it somewhere to go, she said. What happens now, Mrs.? Lark looked at the blank jar on the tray. Now it leaves you. The tooth came loose without force. Vivian felt no pull. No crack of root from bone. No bright final flare of pain. One moment the molar was in her jaw, enormous with accusation. The next, it rested in the steel dish with a small sound like a pebble dropped into a cup. Her mouth filled with blood. The relief was so immediate that she hated herself for wanting it. Mrs. Lark lifted the tooth with tweezers and placed it into the glass jar. The blank tag darkened as ink appeared across it. Elias Vale identifier restored. Vivian began to cry then. Not loudly. Not beautifully. She cried because the pain was gone. She cried because the absence in her mouth felt almost peaceful. She cried because peace was the last thing she deserved and the first thing her body accepted. The waiting room lights returned. By the time Vivian walked out of room 3, the patients were seated again. Their mouths were no longer empty, not fully restored, not alive in any ordinary sense, but changed. The little boy had several small teeth now. The old man's lower jaw held a crooked row stained by age. The woman in cream covered her lips with 2 trembling fingers, then lowered her hand as if testing the air. Only Vivian kept her mouth closed. Mrs. Lark stood at the reception desk. Can I go? Vivian asked. The receptionist slid a folder across the counter. It was thin, too thin. On the cover, typed in fading green ink, was Hartwell. Vivian M. Status pending. Vivian opened it. The first page was a municipal correction form. The second was a witness statement. The third was blank, except for her signature at the bottom, repeated over and over in slight variations, as if the file could not decide which version of her had committed the act. There was no birth certificate, no employment history, no address, no dental chart. Vivian looked up slowly. Mrs. Lark said, some records cannot hold both the truth and the person who buried it. The entrance door opened. Cold city air entered the waiting room. Vivian turned toward it and saw the pavement outside. The closed tailor's shop. The gray afternoon light. All of it ordinary and available. She stepped forward. The call screen above the desk blinked once. When she looked back, it displayed only one line. Elias Vale released. Then the clinic emptied around her. Months later, the old dental rooms closed. No formal notice appeared in the windows. The peeling blue letters remained on the frosted glass for a while. Then weather took them away. A handwritten sign from the property company eventually appeared beside the door, stating that the unit was unavailable pending structural review. People on the block remembered a dentist there. Vaguely, though no one could agree on the doctor's name. Some said the clinic had shut down years earlier. Others insisted it had never opened at all. No one remembered Vivian Hartwell. Her flat was cleared by the landlord after 3 months of unpaid rent. Her clients received automated replies from an email account that no longer existed. At the old municipal records department, a locked cabinet was found behind a stack of obsolete printers. Inside was one unfinished file labeled Hartwell V. containing only a blank dental chart and a correction request with no department listed. The final line read, "Identifier pending. The clinic stayed dark until winter." Then, on a wet Thursday afternoon, a man named Colin Mercer arrived on the quiet city block with one hand pressed to his jaw. His tooth had been aching for 97 days. His dentist had referred him for an extraction he did not remember booking. He opened the frosted glass door. Inside, the waiting room smelled of antiseptic, chalk, and old paper. The call screen flickered awake. Green letters appeared. Colin Mercer, room 3. A second line formed beneath it. Vivian Hartwell, still waiting. From one of the chairs, a woman in a gray coat covered her mouth and watched him sit down. Some horrors are not born from violence itself, but from the clean language that comes afterward. A body can be hidden in dirt, but a person is truly erased when records, signatures, and careful omissions teach the world not to ask their name. Vivian did not commit the first crime, but she made the silence official. And in the end, the clinic did not punish her for pain. It punished her for relief. If telling the truth meant losing the life you built on a lie, how long would you keep waiting? Story 3. By the time Nora Vey reached the Ashcombe house, the streetlights had already come on, though the sky still held a thin blue seam of evening above the roofs. Haviland Ridge was the kind of suburb that looked less built than arranged. The lawns were too smooth, the hedges too square, the windows too clean to reflect anything clearly. Every house sat back from the road with its porch lights glowing in identical shades of honey, as if the whole neighborhood had agreed never to admit that night could arrive here with teeth. Nora parked her old gray hatchback at the curb instead of in the circular driveway. The driveway seemed too white for her tires. She checked the address again on her phone. 17 Renfield Lane. Babysitting. 7 o'clock in the evening to midnight. $300 cash. Baby already asleep. $300 for 5 hours was absurd. That was the reason she had accepted without asking many questions. Her roommate had joked that rich people paid extra for silence. Nora had laughed because she was supposed to, but the truth was simpler. Her tuition payment was late. Her campus meal card had $14 left on it. The soles of her sneakers had begun to peel at the edges. If a wealthy couple wanted to overpay her to sit in a beautiful house while their infant slept, Nora could pretend not to find it strange. She smoothed her dark sweater, lifted her canvas bag from the passenger seat, and walked up the stone path. The front door opened before she rang. Mrs. Ashcombe stood inside, thin and elegant in a cream-colored dress that looked too formal for dinner out. She had pale hair pulled tightly at the back of her head and a smile that appeared quickly, like a light switched on in an empty room. "Nora," she said, "you're exactly on time." "Hi." "Yes. Thank you for having me." "Of course. Come in before the air changes." Nora paused at that. But Mrs. Ashcombe had already turned away. The house smelled faintly of lemon polish, baby powder, and something older underneath, like wood that had been sealed before it finished drying. The foyer opened into a living room with high ceilings, white walls, and framed black and white photographs of trees. Nothing was out of place. No toys on the rug. No bottle on a table. No blanket tossed over the back of a chair. If not for the baby monitor glowing on the kitchen counter, Nora would not have guessed a child lived there at all. Mr. Ashcombe entered from the hallway, fastening his cufflinks. He was handsome in a neat, tired way, with the fixed calm of someone used to giving instructions that people followed. "Arthur is asleep," he said. Nora nodded. "Great. Any allergies? Feeding schedule? Emergency numbers? All written down." He pointed to a sheet of paper on the counter. "We like things clear." The paper had been printed, not handwritten. Nora noticed the title at the top. House Rules for Sitter. Not Arthur's schedule. Not emergency information. House Rules. "Mrs." Ashcombe saw her looking and said, "Most of it is ordinary." Most of it was not a comforting phrase. Nora read quickly. "Do not enter the primary bedroom. Do not open the basement door. Keep the hallway lights on. Do not move the crib. Do not turn off the baby monitor. Do not sing in the nursery. If Arthur wakes, text us before going in. If you hear breathing, do not look under the crib." Nora looked up. "Mr." Ashcombe was watching her face. "We have old vents," he said smoothly. "The house carries sound strangely." "Mrs." Ashcombe's smile stayed in place, but her fingers pressed into the strap of her evening bag until the leather creased. "The rule matters," she said. Nora had babysat for anxious parents before. She had seen typed instructions about organic formula, white noise machines, screen time, pacifier placement, safe sleep positions, fever protocols, choking hazards, prayer routines, and security systems. She had never seen a rule that told her where not to look. Still, $300. "Okay," Nora said. "Hallway lights stay on. No singing. Don't look under the crib. Mrs." Ashcombe exhaled very quietly. They showed her the kitchen, the bathroom, the living room, the nursery door at the end of the upstairs hall. They did not take her inside. "Mrs." Ashcombe only opened the door a few inches so Nora could see the crib beyond, white bars, pale blue sheet, a small, motionless shape in a sleep sack. Arthur Ashcombe lay on his back with both hands curled beside his face. Peaceful, perfect, almost staged. The hallway lights were already on. 3 brass sconces, casting warm pools along the runner carpet. Beneath their glow, the polished floorboards reflected the nursery door in a long, dark stripe. "Mrs." Ashcombe closed the door with careful softness. "He usually sleeps through," she whispered. "Mr." Ashcombe handed Nora an envelope. Inside was the cash. All of it, paid before the job had even begun. "You have both our numbers," he said. "Text only unless it's an emergency." "What counts as an emergency?" Nora asked. The couple exchanged a look so brief Nora might have missed it if she had not spent much of her life studying adults who thought children were not watching. "Mrs." Ashcombe answered. "You'll know." At 12 minutes past 7 in the evening, their car pulled out of the driveway. At 19 minutes past 7 in the evening, Nora was alone in the kitchen, eating a granola bar from her bag and reading the house rules again. At 26 minutes past 7 in the evening, the baby monitor made a soft clicking sound. Nora glanced at the screen. The image showed Arthur's crib from a high corner angle. The nursery was dim except for a nightlight shaped like a moon. Arthur had not moved. Then the monitor picked up a sound. A slow inhale. A pause. A slow exhale. Nora leaned closer. The baby's chest was still. The breathing came again, wet and patient, from somewhere below the crib. And then her phone vibrated with a text from Mrs. Ashcombe. "Don't go upstairs yet." Nora stared at the message until the screen dimmed in her hand. The words were not alarming by themselves. Parents checked in. Parents worried. Parents imagined every stranger in their house as a mistake they had been forced to trust. She had worked for mothers who asked for photographs every 20 minutes. Fathers who installed cameras in stuffed animals and pretended not to mention them. Couples who wanted time-stamped updates on breathing, feeding, diaper changes, room temperature, door position, and whether their child's left sock had come off again. Still, there was something different about a warning that arrived before she had done anything wrong. Nora typed back, "I'm downstairs. Arthur seems asleep." 3 dots appeared immediately, then vanished, then appeared again. The reply came from Mr. Ashcombe's number, not his wife's. "Good. Keep the monitor volume low. Not off. Low." Nora lowered the volume 1 notch. From the monitor came the faintest thread of sound, not the crisp rhythm of an infant breathing, but something deeper and slower, like air being pulled through cloth. She put the monitor farther away on the counter. The Ashcombes' kitchen was immaculate in a way that made her feel accused. Marble counters, copper pans hanging above an island that had no scratches. A refrigerator covered not in magnets or drawings, but in one small whiteboard listing appointments in tidy black marker. Pediatrician, Pilates, dinner with R+G. No grocery lists, no crooked photographs, no evidence of an ordinary day interrupted by a baby's needs. Nora thought of her mother's old apartment, where nothing had ever stayed clean for more than an hour. Sippy cups in the sink, laundry on chairs, mail piled beside unpaid bills. Her little half-brother, Milo, crying from his playpen while their mother slept after a double shift or disappeared into the bathroom with the shower running long after the water had gone cold. Nora had been 14 when she learned that a child could cry for so long the sound changed shape. First anger, then panic, then betrayal, then something smaller than sound, a hiccuping surrender that made silence feel worse afterward. She had hated herself for knowing the stages. She had hated him more for needing her. The baby monitor clicked again. Nora looked at it too quickly. Arthur had not moved. The crib stood in the middle of the nursery, its white bars glowing faintly in the moon-shaped night light. Beneath it, the darkness looked flat and ordinary. Then the breathing stopped. Nora held still. A moment later, Arthur made a tiny sound, not quite a cry, more like the beginning of one. His face wrinkled. One fist lifted and fell. Her body reacted before her mind did. She straightened, listening. The phone vibrated. "If he stirs, wait." Nora swallowed. She glanced toward the hallway. From where she sat, she could see the staircase rising in a pale curve beside the foyer. Every light upstairs remained on. Warm, controlled, watchful. Arthur made another sound. Sharper this time. Nora hated crying babies. Not because they annoyed her, because they divided her in half. One part of her became efficient, gentle, and automatic. The other part stepped backward inside her own skull and whispered, "Not again. Please. Not again." She had built her life around getting away from that whisper. College was supposed to be proof. Scholarships, loans, cafeteria shifts, tutoring hours, babysitting on weekends. Each responsibility had been chosen because it led somewhere, not because someone had dropped it into her arms and expected gratitude. Still, every time a parent handed her a sleeping child, Nora felt the old trap close for a moment. She remembered Milo at 2 years old, standing in the crib they could not afford to replace, cheeks wet, hair stuck to his forehead. She remembered sitting outside the bedroom door with her back pressed against it, palms over her ears, telling herself she would go in after 1 more minute. 1 more minute had become 5. 5 had become 15. By the time she opened the door, he had stopped crying. That was the part she never told anyone. Not that she had hurt him. Not exactly. He had been fine. Feverish. But fine. Their mother had blamed herself when the ear infection got worse. Nora had let her. The monitor hissed. Arthur began to cry. It was not loud. It was not even full. Just a thin, uncertain wail that trembled through the speaker and entered Nora's chest like a small hand. Her phone lit up again. Do not comfort him with your voice. Nora's fingers tightened around the edge of the counter. Another message arrived. Do not hum. Do not sing. Do not say his name too many times. Arthur cried again, underneath the sound. Almost hidden by it, came the breathing. Slow inhale, pause, slow exhale. Nora stepped toward the kitchen doorway before she realized she had moved. Her phone vibrated 1 more time. This message came from Mrs. Mall. Ashcombe, it learns what makes you come closer. Nora did not go upstairs. For almost a full minute, she stood in the kitchen doorway with 1 hand braced against the frame, looking toward the staircase while Arthur's crying came through the baby monitor in thin, uneven bursts. Each sound seemed to pull at some old wire inside her. Not sympathy exactly, something closer to command. Go to him. Fix it. Make it stop. The breathing beneath the crying continued, slow and patient, as if whatever made it had all the time in the house. Nora forced herself back to the counter and picked up the monitor. The screen gave off a bluish glow that made her fingertips look bloodless. Arthur was still on his back. His face had tightened. Mouth open. Eyes squeezed shut. He kicked once inside the sleep sack. A small, helpless movement that made Nora's throat close. Under the crib, the darkness shifted. Nora leaned closer before she could stop herself. At first, she thought it was only the monitor struggling with low light. Digital grain moved in the shadows, a crawling texture along the floorboards. She had seen that before on cheap cameras. Pixels breathing where nothing else did. But the Ashcombes did not own cheap anything. The nursery image was sharp enough for her to see the carved detail on the crib legs, the soft wrinkle in Arthur's sheet, the narrow seam where the rug ended beside the wall. The shadow under the crib should have been still. It lengthened, not outward, not exactly. It gathered itself toward the center beneath Arthur, becoming darker where darkness already was. The shape did not match the crib legs. It did not follow the moon-shaped nightlight. It moved against the light, against the camera angle, against the ordinary rules Nora depended on without thinking. Arthur stopped crying. The silence that followed was worse. Nora realized she had lifted the monitor nearly to her face. On the screen, Arthur lay perfectly still now. Eyes open. He was looking down. Not at the camera, not at the door, down through the bars of the crib, toward the place beneath him. Then his mouth curved. It was not a baby's sleepy reflex. Nora had seen those. It was too slow, too aware. A small, delighted smile, as if someone he knew had made a face from under the bed. Nora set the monitor down too hard. The plastic knocked against the marble counter. Her phone vibrated immediately. Do not react where it can hear you. Nora stared at the message. She had not texted them. She had not called. She had not made any sound except the tiny clack of the monitor against stone. Another message appeared. The monitor carries both ways. Nora's eyes moved to the small black speaker grill beneath the screen. She had assumed it was only for sound coming from the nursery, a receiving device, a harmless thing. Of course, rich people would have two-way audio. Of course, they would forget to mention it. Or they had not forgotten. Arthur gave a soft laugh through the speaker. Nora's skin tightened from her wrists to her shoulders. It was a bright little sound, almost sweet. The kind of sound parents recorded and sent to grandparents. But beneath it came another noise. Not laughter. Not breathing now. But a damp clicking, like a tongue touching the roof of a mouth too large for it. Nora reached for the volume button. Her phone vibrated before she touched it. Low. Not off. She pulled her hand back. The monitor image flickered once. For half a second, the view changed. The crib remained in frame. But the room looked different. Darker. Older. The moon nightlight was gone. The crib sheet was not pale blue, but yellowed white. Something lay on the floor beside the crib, a long shape in jeans and a pink sweatshirt. One arm bent beneath the body. Brown hair spilled across the rug. Then the screen snapped back. Arthur blinked up at the ceiling. Peaceful again. Nora could hear her own pulse in her ears. She told herself it was interference. Some stored image glitching from a previous recording. A security system error. A corrupted feed. There were explanations. There were always explanations if you were frightened enough to need one. Her phone lit again. This time it was Mrs. Ashcombe. If it cries, do not sing. Nora frowned, confused despite herself. Arthur was no longer crying. Then the sound came through the monitor. Not from Arthur, from beneath him. A small, wet sob. It rose slowly, awkwardly, as if something were trying to remember how a baby sounded. Then came another, and another. The thing under the crib began to cry in Arthur's voice. Nora backed away from the counter until her spine touched the refrigerator. Her phone vibrated one final time. It likes lullabies best because they make people kneel. Nora did not move for several seconds after the last message arrived. The refrigerator hummed against her back, somewhere inside the walls. Pipes ticked softly, as if the house were settling its bones. On the baby monitor, the crying continued in uneven little bursts, each one shaped almost perfectly like Arthur's voice, and yet not right. The timing was wrong. Babies cried from need, from discomfort, from hunger or fear or loneliness. This crying seemed to wait after every sob, listening for what it had done. Nora's mind reached for ordinary things. Old house, bad acoustics, baby monitor feedback, a vent beneath the nursery floor carrying sound from another room, parents with terrible boundaries and an expensive security system. Stress. She repeated the word silently until it became almost useful. Stress could make a person misread shadows. Stress could sharpen old memories until they cut into the present. Stress could make a baby's cry sound like accusation. She had read about auditory illusions in one of her child development classes. The brain filled gaps. The brain imposed patterns. Exhausted caregivers heard phantom crying in showers, in engines, in the rush of air conditioners. Mothers woke to babies that had not cried. Nurses heard monitors after leaving the hospital. The body learned alarm so thoroughly it invented one when silence became too large. Nora was not a mother. She reminded herself of that. She was a sitter. Temporary. Paid. Replaceable. The sobbing beneath the crib stopped. Arthur slept. The shadow under the crib lay flat again. Nora inhaled carefully through her nose and tasted lemon polish on the back of her throat. Her phone buzzed. Good. She stared at that single word until irritation, sharp and welcome, rose through the fear. They were watching, maybe not through cameras, but through the monitor, through whatever system rich families used to make sure hired people remembered their place. They had known when she startled, known when she reached for the volume, known when she almost went upstairs. That was easier to be angry at than breathing under a crib. Nora typed, "I need to know what's actually going on." No answer. She typed again. "Is there an animal under the crib? A speaker? Is this some kind of sleep training method?" 3 dots appeared. Vanished. Then, "Mr. Ashcombe replied, "The rules are sufficient." Nora laughed once. Quietly. Without humor. Arthur twitched on the monitor. The shadow beneath the crib twitched with him a fraction too late. Nora looked away. She walked through the kitchen, needing movement, needing proof that the house was only a house. The sink was clean. The pantry was arranged by height and label. The living room had cream furniture no one seemed to sit on. Near the front door, a silver tray held keys, a folded scarf, and a small porcelain rabbit with 1 chipped ear. Normal things. Expensive. Cold. Normal things. She found the thermostat in the hall and pressed the display. 72 degrees. The air still felt colder near the staircase. She crouched beside the lower wall, feeling for a vent, and found one behind a narrow console table. Warm air whispered against her palm. There. Pipes. Vents. Airflow. Sound traveled strangely. That was what Mr. Ashcombe had said. She followed the wall, checking for another vent, and noticed a door beside the kitchen that she had overlooked earlier. It was not the basement door. That one stood at the far end of the hall, painted black, with a brass bolt fixed high above the knob like something meant to keep out a clever child. This door was smaller and painted the same soft white as the trim. Mudroom. Probably. Nora opened it. Cold air touched her face. The room beyond smelled of damp wool, rubber soles, and old rain. Coats hung from hooks. Boots lined the tile floor in pairs. There was a washer and dryer stacked in the corner. A utility sink. Shelves of cleaning supplies. And beneath the bench, several woven storage baskets. One basket had been pushed farther back than the others. Nora would have missed it if its handle had not caught on the hem of a child's yellow raincoat hanging above. She crouched. The basket was heavier than it looked. Inside were things that did not belong to the Ashcombes. A cracked phone charger. A cheap cherry lip balm. A college ID on a blue lanyard. A paperback novel with a receipt tucked halfway through. A purple scrunchie. Nora's mouth went dry. She lifted the ID. The photograph showed a girl about her age with round cheeks, dark curls, and a shy, practiced smile. The name beneath it read, Kelsey Marin Breyer, Glen Community College. Nora turned the card over. Someone had written on the back in black marker, Sitter March 8. The date was from 2 months ago. Nora checked the basket again, more carefully this time. At the bottom, beneath a folded hoodie, lay another ID. Then another. Different schools, different faces, different names. All young women, all marked with dates. A slow breath filled the baby monitor in the kitchen. Nora froze, still crouched in the mudroom. The monitor was too far away for the sound to be clear, but she heard it anyway, threading through the open door and down the hall. Inhale, pause, exhale. Her phone vibrated in her pocket. She did not want to look. She did. The message was from Mrs. Ashcombe. Please put those back before Arthur notices someone new is missing. Nora put the IDs back exactly as she had found them. At least, she tried to. Her hands had begun to shake. Not violently, but enough that the blue lanyard slipped twice from her fingers and the purple scrunchie rolled beneath the bench. She reached for it and felt the tile under her palm, cold and faintly damp, as though someone had recently tracked rain through the mudroom and wiped away every footprint except the feeling of them. In the kitchen, the monitor carried another slow breath. Arthur did not cry. That was what frightened her most. She returned to the kitchen with the careful walk of someone passing a sleeping animal. The baby monitor waited on the counter, its screen still filled with the nursery. Arthur lay awake in the crib. His face was turned slightly toward the bars, his eyes angled downward. He smiled, not at Nora, not at the camera, at the shadow beneath him. Nora's phone was still in her hand. She typed with both thumbs, making mistakes and deleting them. I found the other sitter's things. I'm calling the police. She stared at the message. Then she added, this isn't funny. Before she could send it, the upstairs hallway lights flickered. Once, twice. The monitor image brightened and dimmed in rhythm with them. The nursery swelling from soft gray to almost black and back again. Arthur's smile did not change. Nora looked toward the staircase. From downstairs, she could see the top landing and the first stretch of hall. All 3 sconces were still lit, but their glow trembled inside the polished floorboards. The reflection made the hallway look liquid, as though light had been poured there and was struggling not to spill. Her unsent text vanished. The message field emptied by itself. Nora stared at the blank screen. A new message appeared from Mrs. Ashcombe. Please don't make promises to people who won't arrive in time. Nora's breath caught. She dialed emergency services anyway. The call failed before it rang. No signal. That was impossible. She had service when she arrived. She checked the Wi-Fi. Connected. Full bars. She tried to load a web page. Nothing. She tried her roommate. Failed. She tried texting the police. The message sat there. Unsent. With a thin gray line beneath it. On the monitor, Arthur laughed again. The sound was light. Delighted. Almost proud. The breathing underneath deepened. Nora set the phone down and forced herself to think. Front door. Car. Neighboring houses. Rich suburbs had alarm systems, cameras, bored people watching through curtains. If she could get outside, she could run to the nearest porch and make enough noise to become someone else's problem. She moved toward the foyer. The moment her foot touched the first black and white tile, Arthur began to cry. Not the thing beneath him. Arthur. The sound tore through the monitor. Raw and sudden. A real baby's cry. Shocked. Afraid. Human. Nora stopped as if someone had caught the back of her sweater. No. She knew this trick. She knew it now. The house wanted her to hesitate. The thought came so clearly that it felt placed inside her. She took another step toward the door. Arthur's cry sharpened into a choking sound. Nora turned back. On the monitor, he had rolled slightly to one side. His face pressed near the crib bars. His tiny fingers opened and closed against the sheet. Beneath the crib, the shadow had risen. Not enough to show a shape. Only enough to make the darkness look thick. Crowded. Eager. The hallway lights flickered again. When they steadied, the nursery door at the top of the stairs looked farther away. Nora blinked. It was a childish thought. Impossible and immediate. The hall had stretched. The sconces were spaced wider apart. The runner carpet seemed longer, its red pattern repeating too many times between the landing and the nursery door. She looked down at the foyer. The front door stood 10 feet away. Arthur gagged on another cry. Nora whispered, "Stop." The baby monitor crackled. "Mrs." Ashcombe's voice came through the speaker, though no call had connected. "Nor," she said softly. "Don't ask the house for anything unless you mean to give it something back." Nora grabbed the monitor. The nursery image distorted, lines tearing across the screen. For a moment she saw the room not from above, but from beneath the crib, looking out through wooden bars at a kneeling figure. Not a previous sitter this time. Herself. Her own face pale with tears. Mouth open around a lullaby she had not sung yet. Then the image snapped back. Arthur had stopped crying again. He lay smiling down through the bars, his eyes bright in the dim nursery. The hallway lights flickered one by one, each flare pulling the nursery door a little farther away. And from under the crib, something whispered in Arthur's voice, perfectly clear through the monitor. "Nora, come look." Nora did not go to the nursery. The whisper still hung in the kitchen, impossibly small and intimate, as though the speaker in the monitor had leaned close to her ear. "Nora, come look." She reached for the front door instead. The foyer tiles seemed colder through her sneakers than they had before. Her phone still had no service. The monitor sat on the kitchen counter behind her, but the breathing carried down the hall without it now, slipping through the walls, under the doors, between the floorboards. The sound was not loud. It did not need to be. It had learned that quiet things made people listen harder. Nora grabbed the brass handle and pulled. The door did not open. She turned the lock. It clicked obediently. She pulled again. Nothing. No rattling chain. No stuck weather seal. No mechanical resistance she could understand. The door simply refused to become an opening. Arthur giggled upstairs. Nora backed away. The hallway lights flickered. This time, when they steadied, a door stood open halfway along the upstairs corridor. It was not the nursery. Nora had noticed that door during the Ashcombes' brief tour. They had called it a guest room and moved past it without slowing. Now it stood ajar, revealing darkness beyond the frame. Not absolute darkness, but a dense gray dimness. As if the room had been waiting with its lights off for years. The nursery door remained at the end of the stretched hall, impossibly distant. Arthur made no sound. The open guest room felt closer. That was how the house worked. Nora realized it did not only frighten, it offered alternatives. Not safety, not escape, a lesser wrong. She found herself on the stairs without deciding to climb them. Each step gave beneath her just enough to complain. The polished banister was cold and dry under her palm. At the landing, the air changed. It smelled less of lemon polish and more of powder, stale perfume, and wet cloth sealed in plastic. The hallway had lengthened again. The sconces burned steadily now, but the space between each one looked too wide. The nursery door waited at the far end, small as a door in a dollhouse. The guest room stood open on her left. Nora pushed it wider with 2 fingers. The room had no bed. At first, her mind refused the arrangement. It wanted a bed, nightstand, curtains, a guest towel folded on a chair. Instead, the room was filled with belongings. Backpacks lined one wall, canvas totes, cheap purses, folded coats, shoes placed in pairs beneath them. A row of phones rested on a low dresser, each attached to a charger that had gone useless long ago. On the carpet sat 5 baby monitors, all dark except one. Nora stepped inside. The air felt occupied. Printed instruction sheets covered the far wall in neat rows, pinned from ceiling to baseboard. Some were identical to the one downstairs. Others had small changes. Keep the hallway lights on. Do not sing in the nursery. If the crib moves, leave the room without turning around. If the child under the crib answers you, do not answer back. If you hear your own name from below, you have already waited too long. Nora moved closer, her eyes jumping from page to page. The dates at the top went back years. Some sheets were clean, others were wrinkled, water-stained, torn at the corners, or marked with notes in different handwriting. One had a line circled again and again. Do not kneel. Beneath it, someone had written, I only wanted to see if she was hurt. Nora's stomach tightened. She turned to the belongings. The first backpack had a keychain shaped like a strawberry. The second had textbooks inside. Nursing anatomy, community health, infant nutrition. The third held a folded work shirt from a grocery store. In one purse she found peppermints, tampons, a buzz pass, a photograph of 2 girls making faces at a beach. Ordinary lives, interrupted so completely that their smallest objects had become evidence. On the dresser, the only glowing monitor showed the nursery. Not now. Earlier, the timestamp in the corner read 3/8, 42 minutes past 10 at night. A girl in a pink sweatshirt knelt beside Arthur's crib. Kelsey Marin. Nora recognized the round cheeks from the ID in the basket. Her body was angled toward the darkness beneath the crib, one hand gripping the white bars as if she were trying not to fall forward. No sound came from the monitor at first. Then Kelsey whispered, "Are you stuck?" The shadow under the crib moved. Kelsey leaned lower. Nora wanted to look away. She did not. On screen, Kelsey began to hum. A lullaby. Soft. Embarrassed. Instinctive. The nursery lights flickered, Kelsey's face changed, not with fear, with pity. "Oh," she whispered. "Oh, you poor thing." Something pale unfolded beneath the crib. The screen went black. All 5 monitors in the room turned on at once. Different timestamps. Different girls. Different nights. Every screen showed the same final shape, a babysitter kneeling beside the crib, bending toward the dark because something underneath had convinced her it needed help. Then the guest room door clicked shut behind Nora, and from every monitor at once, in 5 borrowed voices, came the same soft warning. "She's watching you from under there now." Nora tried the guest room door 3 times before she understood that it had not locked. It had become part of the wall. The knob turned smoothly beneath her hand. The latch clicked. The door even gave the smallest wooden sigh. The sound of something prepared to open. But the seam around the frame had disappeared. No line. No crack. No thin darkness between door and jamb. Paint ran from wall to door in one unbroken surface, as though the room had been sealed around her while she watched the monitors. Behind her, the 5 screens glowed. "She's watching you from under there now." The borrowed voices said again, not together this time, but one after another, each voice softer than the last. Kelsey's voice was the final one. Nora turned slowly. The monitors had changed. They no longer showed girls kneeling beside the crib. Each screen displayed a different document, filmed from above as if laid on a desk under harsh white light. Employment forms, printed messages, payment receipts, missing person reports. The first document bore the Ashcombs' address. Child care agreement, temporary overnight care. The sitter's name had been typed neatly. Kelsey, Marin. The payment amount was the same as Nora's, $300, paid in advance. A signature line at the bottom had been completed in Kelsey's round handwriting. The next screen showed another agreement. Maribel, Dove Sitter, January 14. Then another. Tessa Rowntree Sitter, November 2, another. Leanh Fletch Sitter, August 19. Nora stepped closer, pulled by horror and recognition. All the names from the IDs, all the dates, each one carefully filed. Not hidden in panic, but preserved with the same neatness as the Ashcombs' kitchen. The screens flickered again. Now they showed news clippings. Local students still missing after night shift. Police seek information on vanished caregiver. Young woman last seen near Haviland Ridge. The articles moved too quickly for Nora to read everything. But the pattern was clear. Different girls. Different public explanations. Runaway. Unconfirmed sighting. Troubled home life. No evidence of foul play. Families asking for help until newspapers lost interest. Nora pressed both hands over her mouth. The room seemed to breathe with her. No, not with her. Against her. Inhale when she exhaled. Exhale when she tried to hold still. On the dresser, beneath one of the monitors, lay a black binder she had not noticed before. Its cover was unmarked except for a white label. Placements. Nora opened it. Inside were printed emails, text exchanges, calendar pages, and photographs taken from social media profiles. The Ashcombs had not chosen randomly. They had studied the girls. Nora saw notes beside each name. Works with children. Responds quickly to distress. Older sister. Parentified. Likely compliant. Nursing student. Strong rescue instinct. Financial pressure. Will accept high pay. Lives alone. Delayed missing report likely. Her fingers stopped. There, halfway down the next page, was her own photograph. Not from the babysitting app. From her college childcare program page. A group photo cropped around her face. Nora Vey, age 22. Below it, someone had written, early childhood development, scholarship dependent, history of family caretaking, half-brother, Milo Vey. Mother, unreliable. Subject avoids discussing responsibility but responds to infant distress. Good candidate. Nora felt the room tilt. Milo's name looked wrong in someone else's file. Not because it was misspelled, because it was accurate. She turned the page with numb fingers. Printed beneath her profile was a transcript of messages she had sent through the babysitting app. Her availability. Her rate. Her polite reply to Mrs. Ashcomb's offer. Then another page, a background check. Then another, an old local clinic invoice for Milo's untreated ear infection. Dated 8 years ago. Nora dropped the binder. The sound it made on the carpet was soft and final. A folded note slipped from the back pocket. It was handwritten on yellow legal paper. Not in the Ashcombs' neat print. The writing shook so badly some words slanted into others. Nora crouched and picked it up. It only comes for the ones who look because they care. Below that, another line had been added. But caring is not the same as love. Sometimes it is guilt wearing a softer face. Nora read it twice, then a third time. The words found the place inside her she had spent years stepping around. Milo crying behind a closed door. Nora sitting with her back against it, furious at a 2-year-old for needing what no one had ever given her freely. Then opening the door too late and telling herself that late was still enough. One of the monitors clicked. Nora looked up. The screen showed the nursery in real time. Arthur was asleep again. Beneath the crib, in the black space between the legs, 2 pale hands appeared slowly on the floorboards. They were small, too small, a child's hands. Then, something under the crib began to hum the lullaby Nora used to sing to Milo, the one she had never told the Ashcombs about. The lullaby was not being played. That was Nora's first desperate explanation. There had to be a speaker somewhere under the crib, hidden beside a vent or taped to the underside of the wooden slats. The Ashcombs had found out about Milo somehow. They had found the hospital invoice. Maybe they had found old videos, old posts. Some fragment of her mother's life she had forgotten was public. They were using it, testing her, punishing her. Something human, no matter how cruel, was still easier to survive than the alternative. But the humming did not sound recorded. It hesitated where Nora used to hesitate. It softened on the same note she never quite reached. It paused in the place where Milo would usually stop crying long enough to hiccup, then begin again. Nora backed away from the monitors until her shoulder hit the wall of instruction sheets. Paper whispered behind her. One loose page slipped from its pin and drifted to the carpet. On the screen, the small hands under Arthur's crib flexed. They were not Milo's hands. She knew that before she could name why. Milo had bitten his nails when he was little. One finger had a tiny white scar from where he had caught it in a drawer. These hands were smoother, paler, almost unfinished. Like a child shaped by someone who remembered the idea of children but not the details. The humming stopped. Arthur opened his eyes. He did not cry. He did not look frightened. He turned his head carefully toward the camera and smiled. That smile had looked wrong before because Nora thought it belonged to a baby responding to something hidden. Now she understood. He was not smiling at the thing under the crib. He was smiling with it. The monitor nearest her flickered. A new recording appeared, older than the others. The image was grainy. The colors washed almost gray. Same nursery, same crib, same angle. The timestamp was from 9 years ago. Mrs. Ashcombe knelt beside the crib, younger, hair loose around her face. She was crying silently, one hand pressed over her mouth. Mr. Ashcombe stood behind her with both hands on her shoulders, not comforting her so much as holding her in place. In the crib lay an infant Nora did not recognize. Not Arthur. The baby was too still. Under the crib, nothing moved. Mrs. Ashcombe whispered, "Please, take someone else." The screen crackled. Mr. Ashcombe said, "We did what you asked." The baby in the crib gave no response. Then, from beneath the crib, came a wet inhale. Mrs. Ashcombe bent lower. Trembling, "What do you want?" A child's voice answered from the dark. "Someone who comes when I cry." Nora's knees weakened. The recording skipped forward. The nursery was brighter now. A young woman Nora had never seen entered wearing a red winter coat. The first sitter. Maybe. She carried a diaper bag and a paper cup of coffee. She looked nervous, polite, underpaid. The baby in the crib began to whimper. The sitter approached. Beneath the crib, the shadow thickened. Mrs. Ashcombe's voice came faintly from somewhere off-screen, whispering through an older monitor, "Don't look." But the sitter was already kneeling. The image cut to black. All the monitors returned to the present. Nora understood then. Not all of it, but enough. The baby was not the hostage. The baby was the candle in the window. Arthur was warm skin, soft breath, helpless fingers, the perfect shape of need, a living lure placed above the dark. He slept peacefully because nothing in the house wanted him. Not really. He was protected the way bait was protected until the trap was sprung. The thing beneath the crib was the house's true child. Not born. Kept. Fed by every person who heard crying and could not bear the possibility that leaving it alone made them cruel. It did not eat kindness. Kindness alone would have been too clean. It ate the moment when care and guilt became indistinguishable. It ate the kneeling, the looking, the whispered, helpless words people gave to the dark because they needed to believe they were not the sort who would leave a child suffering. Nora pressed her hands over her ears. The lullaby continued inside her head. A baby monitor on the dresser turned toward her without being touched. From its speaker came Mrs. Ashcombe's voice. "Live this time." Thin with distance. "We tried feeding it people who didn't care," she said. "It wouldn't take them." Mr. Ashcombe added quietly, "It knows the difference." Nora looked at the nursery screen. Arthur's smile faded. His face crumpled. Beneath the crib, the pale hands withdrew into shadow. Then the thing under the crib began to cry like Milo on the night Nora had waited outside his door. Not an imitation, a memory, and this time, from under the crib. It whispered, "You heard me then." 2. The words did not come only from the monitor. They came from the sealed guest room, from the pinned instruction sheets, from the floorboards under Nora's shoes. from the space behind her own ribs where certain memories had been stored without names. The crying beneath the crib rose and fell. Milo's cry, not the one she remembered telling herself about afterward, not the softened version, trimmed by time and self-forgiveness. This was the real sound, thin from fever, raw from calling too long. A toddler's voice breaking itself against a closed door while Nora sat on the other side with her knees drawn to her chest and her hands pressed over her ears. She had not been studying. That was the lie she usually told herself. She had not been buried in homework, panicked over exams, trying to hold the household together while their mother slept. She had been on the phone. The memory opened fully, and with it came the yellow light of their old hallway, the smell of microwave noodles, the vibration of her cheap phone warming against her cheek. She had been talking to a boy named Adrian from school, a boy who made her feel, for 1 hour at a time, like someone other than a second mother in a cramped apartment. Milo had cried from the bedroom. Nora had rolled her eyes. Adrian had laughed softly and asked if she had a kid. She had said no. She had said, "It's just my brother. He does this." Milo had cried harder. She remembered standing, walking to his door, and placing her hand on the knob. Then Adrian had said, "Don't go. I like talking to you." And Nora had taken her hand away. 1 more minute. That was the shape of her guilt. Not cruelty, not violence. A choice, small enough to deny. A minute stolen for herself. Then another, until Milo's crying became strange. Then weak, then silent. By morning, his fever had worsened. By afternoon, they were in urgent care. By evening, her mother was crying into forms, saying she should have noticed sooner. Nora had let the blame settle where it was offered. She had not caused everything. That was true. She had also not done nothing. That was true. 2. The guest room door opened. No sound. No struggle. The seam returned to the wall as if it had always been there, and the door drifted inward on its own. Beyond it, the hallway lights burned in a long golden line. The nursery door no longer looked far away. It stood at the end of the hall, close enough to reach. The house had stopped stretching. It had made its offer plain. Nora stepped into the corridor. Every monitor in the guest room stayed on behind her. 5 screens. 5 girls. 5 moments of kneeling. She felt them watching, not accusing exactly, but waiting with the terrible patience of those who had already made the choice she was being given. Her phone vibrated. "Mrs. Ashcombe, you can still leave the hallway." Another message followed from Mr. Ashcombe. "If you obey, it may lose interest." Nora almost laughed. May. That was the kind of word people used when they had already survived by letting others test the danger first. Arthur cried from the nursery now. The real Arthur. She could hear him without the monitor. Small and frightened above the deeper sobbing below. 2 children crying in one room. 1 living. 1 pretending. Or perhaps 1 living and 1 made from all the children adults had failed to answer in time. Nora reached the nursery door. Her hand closed around the knob. The lullaby waited in her throat. She could feel it there, familiar as a bruise. The song she had sung to Milo after the clinic visit, when he would not look at her and she needed him to forgive what he was too young to understand. The song had never been comfort, not fully. It had been an apology disguised as tenderness. Do not sing. Do not kneel. Do not look. The rules were simple. The rules were sufficient. The rules were built by people who had learned how to live beside a hungry thing by making sure someone else eventually broke them. Nora opened the door. The nursery smelled of warm milk, powder, and damp wood. Arthur lay in the crib, red-faced and crying. His little hands grabbed at nothing. Beneath him, the darkness pulsed gently between the crib legs. Nora. Milo's voice whispered from below. She stood very still. "I'm sorry," she said. The crying stopped. Both cries. Arthur stared at her. The thing under the crib waited. Nora understood then that apology was not enough. Apology was another way of standing outside the door, naming the sound without opening it. She took one step closer, then another. The hallway lights behind her went out one by one. Nora lowered herself beside the crib, knees touching the soft rug. Underneath, something breathed. And just before she bent to look, Arthur smiled down at her like someone watching a lesson finally learned. When Nora bent to look beneath the crib, she expected darkness, some frightened. Stubborn part of her still believed that the final truth would have a shape she could understand. A child's face, a mouth, hands, teeth, eyes reflecting the moon-shaped night light. Something terrible. Yes, but visible. Something that could be seen once and named forever after. Instead, she saw a room, not the nursery. A narrow bedroom with peeling yellow paint and a crib pushed against the wall. A towel lay beneath the window to catch rain that leaked through the frame. A plastic dinosaur rested on its side near the door. Beyond that door came the muffled sound of a girl laughing into a phone, trying to keep her voice low so no one would remember she was supposed to be responsible. Nora saw herself at 14. She saw the cheap phone pressed to her ear. She saw her own hand touch Milo's doorknob, then pull away. She saw the little boy inside the crib, cheeks flushed, hair damp, standing on unsteady legs. He did not look monstrous. He did not look accusing. He looked confused by the closed door, by the fact that the person who usually came had chosen not to. The sight hurt more than teeth would have. Nora tried to speak, but the air beneath the crib entered her mouth first. Cold, wet, patient. Above her, Arthur made a soft, delighted sound. The hallway lights went out completely. After that, the Ashcombe house became quiet. Mrs. Ashcombe and her husband returned at 6 minutes past midnight. Their car rolled into the driveway without headlights. They entered through the front door and found the kitchen clean. The monitor on the counter, the envelope gone from Nora's bag, but the cash still inside. Her phone lay beside it. Screen black. Battery dead. The nursery door was closed. Arthur slept peacefully. Beneath the crib, nothing moved that they could see from the doorway. Mrs. Ashcombe stood very still. Mr. Ashcombe walked to the kitchen, gathered the printed house rules, and placed them in a drawer with many others. He did not speak until his wife came downstairs. "Did she sing?" he asked. Mrs. Ashcombe looked at the baby monitor. On the screen, Arthur slept on his back. His hands were curled beside his face. His breathing was even. "No," she said. There was relief in her voice, but not much. 3 days later, Nora Vay's roommate reported her missing. The police visited Haviland Ridge once. Mr. and Mrs. Ashcombe were cooperative. They showed messages confirming the job had ended at midnight. They explained that Nora had left through the front door, according to their security system. The footage showed a young woman in Nora's sweater crossing the lawn at 11 minutes past midnight. Head lowered against the cold. Her face was not visible. The police searched her car, which remained parked at the curb. They found no blood, no signs of struggle, no indication that she had intended to run. There was some discussion of stress, financial pressure, college burnout, family history, the ordinary phrases people use when a life disappears without giving them a clean wound to examine. Nora's mother called twice, then stopped when the calls went to voicemail. Milo sent one text. "Where are you?" The message stayed unread. By summer. The Ashcombe house looked no different from the other houses on Renfield Lane. The hedges were trimmed. The windows shone. Arthur's stroller appeared sometimes on the front walk, pushed by Mrs. Ashcombe beneath the pale shade of maple trees. Neighbors waved. She waved back. No one asked why the Ashcombes never kept the same sitter. In August, a new listing appeared on the babysitting app. One-night childcare needed. Infant already asleep. Must be calm, reliable, and comfortable following specific instructions. Excellent pay. The girl who answered was named Paige Holloway. She was 19, home from college for the summer, saving money for a nursing program. Her profile said she had 3 younger siblings and extensive childcare experience. She arrived at 6:58 p.m. in a borrowed car and apologized for being early. Mrs. Ashcombe smiled. "You're exactly on time." The tour was brief. Kitchen, bathroom, living room, staircase, nursery at the end of the upstairs hall. Arthur was older now, but still small enough to sleep in the white crib. He lay under a pale blue blanket, thumb resting near his mouth. The hallway lights were already on. Mr. Ashcombe handed Paige an envelope. "All the rules are written down," he said. Paige read them with the same uneasy smile Nora once had. "Do not look under the crib?" she asked. "Old vents." Mr. Ashcombe said. Mrs. Ashcombe looked past Paige toward the nursery door. The house carries sound strangely. At 14 minutes past 7 in the evening, the Ashcombes left. At 22 minutes past 7 that evening, Paige sat alone in the kitchen, turning the baby monitor toward her. For a while, Arthur slept. Then the speaker clicked. A slow inhale. A pause. A slow exhale. Paige leaned closer. The crib remained still. Arthur's chest rose and fell softly. But beneath the crib, in the dark space between the legs, the monitor showed something pale. Not hands. A face. It was only visible in reflection against the polished floorboards below the crib. A young woman's face, half hidden in shadow, eyes open, cheek pressed sideways as if she were lying beneath the world and looking up through it. Paige frowned. On the screen, the face's lips parted. The baby monitor carried a soft breath into the kitchen. Then, in a voice that sounded almost like the beginning of a lullaby, Nora whispered, "Don't come closer unless you mean it." Paige froze. Above the shadow, Arthur opened his eyes. He looked down and smiled. Some horrors do not ask whether we are kind. They ask why we need so badly to prove that we are. Nora's fear was not simply the thing beneath the crib. but the memory of a moment when she chose herself and let someone smaller keep crying. The house understood that guilt could be stronger than love, and far easier to bait. Maybe the darkest traps are not built from cruelty, but from the part of us that cannot bear to be seen as cruel. If you heard crying from under the crib, would you obey the rules? Or would you look? Story 4. Eleven Price boarded the train, leaving Paddington at 11:47 with one suitcase. No return ticket, and a name that had not belonged to her for very long. It was not the first time she had left a place under cover of darkness. She had grown skilled at quiet departures, unpaid bills settled in cash, forwarding addresses left blank, curtains drawn before neighbors learned to expect her silhouette in the window. By 36, she understood that a life could be folded neatly if one knew which corners to crease. Bank cards could be canceled. Phones could be replaced. Landlords could be thanked in polite emails. People remembered less than they believed they did. Names, especially, were fragile things. She had chosen this one carefully. Eleven Price sounded old enough to be trusted and plain enough to be forgotten. It looked natural on envelopes. It sat well beneath a passport photograph. It was the kind of name a receptionist might type without asking how to spell it twice. Not memorable. Not false in any dramatic way. Simply useful. Outside the train, London lay wet and yellow beneath the station lights. Rain trembled along the glass roof high above the platforms, blurring the iron ribs into something skeletal. Commuters moved in tired lines around her. Their coats darkened at the shoulders. Their faces turned downward toward phones and departure boards. The loudspeaker announced delays to Bristol, cancellations to Exeter, a platform alteration no one seemed to hear. Her train waited at the far end, quieter than the others. It was an old sleeper service, though the ticket website had called it refurbished. The carriages wore fresh navy paint, but beneath it Eleven noticed scratches, old rivet lines, the dull suggestion of age badly disguised. Warm light glowed behind the windows. A thin ribbon of steam drifted along the platform edge, though she knew modern trains did not breathe like that anymore. She checked the number on her ticket. Coach C, seat 18. The suitcase wheels clicked behind her as she walked. Each click sounded too crisp in the damp platform air, like a small lock closing again and again. At the door, a conductor stood waiting. He was tall, narrow-shouldered, and formally dressed in a dark uniform that looked almost correct. His cap sat low over silver hair. Brass buttons ran down his coat, polished to a soft shine. He held no scanner, no ticket punch, no tablet glowing with passenger lists. Only a black notebook rested in one gloved hand, its cover worn smooth at the corners. "Good evening," he said. His voice was gentle, not unfriendly. That made Eleven dislike it at once. She lifted her phone, ready to show the digital ticket. "Coach C, in due course," he said. "Your full name, please." Eleven paused. Behind her, a young man in a rain-spotted parka shifted his backpack from one shoulder to the other. An elderly couple stood beyond him, murmuring about luggage space. No one else seemed surprised by the question. "My ticket's here," Eleven said. "I don't require tickets tonight." The conductor opened the notebook. Its pages were thick and cream-colored, lined by hand rather than print. A fountain pen lay tucked into the spine, black-bodied, silver-nibbed. When he removed it, Eleven smelled ink, sharp, metallic, faintly sweet. "Full name," he repeated. She looked at him, then at the open train door. Warm air drifted out, smelling of old upholstery, polish, and something like wet wool. The sensible part of her mind supplied explanations at once. A passenger manifest check, security procedure, a broken scanner, a man enjoying the small authority of inconvenience. "Eleven Price," she said. The pen did not move. The conductor watched her with mild patience. She realized, with irritation, that she had spoken too quickly. People who told the truth did not rush their own names. She had learned that at the registrar's office years ago, sitting behind a counter while strangers handed over proofs of birth, marriage, death, correction, amendment. The lying ones hurried. The grieving ones whispered. The guilty ones spelled everything carefully. "Eleven Margaret Price," she added. This time the conductor wrote. His pen moved slowly, with an old-fashioned scratch that seemed louder than the station announcements behind her. He did not look at her ticket, her face, or her suitcase. Only the page. "Thank you," he said, and stepped aside, inside. The carriage was nearly full, but strangely hushed. Not silent, there were coughs, zips, the soft thud of bags lifted onto racks, but no one spoke with the easy irritation of late-night travelers. Each passenger seemed folded into private weather. A woman in a green scarf stared at her hands. A broad man in a brown suit polished his spectacles with the end of his tie. Across the aisle, a boy of perhaps 19 pressed his forehead to the window, though there was nothing outside yet but platform light and rain. Eleven found seat 18 beside the window. The glass reflected her face back at her, pale, tired, dark hair cut bluntly at her jaw, eyes that looked calmer than she felt. Behind her reflection, the conductor moved down the aisle. He stopped at each row. "Your full name, please." A man answered. The pen scratched. A woman answered. The pen scratched. Someone laughed nervously and asked if this was really necessary. The conductor said, "Only for those traveling through." No one asked what that meant. At precisely 11:47, the doors gave a soft, mechanical sigh. The platform began to slide away. London loosened around the train in streaks of sodium light. Brick walls, black water, sleeping flats with a few blue televisions burning in upper windows. Eleven let out a breath she had not known she was holding. She had done it. By morning she would be in Northumberland. By the following evening, if all went well, she would have keys to a rented cottage outside Alnwick, a prepaid phone, and 3 weeks in which no one knew where to find her. After that, perhaps Scotland, perhaps farther. A person could become very difficult to locate if she understood the systems built to prove she existed. The first station came sooner than expected. The train slowed in open countryside. Though they could not have left the city far behind, fog pressed against the windows, thick enough to erase the fields beyond. A small platform appeared from nowhere, lit by one lamp. Its sign was too stained to read. The young man in the parka stood abruptly. Eleven noticed him because no announcement had been made. He lifted his backpack, walked to the door at the end of the carriage, and stepped out when it opened. The fog received him without movement. The doors closed. The train continued. A minute later, the woman in the green scarf glanced toward the empty seat and frowned. Was someone sitting there? No one answered. The broad man in the brown suit looked up from his spectacles. Where? Eleven turned. The seat across the aisle was empty, not recently vacated. Empty in the complete, undisturbed way of a place no one had occupied. No damp mark from a coat. No indentation. No forgotten ticket. No memory left in the fabric. Only the conductor's black notebook lay open in the aisle as he passed. And for one brief second, Eleven saw a line of wet ink drawing itself through a name. Then the name vanished from the page. Eleven did not move at first. Her body understood before her mind did that sudden movement would make the thing real. She kept her eyes on the conductor's notebook as he passed between the seats, its black cover resting against his ribs like a held breath. The line where the young man's name had been was not crossed out anymore. It was simply blank. The cream paper smooth and innocent beneath the carriage light. Across the aisle, the woman in the green scarf shook her head faintly, as if waking from a thought she could not keep. "I must be tired," she murmured. The broad man in the brown suit gave a polite little smile. Late trains do that to people. Eleven looked at the empty seat again. She could still remember the young man's parka, the dark patch of rain on his shoulder, the way his backpack strap had creaked when he shifted it. She remembered him standing behind her on the platform. She remembered his impatience. But when she tried to picture his face, the image slid apart, leaving only wet fabric and the suggestion of someone young enough to believe most journeys ended where the timetable promised. She pressed her thumb hard into the side of her index finger. Pain steadied her. For 6 years, Eleven had worked in the county registration office in Chelmsford, behind reinforced glass that made every voice sound as if it came from underwater. Births, deaths, marriages, corrections, re-registrations, certified copies, deed polls. People came to her with proof that life had happened and expected her to turn it into record. They brought babies wrapped in blankets, widowers with shaking hands, women removing husbands from surnames, men adding middle names they thought made them sound more substantial. She had learned that identity was less solid than people liked to believe. A misplaced letter could delay a passport. A wrong date could make a pension disappear. A missing father's name could turn a family history into a question no one was brave enough to answer. She had watched people become furious when paper failed to agree with memory. They acted as though the record had betrayed them, when really it had only revealed how little the world trusted a person without ink. Eleven had been good at that work. Too good. Perhaps. She knew which forms frightened people. She knew the difference between a mistake and a correction. She knew when a person had come to change a name because of marriage, or divorce, or vanity, or fear. Fear had its own handwriting. It pressed too deeply. It left dents on the page beneath. When she changed her own name, she made no dents. She had done everything properly, paid the fee, signed before a witness, sent copies to the bank, the council, the licensing office, the pension scheme from a job she had never intended to keep. She had stood in front of her bathroom mirror and practiced answering to Eleven Price until the syllables no longer felt borrowed. The old name had been put away, not destroyed. She was not foolish enough to believe in destruction. Nothing was ever truly destroyed when it had once entered a system. It only became harder to search for, buried under amendments, sealed under request numbers, misfiled beneath polite language, superseded. That was the word she preferred. Her former name had been superseded. The train rocked gently beneath her. Rain freckled the window, though when she looked past her reflection there was no sky, no landscape. Only fog moving close to the glass like breath on the other side. She had not thought about the registrar's office for months. She had not thought about the smell of printer toner, the blue security paper, the low shelves of bound ledgers kept for ceremonial reasons long after everything went digital. She had not thought about Mrs. Halloway, her supervisor, who always wore lavender perfume and once told her, not unkindly, some people change their names because they are becoming someone, others because they are escaping someone. Eleven had laughed then, a small, professional laugh. There had been a photograph in her desk drawer during those years. She never displayed it. She did not keep it for sentiment. It had simply followed her through too many moves to throw away without ceremony. A girl of 8 stood in a school uniform beside a woman whose face had been partly cut from the frame. The girl's hair was longer than Eleven's now, parted badly, held with a red plastic clip shaped like a bow. On the back, in handwriting she had once known better than her own, was the old name, not Eleven. Never Eleven. She had left that girl behind after the inquest, after the neighbors stopped lowering their voices, after her father's sister took her in and taught her that some stories became survivable only when they were not repeated. By 16, she had learned to answer questions with careful omissions. By 20, she had learned silence could pass for dignity. By 30, she had learned paperwork could make silence official. The conductor's shoes stopped beside her seat. Eleven felt it before she looked up. The subtle change in air, the cooling of the aisle, the scent of black ink returning like metal on the tongue. "Miss Price," he said. She folded her hands in her lap. "You already asked me." "Yes." His notebook was closed now. One gloved thumb rested along the edge of the pages. "Then you have what you need." The conductor looked down at her with an expression almost tender, not pitying, not amused, patient, as if she were a child refusing sleep. "I have what you gave me." Eleven held his gaze. The carriage around them seemed to continue without sound. The woman in the green scarf had closed her eyes. The man in the brown suit stared at his blank phone screen. No one watched. No one listened. "That is my full legal name," Eleven said. The conductor's thumb stroked once along the notebook's edge. Legal names are often the least useful ones. Her mouth dried. Outside, another station bell rang in the fog, though the train had not begun to slow. The conductor leaned slightly closer, and when he spoke again, his voice was soft enough that only she could hear. "Your full name, please." This time, from somewhere deep inside the luggage rack above her, a child's voice whispered the answer before she could. Eleven's hands closed around the edge of her seat. The whisper was not loud. It did not echo through the carriage or make the other passengers look up. It came softly, intimately, through the shadow between her suitcase and the curved metal wall above the window, as if a small mouth had pressed itself into the dark and breathed a secret through the fabric. The name had been too blurred to catch, or perhaps she had refused to catch it. The conductor did not turn toward the rack. He kept his eyes on Eleven, waiting with that grave and infuriating patience. "There's something wrong with his train," she said. "Most passengers decide that eventually, that boy who got off." "What boy?" The question was asked gently. Not as a challenge, not as a joke, as though he were helping her correct herself. Eleven looked past him toward the opposite seat. Its emptiness seemed larger now, almost formal. The woman in the green scarf sat beside it with her head tilted against the window, eyes closed but not sleeping. Her fingers moved in her lap, worrying the seam of one glove. "There was a young man," Eleven said, lowering her voice. "Parka. Backpack. He boarded behind me." The conductor's expression did not alter. Passengers often imagine company when traveling alone. "I'm not alone." "No," he said. "Not yet." The train lights flickered once. In the brief dimness, Eleven saw her own reflection in the window, replaced by the outline of a girl with long hair and a red clip shaped like a bow. Then the light steadied, and the glass showed only her adult face, pale and rigid, with the conductor standing behind her like a dark, vertical tear in the aisle. He moved on before she could speak again. At the next row, the woman in the green scarf opened her eyes. She was perhaps in her early 50s, with tired red hands and a wedding ring that looked too tight. A canvas handbag rested against her knees. One corner of a paperback stuck out from it, its cover softened by years of being carried rather than read. The conductor opened his notebook. "Your full name, please." The woman blinked as if waking into the middle of a conversation. "You already took it." "Yes." "Then why ask again?" "Because the journey has continued." She glanced around, embarrassed by the exchange. No one came to her rescue. The broad man in the brown suit had turned his attention to the dark window, though Eleven could see from the set of his jaw that he was listening. The woman gave a small laugh. "Well, it's Mrs. Beatrice Lyle." The conductor's pen touched the page. Eleven leaned slightly into the aisle. From where she sat, she could not see the entire notebook, only a slant of cream paper beneath the moving hand. But she saw enough. The conductor was not writing Beatrice Lyle. His pen moved in longer shapes, different letters, a descending stroke where none belonged, a name with more weight in it. Beatrice Lyle continued nervously. "Beatrice Ann Lyle, if you need the middle, though everyone calls me B." The conductor wrote one final letter and let the ink settle. Eleven stared at the page. Hardwick. She saw it clearly. Not Lyle. Hardwick. The name lay black and wet, shining for a moment before the paper drank it in. Mrs. Lyle, if that was her name, now noticed Eleven looking. Her face tightened. "What is it?" Eleven should have said nothing. Every instinct trained by offices, interviews, legal counters, and adult survival told her to sit back, lower her eyes, avoid involvement. But the impossible had finally taken a shape she could point to. A wrong letter. A wrong surname. Proof small enough to be real. "He didn't write what you said," Eleven whispered. The conductor looked at her over the notebook. "Mrs. Lyle frowned. "Pardon," he wrote Hardwick. The woman went still. For 1 second, the name seemed to pass through her like cold water. Her gloved fingers stopped moving. Her mouth parted slightly. Then something in her face rearranged itself into annoyance. "I haven't used that name in 30 years. The conductor closed the notebook. "No," he said, but it used you for much longer. Mrs. Lyle's anger rose quickly, perhaps because fear was beneath it. That is not my name. It was the first one you learned to answer to. I married. I changed it. People do. Her lips trembled. I didn't want it. No, the conductor said. Few do. The train began to slow. No announcement came. No brakes screamed. The motion simply softened beneath them, as though the rails had turned to cloth. Fog pressed hard against the windows. A bell rang outside, slow and single. Then again, nearer than any platform should have been. Mrs. Lyle clutched her handbag. This isn't my stop. The conductor stepped aside. No one said it was. The doors at the end of the carriage opened. Cold entered first. It moved down the aisle in a narrow current, touching ankles, wrists, the backs of necks. The fog beyond the vestibule was not white but gray-green, lit from within by a weak lamp. Eleven could see no station sign, no benches, no waiting passengers, only a strip of platform wet with rain, and beyond it, darkness thick enough to resemble hedgerows. Mrs. Lyle stood. She did not seem to decide to. One moment she was seated. The next she had risen with her handbag held against her chest like something fragile. Her eyes were wide and dry. Please, she said, though not to anyone in particular. Eleven half rose. Don't get off. The woman turned toward her. For a moment, Beatrice Lyle's face emptied of adulthood. Beneath the tired skin, beneath the wedding ring and the careful scarf and the years spent becoming someone else, Eleven saw a frightened girl answering to a name she hated. Then Mrs. Lyle walked to the door. The fog took her. The doors closed softly behind her. The train moved on. Eleven remained half standing. One hand braced against the seat in front of her. You all saw that. The broad man in the brown suit looked up. Saw what? The woman's seat was empty. Her canvas handbag was gone. The paperback was gone. The indentation in the cushion was gone. Even the faint smell of lavender soap that had clung to her scarf had disappeared from the air. Eleven turned slowly toward the conductor. He stood 3 rows away. Notebook open again. On the page, the name Hardwick darkened, blurred, and sank into the paper until nothing remained but a clean, ruled line. Then, from the empty seat beside the window, a girl's voice whispered. She remembered too late. Eleven sat down because her knees would not continue holding her. The whisper faded into the carriage as if absorbed by the upholstery. No one else reacted. The broad man in the brown suit adjusted his spectacles and gave her a look of polite concern, the sort one offered to strangers who had spoken too loudly in public. Farther down the carriage, a woman slept with her mouth slightly open. A student in headphones tapped silently at a cracked phone screen. The old couple near the luggage rack shared a packet of mints. Normal gestures. Normal people. That, somehow, made it worse. Eleven pressed her palms flat against her thighs and made herself breathe in measured counts. Foren. Hold. 6 out. She had learned the pattern from a leaflet in a doctor's surgery years ago. After a winter when she woke every night, convinced someone had called a name from the foot of her bed. Stress, the GP had said. Unresolved childhood material. Perhaps She had nodded as if childhood were a drawer she had misplaced, rather than a locked room she had built the rest of her life around. This could still have an explanation. Exhaustion. She had slept badly for weeks. She had packed too quickly, eaten only coffee and a service station sandwich. Spent the afternoon watching the street from behind her curtains because she thought a gray car had passed her flat twice. People under stress saw patterns. Memory misfired. The human mind, under pressure, made ghosts out of gaps. The young man had moved seats. Mrs. Lyle had gone to another carriage. The fog and the bells were ordinary rural stops viewed through panic. The conductor's notebook was a performance. Perhaps a tradition for sleeper passengers? Some eccentric railway theater meant to make the journey memorable. But no one remembered them. That did not fit. Unless no one had paid attention. People were selfish when traveling at night. They guarded their little territories of warmth and fatigue. A passenger could leave and vanish from social concern without vanishing from reality. Eleven turned to the man in the brown suit. "Excuse me." He looked up. There was a woman sitting there, she said, pointing across the aisle. Green scarf, canvas bag. You heard her speak to the conductor. His eyes moved to the empty seat, then back to Eleven. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Lyle." The name tasted uncertain as soon as she said it. His smile became careful. "I don't believe anyone has been sitting there. She was beside you." "No," he said gently. "I've had the road to myself since London." "That isn't true." He folded his cloth over his spectacles. "Late journeys can feel strange." The phrase chilled her because it sounded borrowed. Not from him. From the train. Eleven looked away before she said something that would make him summon staff. Though the only staff she had seen was the conductor. And that thought offered no comfort. The train shuddered through darkness. Beyond the window, the fog thinned for a moment, revealing a line of winter trees and a field silvered by rain. Then the glass clouded again, not outside but from within, as though someone had breathed across it inches from her face. In the damp oval forming on the pane, letters began to gather. Not words, not yet. Curves, strokes. The suggestion of handwriting. Eleven wiped the glass with her sleeve. The marks vanished. She stood abruptly and stepped into the aisle. The carriage swayed under her feet. She needed proof. Something physical. Something that belonged to the world of objects rather than panic. If Mrs. Lyle had sat there, she might have left something behind. A thread. A receipt. A mint wrapper. Anything. The seat was clean. Too clean. Eleven bent closer. The fabric showed no pressure mark. But tucked between the seat cushion and the wall was a small white luggage label. The kind with an elastic loop. It had not been there before. She was certain of that. With the sharp certainty one feels just before being proved mad. She pulled it free. The card was damp, though nothing else was. Written on it in blue biro was Beatrice Ann Hardwick, age Ni. Do not let her answer for mother. Eleven stared until the letters seemed to lift from the card. Her first thought was absurdly professional. Age should not be written that way on luggage. A child's travel label would have an address. Perhaps a school. A parent's telephone number. Not a warning. Not a name returned to childhood like a needle pushed through old cloth. She folded the label once and closed it in her fist. No, a trick. It had to be. Someone was placing things. The conductor, most likely. He had moved down the aisle. He had access to the seats, to the passengers, to the atmosphere of authority that made people doubt themselves. He could have asked for names, prepared labels, staged disappearances by moving passengers while others looked away. But how would he know? Mrs. Lyle had said she had not used Hardwick in 30 years. Eleven crossed to the row where the young man in the parka had been. For several seconds she could not remember exactly which seat had been his. That frightened her more than the label. The memory was softening at the edges, blurring as if handled by wet fingers. She forced herself to rebuild it. He had stood behind her on the platform. He had boarded after her. He had sat across and 2 rows forward. He had leaned against the window. There. She checked the seam of the seat. At first there was nothing. Then her fingers touched paper. This label was brown with age, tied by a frayed red string. The handwriting was blocky and childish. Thomas Elliot Bree, age 12, said he was going to Manchester. Elewen's throat tightened. Thomas. That must have been him. Or not him. Or someone beneath him. The train gave another soft lurch. A station bell rang once in the distance. Passengers stirred but did not wake. Elewen backed into her own row, clutching both labels now. The paper felt warm against her skin. She wanted to throw them away, but the thought of letting go of them seemed worse. Proof mattered. Proof was the only thing that kept the world from becoming whatever other people agreed to call it. Her own suitcase sat above her. Black. Small. Ordinary. She reached up and pulled it down with more force than necessary. It struck the seat beside her with a dull thump. The conductor was nowhere in sight. That absence did not reassure her. Elewen unzipped the front pocket and found her passport where she had placed it. In the made a plastic sleeve with her ticket printout and a folded tenancy agreement for the cottage in Northumberland. Her hands shook as she opened it. For a moment, everything was correct. Her photograph, her date of birth, the name she had paid for, filed for, signed for, answered to. Elewen Margaret Price. Then the black letters softened. Ink does not move on official paper. It does not loosen like soot in water. It does not tremble around the edges as if remembering another shape. Yet the surname blurred first. The printed strokes feathering into gray. Price became a stain. Margaret thinned until only the middle letters remained. Elewen held longest, stubborn and elegant, before the O widened. The W split, and the whole name began to smudge beneath the laminate from the inside. Elewen tried to wipe it with her sleeve. The surface was dry. Under her photograph, where her legal name had been, another line slowly darkened. Not enough to read. Not yet. From the end of the carriage came the conductor's voice. "Tickets are unnecessary," he said softly. "But names always arrive." Elewen looked up from the passport. The conductor stood at the far end of the carriage, half framed by the vestibule door. His black notebook closed against his chest. For a moment the train lights dimmed around him, leaving only the brass buttons of his coat catching the glow one by one, like small coins laid over a dead man's eyes. Then the lights steadied, and he was simply there. A railway employee, a tall man in an old uniform, a figure any tired passenger could explain away if they needed badly enough to sleep. Elewen shut the passport with both hands. "You did this," she said. The conductor tilted his head. Did what? You changed it. No. You're making people forget. I collect what has been refused. That isn't an answer. It is the only one that remains true after enough stations. The broad man in the brown suit stirred in the row across from her. Is everything all right? Eleven turned on him with a sharpness that made him flinch. No, it is not all right. You heard him. You saw the passport. His gaze fell to the booklet in her hands. I'm sure there's been some mistake. Mistake, she repeated. The word almost made her laugh. That was what people said at the counter when the record disagreed with them. There's been a mistake. My father was listed wrong. My daughter's middle name is missing. My husband is not dead. My age is not that. My mother would never have used that name. They said mistake because mistake was bearable. Mistake meant a clerk could fix it. Mistake meant the world had not looked directly at them and chosen another version. Eleven stood. The carriage seemed to lean away from her. I'm getting off at the next stop, she said. The conductor's eyes were calm. Many passengers say that before they understand the route. She pushed past him before fear could root her in place. The vestibule door opened onto a narrow passage that should have led to the next carriage. Instead, it stretched farther than the length of the train could allow. Amber lights hummed overhead. Doors lined both sides. Though sleeper services did not have private compartments in Coach C, each door had a small frosted window and a brass number plate polished bright by hands that had touched it for years. Bon, Knum, T. Sau, then 12, then 19, then C3 again. Eleven stopped. Behind her, the door to Coach C remained visible, close enough to reach. Through its glass, she could see passengers sitting under warm lights, ordinary as a painting of safety. But ahead, the corridor continued into a depth that made her stomach tighten. The carpet underfoot was patterned with dark red lines that looked, if she stared too long, like crossed-out signatures. She turned back. The conductor stood in the doorway she had just left. You're blocking me. I am not the obstruction. Eleven hated him then, not with the clean anger of injustice, but with the old anger she had carried since childhood toward adults who spoke in calm sentences while something terrible happened in the next room. She walked away from him. The next carriage was empty, not empty like a train at night. Empty like a place waiting to be assigned a purpose. The seats had no headrest covers, no luggage, no crumbs on tray tables. A thin film of dust lay along the armrests. The windows showed only fog, but now shapes moved in it, platform lamps, signal posts, the dark ribs of trees appearing and vanishing too quickly for the speed of the train. A station emerged outside. Eleven pressed close to the glass. The sign should have said reading. Oxford, York, some measurable place between London and the north. Instead, the black letters on the whiteboard read, Beatrice Ann Hardwick. The platform slipped by. The next sign followed almost immediately. Thomas Elliot Bree. Then another. Margaret with no stone. Eleven stepped back. The train was not passing towns. It was passing names. Some were painted neatly on railway boards. Some had been scratched into wood. Some appeared briefly in the fog itself. Written by condensation and erased by rain. Full names. Partial names. Names with warnings attached. Names that sounded like school registers. Hospital tags. Gravestones. Legal amendments. Names that had waited somewhere in the dark for this train to collect them. A sound came from the next carriage. Not footsteps. A child humming. Elowen's chest tightened so suddenly she had to grip the seat beside her. The tune was simple. Uneven. The kind children made when they did not know all the words. She knew it before memory supplied the scene. A narrow bedroom. A damp patch shaped like a horse above the window. Her own small fingers pressing a red plastic clip into a doll's hair because the doll, at least, could be made presentable. No. She moved forward, because standing still meant listening. The carriage after that was older. Its upholstery was brown wool. Its luggage racks were brass. The air smelled of coal, smoke, and orange peel. A paper timetable was pinned beside the door, yellowed at the corners. Every listed destination had been crossed out in black ink and replaced by handwriting. Nottingham became Nora before she lied. Durham became Peter, who answered for his brother. Berwick became the girl in the red bow. Elowen stopped breathing. The girl in the red bow. The conductor's voice came from behind her, though she had not heard him follow. She used to sit very still when adults raised their voices. Elowen turned slowly. He stood at the end of the carriage. Notebook open now. You don't know anything about me. I know who was taught to be quiet. Stop. I know who learned that a name could bring someone to the door. Stop. I know who discovered that silence could become paperwork. Her hands had gone numb around the passport. The letters beneath the laminate shifted again. A dark line gathered where her name should have been. Almost legible now. Pressing upward like something trapped under ice. The conductor looked at the booklet. Then at her. You may refuse, he said. That is permitted. Refusal is also a kind of answer. The train began to slow. Outside the window, a station lamp appeared, and beneath it a sign painted in careful black letters. This one did not slide past. It waited. Elowen read the first word of the name before the fog covered the rest. It was the name she had buried before she became Elowen Price. Only the first word remained visible through the fog. Muddy. Then the whiteness thickened across the glass and swallowed the rest. Elowen stepped back so quickly her shoulder struck the edge of a seat. Pain flashed down her arm. Bright and useful. She held on to it. Pain belonged to the present. Pain did not ask what she had been called before she learned how not to answer. The train had almost stopped. Outside. The platform waited in a darkness too complete to be rural night. One lamp burned over the station sign, making the fog beneath it glow like dirty milk. She could hear the bell again. Slow and patient. Each note falling into the carriage and leaving no echo. The conductor stood several rows away, his notebook open, his pen ready. You may continue refusing, he said. Elowen swallowed. What happens if I do? His eyes moved toward the window, toward the half-hidden sign. The name will wait at the next station. And the next? Names are patient when people are not. The doors hissed. Cold slid into the carriage. For one terrible moment, Elowen felt her feet prepare to move toward the platform, as Mrs. Lyle's had done, as Thomas's had done. Her body leaned before her mind agreed. The passport in her hand twitched open by itself, its smudged page fluttering, though there was no wind. No, she gripped the nearest brass rail and forced herself still. I'm not getting off. The conductor's face showed neither approval nor disappointment. Then you must go where passengers do not usually go. The lights over the far vestibule flickered. Beyond them, A narrow door appeared where there had been only paneled wall a moment earlier. It was painted the same navy as the train exterior, but older, duller, with a frosted glass pane set too high for comfort. Black letters on the glass read, "Staff only." The words looked recently painted, wet at the edges. Eleven laughed once under her breath. A small, dry sound. "Of course, most journeys have a service corridor," said the conductor. "And what is serviced here?" He looked at the passport in her hand. Continuity. The train doors closed. The station outside slipped away without taking her. But Eleven understood that this was not escape. It was postponement. The sign with the beginning of her old name vanished into fog. And something inside her, some locked, childish part, strained after it with a grief she did not permit herself to feel. She moved toward the staff door. The conductor did not stop her. The handle was colder than metal should have been. When she turned it, black residue came away on her palm, though the brass looked clean. Ink, not grease. It filled the lines of her skin and made every crease look like handwriting. The door opened inward. The staff carriage smelled of paper. Not fresh paper. Not office paper. Old paper. Dust. Glue. Leather. Damp cardboard. The faint sweetness of decay. It was the smell of archives. Basements. Closed libraries. Record rooms where the heating failed every winter and the past became soft at the corners. Eleven stepped inside. There were no seats. Shelves ran from floor to ceiling along both sides of the carriage, secured with leather straps and brass rails. On them stood black notebooks, hundreds of them, perhaps thousands, arranged not by number but by size, age, and wear. Some had cracked spines. Some were swollen from damp. Some were small enough for a child's pocket. Others were broad ledgers, the kind churches once used for baptisms and burials. The train rocked, but none of the notebooks shifted. Each spine bore a label, not dates, not destinations, names. Some she had seen on the station boards. Beatrice Ann Hardwick, Thomas Elliott Bree, Peter, who answered for his brother, Margaret with no stone. Others were stranger. The man who signed for his dead twin, Elsie, without the second E. A child registered twice. A woman who burned her first certificate. Eleven walked between the shelves with her passport clutched to her chest. Her footsteps sank into the carpet, making no sound. The lamps here were shaded green, casting the notebooks in the tired light of solicitors' offices and reading rooms. At the far end, an old desk had been bolted to the floor. On it sat an inkstand, a basset, and a brass handbell. Beside the bell lay a stack of luggage labels. White, brown, cream, some edged in red string. Her fingers tightened around the ones she had taken from the seats. "You collect them," she said. The conductor had followed her inside, though again she had not heard the door open. "No, I preserve what passengers try to leave unattended." These people disappeared. They were already divided. The train only removed the part they refused to carry. That's nonsense. Most legal language is until it is enforced. The words struck too close. Eleven turned away from him and scanned the shelves, looking for order. There had to be order. Archives obeyed systems, even when the systems were cruel, alphabetical, chronological, by route, by class, by offense. Her old instincts rose despite the fear. Find the catalog. Find the index. Find where you would hide yourself. At the desk, beneath the blotter. She found a ledger open to a page ruled in red. Passenger names declined, deferred, or denied. The ink entries were arranged by year. Ichenjo by Sishijo, Ichenjo by Wushaba, Ichenjo by Chishisan, Ichenjo by Bashileo, Ichenjo by Joshijo, Leanh Chenling Ishi. Each line recorded a spoken name, then a second name written beside it in darker ink. The handwriting changed over decades. Some entries were elegant and slanted, some cramped, some almost childish. Yet the blackness of the second names remained the same, as if all had been written by one pen. She turned a page. Her breath stopped. There, tucked between two old entries, was a small notebook bound in faded red cloth. It did not belong with the others. The cover was stained at one corner with something brown that might have been water or age. A plastic hair clip had been fastened around it like a lock. Red, bow-shaped, cheap, familiar. Eleven reached for it before she could stop herself. The clip snapped open at her touch. Inside, the pages were lined with pale blue rules. The handwriting was large, uneven, and carefully spaced. The handwriting of a child trying very hard to be understood by adults. Her handwriting, she knew it immediately. Not because she remembered writing those exact loops and tilted letters, but because her body did. Her fingers curled as if around a thick school pencil. Her wrist ached with the old effort of pressing too hard. Her throat tightened with the remembered instruction to make it neat, to make it nice, to make it something no one could complain about. The first page read, "My name is Marigold Anvale, but Aunt Lucy says I must not say it if anyone asks." Eleven made a sound that was almost not human. The conductor stood very still behind her. She turned the page. There were more lines, written slowly, some crossed out, some rewritten with desperate care. Mummy said, "If I told the man my name, he would find us." Mummy said names are doors. Mummy said some doors must stay shut. The train plunged into a tunnel. The staff carriage darkened in the reflection of the black window beside the shelves. Eleven saw a little girl standing behind her, wearing a red plastic bow in her hair and holding out the next page with both hands. Eleven did not turn around. Some part of her understood that if she turned and saw nothing, it would be worse. Seeing nothing would mean the girl lived only in her mind. Seeing her would mean something had followed Eleven onto the train. But the reflection offered a third possibility, that the girl had always been there, visible only when the world outside went dark enough to stop pretending. The child in the window looked 8 years old. Thin wrists, serious mouth, hair brushed too tightly at the scalp, the red bow clipped above one ear, slightly crooked. Marigold Anvale. The name opened in Eleven like a locked drawer forced from within. She lowered her eyes to the notebook. The next page had been written in the same careful childhood hand, but the pencil marks were darker now, as if the child had pressed with all her strength. I saw him put Mummy's bag in the river. I saw Aunt Lucy wash the floor. They said I was confused. They said I must be quiet or he would come back. Eleven's stomach turned cold. No, she whispered. The conductor said nothing. She turned another page. There were drawings now. A house with 3 square windows. A woman lying sideways on a kitchen floor. Her hair drawn as long black lines. A man beside a door with no face. A car. A river. A suitcase floating open like a mouth. Underneath, in uneven letters, "My name is Marigold Ann Vale, and I saw what happened." Eleven closed the notebook so hard the sound cracked through the staff carriage. The little girl's reflection did not flinch. "This is not evidence," Eleven said. Her voice sounded like one she had used behind the registration counter when people began to cry. Professional, low, empty in the correct places. The conductor watched her from beside the ledger. "It was once. It's a child's notebook." "Yes. Children misunderstand things. Adults often rely on that." She turned on him. "I was 8. Yes. I couldn't have known what I saw." "No," he said softly. "But you knew enough to write it down." The train rocked through the tunnel. The shelves creaked, and 100 black notebooks whispered against their straps. Eleven heard pages shifting inside them, as though passengers decades dead were turning in their sleep. She gripped the red notebook. "My mother left." The sentence came out automatically. It was the version she had learned first from Aunt Lucy, then from police language, then from school forms, then from her own mouth. "My mother left when I was young." It was vague enough to stop pity, ordinary enough to avoid questions. People heard it and filled the silence with whatever explanation made them comfortable. Abandonment, illness, another man, collapse. Eleven never corrected them. "My mother left," she repeated. The conductor opened the large ledger on the desk and turned it toward her. The page was not filled with names this time, but with documents. Thin sheets had been pasted over the ruled paper. Copies, certificates, sworn statements, official extracts, photocopied records yellowed at the edges. Eleven recognized their format before she read their contents. Missing person inquiry, witness note, child welfare referral, change of name deed, application for amended birth certificate. At the top of the page was a name, Marigold Ann Vale. Beneath it, in another hand, child witness unreliable, statement withdrawn by guardian. Eleven's throat closed. Aunt Lucy's signature sat below the line, neat and slanted. The L in Lucy looped like a ribbon. Beside it was another signature, younger, trembling, painfully careful. Marigold Ann Vale. Eleven stared at that childish signature until the letters doubled. "I don't remember signing this. You were told it would keep you safe. I don't remember. You were rewarded for not remembering." The tunnel lights flashed outside the black windows, one after another, illuminating the little girl's reflection in broken pieces. Bow, cheek, hand, notebook. Eleven looked down the page. There was a later document, dated 17 years after the incident. A legal declaration of name change. She remembered that one. She remembered the appointment. The pen, the solicitor's dry fingertips passing the paper across the desk. She remembered choosing Eleven because it sounded like someone who belonged to mist and old stone, not kitchens and river mud. She remembered price because it meant nothing. But beneath the deed poll was another note in black ink. Original witness identity effectively extinguished. The phrase looked official. It was not. No government form would use such language. No court clerk would write extinguished. Yet the sentence sat among stamps and seals as if it had always belonged there, revealing what the paperwork had truly done beneath its polite surface. Eleven backed away from the desk. I changed my name because I needed to live. The conductor nodded. Yes. Because people were looking for me. Yes. Because if he found me, he had already died by then. The words entered quietly. Eleven stopped. The conductor turned another pasted sheet. A coroner's notice. A date. A body recovered from a disused quarry outside Chelmsford. Male. 42. Death by misadventure. Though the black ink beneath had added another phrase. The man with no face in the drawings. Eleven shook her head once. Then again, no. Aunt Lucy said Aunt Lucy needed the house, the insurance, the silence. She needed a frightened child to become an untroublesome niece. Later, you needed that same silence to become someone clean. The staff carriage seemed to narrow around her. She remembered Aunt Lucy's small terraced house, the smell of boiled cabbage and lavender polish, the way her aunt corrected her whenever she started a sentence with "I saw." No. Darling, you had a bad dream. No. Darling, that will only upset people. No. Darling, names bring trouble to the door. She remembered the registrar's office years later. The pleasure of systems that did not shout, did not strike, did not bleed. She remembered learning that a record could be amended if the right authority requested it. She remembered a woman once asking whether changing a child's surname could help them forget. Eleven had answered, "It can help them move forward." God. She had believed it. On the desk, the ledger pages began turning by themselves. Not rapidly, deliberately. Each page showed another passenger. A spoken name, a buried name, a reason, a refusal. Dates stretching back through decades of night travel. Then the pages stopped. At a blank line, the conductor dipped his pen into the ink. Boarded 11:47 p.m. Paddington, he said, traveling under Eleven Margaret Price. She could not breathe. He wrote both down. The ink gleamed. Original name, he said. The pen hovered over the empty space. Eleven clutched the red notebook to her chest. Why now? The conductor's eyes moved to the child in the window. Not now, he said. Since the day you signed her away. The train burst from the tunnel into fog. Outside, a station platform waited under a single lamp. On the sign, in full black letters, was the name she had not allowed anyone to say for 28 years. Marigold Annie Vale. And beside the sign stood Aunt Lucy, holding the red bow in her hand. Eleven could not tell whether the woman on the platform was truly her aunt or only the shape memory had kept after the person herself should have grown old, softened, died, or become unrecognizable. This Lucy was exactly as Eleven had last allowed herself to remember her, narrow cardigan buttoned to the throat. Gray hair pinned so tightly it lifted the corners of her eyes. Mouth held in the small, hard line of someone forever prepared to be disappointed. The red bow lay across her palm. Cheap plastic. A little scratched. One corner snapped. Eleven's fingers went to her own hair without meaning to. The train did not open its doors. It waited beside the platform while fog crawled around the lampposts, folding and unfolding like damp cloth. Aunt Lucy did not wave. She did not smile. She only looked through the window of the staff carriage as if Eleven were still 8 years old and had been caught out of bed after being told not to wander. Behind Eleven, the conductor turned the page in his ledger. "The train does not kill passengers," he said. His voice seemed very close, though he stood several feet away. Eleven kept her eyes on the platform. Then what did it do to them? What they had already begun. She laughed without breath. "That means nothing. It means most people who board this service are not whole when they arrive. They have cut something away and called the wound a life. A name, a memory, a witness, a duty, a dead child, a brother, a mother, something inconvenient enough to bury, but living enough to follow." Outside, Aunt Lucy closed her fingers over the bow. Eleven looked down at the red notebook in her arms. The child's handwriting remained open on the page. "My name is Marigold Ann Vale, and I saw what happened. You make them disappear." Eleven said, "No, I remove the theft." "The theft?" "The name they stole from themselves." He came to stand beside her, not touching, not threatening. In the window, his reflection appeared next to the child's. The conductor, the girl, and Eleven's adult face overlapped in the black glass. 3 figures occupying one narrow pane. "Beatrice Lyle did not die," he said. "But the woman built on Beatrice Lyle could not continue once Beatrice Hardwick was returned to the place she had been abandoned. Thomas Bree was not destroyed. The boy who went to Manchester under a borrowed confidence was delivered back to the frightened child who had lied about where he was going. Some passengers are left empty because emptiness is what remains after the stolen part is removed. That is death. Only to the version that depended on refusal." The carriage seemed to tilt. Eleven shut her eyes, but closing them showed her worse things. Aunt Lucy's kitchen, the bucket near the back door. Brown water poured into the drain, her own small hand gripping a pencil while Lucy stood over her and said, "Don't write that name anymore. That name is what brought him here. That name is what killed your mother." "No. Not killed. Found. Names are doors." The thought came in her mother's voice so clearly that Eleven's eyes opened. "Mummy said, if I told the man my name, he would find us." Her mother had run with her. That much returned slowly, like an object rising through muddy water. Not left. Not abandoned. Run. From a man whose face Marigold had never drawn because adults taught children that evil gained strength when described too clearly. They had hidden in rented rooms, in spare bedrooms, in a seaside flat that smelled of damp towels and gas fires. Her mother had changed their names informally first, then formally, then desperately. Each new name had been a lock. Each old name had been a possible knock at the door. Then he had found them anyway. Not because Marigold had spoken, because Aunt Lucy had written a letter, an address, a warning, perhaps disguised as concern, or a bargain, or cowardice. Eleven did not know. The notebook did not need to tell her everything. It only needed to return the shape of the truth. Aunt Lucy had helped him find the house. And afterward, Aunt Lucy had taught the child that her own name was the danger. Not Lucy's betrayal, not the man, the name. Marigold Ann Vale, the child witness, the girl who saw the bag in the river, the washed floor, The false grief. The girl who wrote everything down before the adults taught her that survival meant becoming unreliable. Eleven looked at the conductor. Why are you showing me this? Because you did not simply hide from a man. He would have killed me. He was already dead when you signed the final papers. She knew that now. The date in the ledger had already placed his death years before her deed poll. Years before Eleven Price. She had not changed her name to survive him. She had changed it to survive what Marigold knew. The conductor opened his black notebook. This one was different from the ledgers on the shelves. Its pages were not crowded with records. They were blank except for one entry. Written at the top of a fresh page. Eleven Margaret Price. The ink shivered. Beneath it, a second line had begun to form. Letter by letter. Not written by the conductor's hand, but surfacing from inside the paper. Marigold Anvale. Eleven felt something inside her recoil. Not fear of the name itself. Fear of what answering to it would require. Marigold could not remain a quiet photograph in a drawer. Marigold could not be dismissed as a child's confusion. Marigold had seen. Marigold had written. Marigold had known that her mother did not leave. And Eleven, years later, had used the calm language of law to bury the only witness who still mattered. You made a life, the conductor said. A careful one. A legal one. A life with clean signatures and no muddy rivers. But it was built on borrowed silence. Outside, Aunt Lucy lifted the red bough to the window. For the first time, Eleven saw that it was not a bow at all in Lucy's hand. Not anymore. It was a clip holding together a stack of folded statements. Each page covered in Marigold's handwriting. I was a child, Eleven whispered. Yes, said the conductor. I didn't know how to carry it. No. Then why punish me? The conductor's expression changed then. So slightly, she almost missed it. Something like sorrow passed beneath his face. Too old and too brief to belong to any railway employee. The train is not punishment, he said. It is arrival. The station bell rang. Aunt Lucy opened her hand. The red bow fell onto the platform without sound. The conductor looked down at the notebook and read aloud the name Eleven had buried before she became herself. Marigold Anvale. Every light in the train went out. And in the dark, a child answered from Eleven's mouth. Yes. The word was small. It did not echo. It did not shake the carriage or summon thunder from the tunnel walls. It left her lips with the plain obedience of a child responding to a register. And that was why it broke her. Not because it sounded possessed, because it sounded remembered. The lights returned one by one. Green lamps first in the staff carriage. Then the weak bulbs over the shelves. Then the narrow yellow strip along the floor. The conductor stood before her with the notebook open. Pen still in his gloved hand, though he had not written. On the page, beneath Eleven Margaret Price. The second line had completed itself. Marigold Anvale. The letters were not wet anymore. They had settled. Eleven touched her throat. I didn't mean to say it. The conductor closed the notebook halfway, then stopped. Meaning is rarely required at the beginning. Outside. The station platform remained beside them. But Aunt Lucy was gone. Only the red bough lay under the lamp, holding down the folded statements against a wind Eleven could not feel. Fog moved around it in slow layers. Eleven stepped toward the window. Open the doors. The conductor said nothing. I want the papers. They are not papers anymore. Then, what are they? Testimony. The word made her flinch. She had spent years trusting documents because they did not tremble. Testimony trembled. Testimony had breath in it. Testimony could be doubted, reshaped, punished, called confused. Paper could survive people. That was why she had loved it. That was why she had hidden behind it. She turned back to the conductor, anger rising because anger was easier than grief. There must be an appeal process. For the first time, he looked almost amused. Eleven Price would ask that. I know how records work. You know how records are made to obey people with enough patience. There are rules, corrections, statutory declarations. If a record is false, it can be amended. And if a life is false, she opened her mouth, then closed it. The train began moving again, though the doors had never opened. The platform slid backward. The sign bearing Marigold's name receded into fog. But this time, it did not vanish. It stayed visible far longer than distance should have allowed. A black line under a lamp, watching her leave. Eleven gripped the edge of the desk. What happens to me? The conductor looked at the notebook. That depends on who answers next. I already answered. The child did. I am the child. Are you? The question entered her softly and did more damage than accusation. Eleven looked down at her hands. Adult hands. Registrar's hands. Hands that had stamped certified copies, straightened forms, accepted fees, returned originals through a slot beneath reinforced glass. Hands that had folded the old photograph into a drawer instead of burning it. Hands that had signed Eleven Margaret Price with almost beautiful steadiness. In the window, Marigold stood beside her reflection. Not behind her now. Beside. The red bow was in the girl's hair again, though the one on the platform still held the statements. Her small face was solemn, not accusing. That was worse. Accusation could be resisted. This child only waited. Eleven looked away. Other passengers, she said. The ones still out there. If I refuse, what happens to them? The conductor's pen rested lightly against the page. The journey continues. They'll disappear. They will arrive where they began refusing. That's not mercy. No, you could stop it. I am not the engine. The notebooks on the shelves shifted. Leather straps tightened. Pages rustled, though no hand touched them. From somewhere deeper in the train came the faint murmur of voices. Passengers speaking names in sleep. Names they had not used in decades. Names they had stolen, traded, buried, despised. Eleven heard a woman crying for a sister she had signed away. A man whispering a brother's name into his palms. Someone saying, over and over, that wasn't me, until the phrase became prayer and denial at once. Then the black notebook in the conductor's hand opened fully by itself. The pen lifted from his fingers. Eleven watched it rise into the air, held by nothing. Its silver nib glinting under the green lamp. It touched the page beneath Marigold's name and began to write, not in the conductor's careful script. In her own adult handwriting, I, Eleven, Margaret Price, being of sound mind. No, she said. The pen continued. Do hereby declare that the name Marigold, Anne Vale, was discontinued for reasons of personal safety. She snatched at the pen. Her hand passed through it as through cold smoke. The writing darkened, and that any statement attached to that name should be considered unreliable, childish, and legally superseded. Elowen's breath came hard. I didn't write that. The conductor watched her. Not tonight. The pen paused. A fresh line appeared. Signature below it. Her adult name began forming itself. Elo. Elowen slammed both hands onto the notebook. This time the page was solid. The pen stopped. The whole train seemed to hold its breath. In the window, Marigold looked up at her. Elowen felt the shape of the choice then. Not as words, but as weight. She could let the pen finish. Let Elowen Price remain intact. Let the child's testimony be buried again in clean language. And the train would move on through the night, collecting other abandoned selves from other frightened passengers. Or she could speak the name fully. Not as something dragged from her mouth in darkness, but as a witness. Her life would not survive it. She understood that with terrible clarity. Elowen Price had been built to protect the silence. If the silence ended, so would she. The station bell rang again, though there was no station now. Elowen lifted her hands from the notebook. The unfinished signature waited. Her voice shook, but it was hers when she spoke. "My name is Marigold Ann Vale," she said, "and I saw what happened." The notebook began to bleed black ink from every page. It did not pour. It seeped. Thin lines slipped from between the leaves and ran across the desk in branching veins, following the grooves of old wood, filling scratches, circling the brass handbell without touching it. The ink smelled sharp and metallic, but beneath it came another scent. Elowen had not remembered until that moment. River mud after rain, kitchen soap, the hot, dusty smell of a child crying into her own sleeve. The shelves shuddered, all around her. The black notebooks opened. Pages lifted in waves down the staff carriage, one after another, as if a wind had entered from somewhere deeper than weather. Names appeared, darkened, corrected themselves. Some were crossed through. Some were rewritten. Some divided into two lines. A spoken life and a buried one, both trembling as if uncertain which would be allowed to remain. Elowen stood over the bleeding notebook with both hands pressed flat on the desk. No, not Elowen. The name had begun loosening inside her. She could feel it, thread by thread, not being forgotten all at once, but unstitched. The cottage in Northumberland, the prepaid phone, the tenancy agreement, the passport with its smudged page, the bank accounts, employment records, old email addresses, utility bills, staff ID cards, Pollitt signatures. All of it shifted away from her like furniture seen from a departing train. She tried to hold one piece. Elowen, Margaret Price. The shape remained for a moment. Elegant and useful. Then it thinned. Across the desk, the conductor watched her with a stillness that was not cruelty. "What happens now?" she asked. Her voice sounded younger than before. Now the record admits what it was asked to hide. The train gave a long, low sigh and began to slow. Not the soft, unnatural slowing of the other stations. This was heavier, more ordinary. Metal held against metal, wheels easing toward daylight. Somewhere far ahead. Brakes whispered. The fog at the windows paled from green-gray to blue. Morning had found the train. The staff carriage door opened by itself. Beyond it lay Coach C again. For a moment, Marigold stood in the threshold and did not move. The passenger carriage looked exactly as it had when she first boarded, and nothing like it at all. Seats faced forward under tired yellow lights. Luggage rested in racks. A woman slept with her coat folded beneath her cheek. The broad man in the brown suit sat awake, spectacles in hand, staring at the opposite seat as if trying to remember why it disturbed him. Several seats were empty. Not all, but enough. One across the aisle where Thomas had sat. One beside the window where Beatrice had worried her glove seam. Another near the back, where Marigold now noticed a hat resting on a tray table with a label tied to its brim. The labels remained. That was new. White cards, brown tags, cream slips edged with red thread. They lay where forgotten passengers had been removed from themselves. Each bearing a name the carriage no longer understood. The conductor followed her into the aisle. No one looked at him. No one looked at her either. Marigold walked to seat 18. Her suitcase still sat there, open, passport lying on top. The page beneath the laminate was blank now except for her photograph. Even that had changed. The woman in it looked faint, underexposed, as though the camera had captured someone already halfway out of the room. The name field was empty. She touched it with one finger. A mark appeared, not printed but handwritten in pencil. Marigold and Viola. Then, beneath it, smaller, witness. Her breath caught. Not survivor, not daughter, not unreliable child, not discontinued name. Witness. The train emerged from the last of the fog into a pale northern morning. Fields opened on both sides, wet and colorless under the dawn. Stone walls ran beside the tracks. Sheep stood like scraps of old paper scattered over the hills. The world outside looked indifferent, which made it almost beautiful. An announcement crackled overhead. The voice was ordinary, female, tired. Next stop, Alnmouth. Please remember to take all personal belongings with you. The passengers stirred. The broad man in the brown suit stood, then hesitated. His eyes moved to the empty seat across from him. Was someone... He stopped, his face folded with effort. Marigold waited, but whatever memory had risen in him sank again. He put on his spectacles and reached for his case. "No," he murmured. "No, I suppose not." The train stopped. Doors opened. Cold morning air entered, smelling of wet platform concrete and coffee from a kiosk somewhere beyond the carriage. Passengers gathered bags, checked phones, stepped carefully around the labels they could not see. Marigold remained seated until the aisle emptied. The conductor stood by the door. "Do I get off?" she asked. "That depends what you mean by I." She almost smiled then, though there was no humor in it. "Is there anything left?" He considered her. Enough to carry the testimony. And Iloan. The conductor looked toward the blank passport on her lap. A useful name. A careful shelter. Shelters are not meant to become graves. Outside, people crossed the platform toward the exit. No one waited for her. No one called either name. Marigold rose. The suitcase was lighter than it should have been. Most of the documents inside had faded to blank sheets. The tenancy agreement showed no tenant. The phone would not turn on. In the side pocket, beneath a folded scarf, she found the red cloth notebook from the staff carriage. The child's handwriting remained. So did the final page. It was no longer blank. My name is Marigold Ann Vale. My mother did not leave. I saw what happened. Below it, in adult handwriting, one line had been added. I remember enough. She stepped onto the platform. Behind her, the train doors closed. By noon, a solicitor in Chelmsford would find an old file on his desk that had not been there the evening before. By 3, a retired police clerk would open a digitized archive and discover a child witness statement attached to a case marked unresolved. By nightfall, certain records would correct themselves with no visible user activity. A missing woman would gain a location. A dead man would gain suspicion. A guardian's statement would gain a note in red, contradicted by original witness. Elewen Price, meanwhile, would become difficult to place. Former colleagues would remember a quiet woman at the registrar's office, but not her face. Her landlord would find the flat cleared and struggle to recall when she had given notice. Emails from her would remain, but the signature block would blur when printed. In databases, her name would not vanish completely. It would simply become unreliable, difficult to search, prone to errors, as if the systems she trusted had decided she was no longer the most important version. Months later, when the year had turned colder, another passenger boarded the train, leaving Paddington at 11:47 p.m., under a name that sat too neatly on his tongue. He was a man in his 40s with a wedding ring in his coat pocket and a passport less than a month old. He kept checking the platform behind him. When the conductor asked for his full name, the man smiled with practiced ease and gave the one printed on his ticket. The conductor opened a fresh page. His pen hovered outside the window. Fog pressed against the glass like breath. And from somewhere in Coach C, a woman's voice whispered softly, "Give him time. Names always arrive." Some horror stories are about being chased by something outside us. This one is about the names we bury because remembering them would cost too much. Elewen thought she had escaped by becoming someone else. But the train revealed that survival can become another kind of silence when it erases the witness inside us. Maybe identity is not just what the world calls us, but what we are still brave enough to answer for. If a forgotten version of you stepped out of the dark and asked to be heard, would you recognize them? Story 5. At the Meridian Gate Hotel, the ice machines made different sounds depending on the floor. Callum Wren had learned this the way he had learned everything important about night work, gradually, unwillingly, and through repetition. The machine on 2 made a tired mechanical cough before dropping cubes. The one on 4 rattled as though something small had come loose in its throat. The 7th floor unit, used mostly by airline crews and consultants with expense accounts, hummed with a smooth, expensive confidence because it had been replaced during the last renovation. The 6th floor machine clicked, not loudly, not always, just once before dispensing ice, like teeth meeting in a mouth. Callum had reported it twice in the maintenance portal. Both tickets had been closed with the same note, "No fault found." Unit operating normally. That was the phrase the hotel preferred for things no one wished to repair. No fault found. Guest relocated. Area refreshed. Matter resolved. By 17 minutes past 2 in the morning, the lobby was empty except for the blue-white glow of the flight board above the shuttle desk. Outside, planes descended through low clouds, their landing lights blinking beyond the rain-streaked glass. every few minutes. The automatic doors breathed open for no one, letting in the wet smell of asphalt, jet fuel, and tired. Callum stood behind the front desk in his charcoal blazer, reconciling room charges and minibar disputes. He had been on shift since 11. His coffee had gone cold in its paper cup. His tie had loosened by half an inch, though he would tighten it before any guest came down. That was habit. At night, dignity was mostly costume. The Meridian Gate sat 3 minutes from the airport terminals and 27 minutes from downtown, assuming no traffic, which there always was. People did not come there for pleasure. They came because a flight had been delayed. A meeting had gone long. A connection had failed. Or a company had paid for the room. They arrived already halfway gone. They left before morning could make them real. That suited Callum. Temporary people made temporary problems. A broken thermostat. A lost charger. A room that smelled faintly of smoke. A guest who insisted he had booked a king, despite the reservation clearly showing 2 doubles. Callum knew how to make each problem small enough to fit inside the system. Apology. Adjustment. Note in profile. Complimentary drink voucher. Smile. Done. At 21 minutes past 2 in the morning, the phone rang. The sound cut sharply through the lobby. Too bright for the hour. Callum glanced at the screen. Room 614. He let it ring twice before answering. That was another habit. Too quick sounded anxious. Too slow sounded careless. Front desk. This is Callum. How may I help? For a moment there was only breathing. A woman's breathing. Close to the receiver. Controlled in the way people sounded when they were trying not to sound upset. I'm sorry, she said. This is disgusting. Callum straightened. I'm sorry to hear that. Ma'am, what seems to be the issue? The ice. His eyes moved automatically toward the ceiling, as though he could see through 6 floors of carpet, concrete, and sleeping guests. The ice. Ma'am, I went to the machine by the elevators. I filled the bucket. I brought it back. I poured some into a glass. She paused. Something clinked near the phone. There's something in it. Callum opened a blank incident note on the computer. Is it possible something fell into the bucket before you filled it? No. Could you describe what you're seeing? The woman gave a short laugh without humor. No, I'd rather not. Callum kept his voice low and professional. I can come up and take a look. Please do. What is your name? Ma'am. Another pause. Dr. Livia Sorrell. Callum typed it into the note and stopped when the guest profile appeared. Conference rate. One night. Dental Procurement Symposium. Late check-in. No special requests. The word dental sat on the screen with the mild blankness of any other industry label. But Callum found himself pressing his tongue against the backs of his lower teeth. I'll be right up. Doctor. Sorrel. He took the service elevator because guests disliked seeing staff arrive anywhere in a hurry. On the way up, the mirrored wall reflected him in sections. Shoes. Belt. Pale face. Tired eyes. The elevator smelled faintly of floor cleaner and warm dust. Somewhere above him, a pipe knocked once. No, not a pipe. A click. The doors opened onto the 6th floor. The hallway was colder than the lobby. Not dramatically. Not enough to justify a complaint. but enough that Callum noticed the air on his wrists. The carpet was patterned in gray and beige loops meant to hide stains. Along the walls, framed prints showed abstract airport runways, softened into corporate art until even departure looked decorative. The ice room stood halfway between the elevators and the vending alcove. Its door was propped open by a rubber wedge. Inside, the machine waited beneath fluorescent light. Stainless steel front polished enough to reflect the hall in a warped strip. Callum did not go in. Not at first. He continued to room 614 and knocked. Dr. Sorrel opened the door immediately. She was in her early 40s, still dressed in a navy travel suit, her hair pinned too neatly for the hour. Behind her, the room lights were all on. On the desk sat a plastic ice bucket, a short hotel tumbler, and a white hand towel folded around something small. "I didn't touch it after I saw," she said. "That's completely understandable." Callum stepped inside. The room smelled of toothpaste, rain-damp wool, and the lemon cleaner housekeeping used too heavily on glass surfaces. He put on the disposable gloves he kept folded in his jacket pocket. Guests found gloves reassuring. They suggested procedure. Procedure suggested control. Dr. Sorrel pointed at the towel. He opened it carefully. At first he thought they were pearls. That was how his mind protected him for the first second. Pearls. Small and irregular. Wet with melting ice. Then one rolled slightly and showed a root. Not a pearl. A tooth. Then another. Then 5 more. Tiny and pale. Each one no larger than a child's fingernail. They lay among half-melted cubes, slick and cold, with threads of red darkening the towel beneath them. Callum heard himself inhale. Dr. Sorrel watched him closely. "You see it?" "Yes," he said. It was the wrong answer. He knew that as soon as he said it, staff were not supposed to confirm horror. They were supposed to redirect it. He tried again. I see the foreign material. I'm very sorry. We'll take this seriously." "Foreign material?" she repeated. Her mouth tightened. For a moment, Callum noticed the professional stillness in her expression. The kind people wore when they recognized a body part but were waiting for someone else to say it. A sound came from the wall behind the bed. Soft, brief, chewing. Dr. Sorrel's eyes moved toward the headboard. Callum did not move at all. The sound came again, slower this time, as if something inside the wall had found a piece of ice and was cracking it carefully between its teeth. Then Callum's radio hissed on his belt. "Callum," said Renee from the front desk below. Her voice was thin with static. "Are you on 6? He lifted the radio with his gloved hand. "Yes." "You need to look at the camera." "What camera?" "The hallway camera, outside the ice room." Static swallowed the end of her breath. "Every time you walk past it, the whole screen fogs over." Callum turned toward the room door. Beyond it, down the hall, the ice machine clicked once in the open room, and from inside the plastic bucket on Dr. Sorrel's desk, something clicked back. The bucket clicked again, not loudly, not with enough force to move across the desk or crack the plastic or justify the way Dr. Livia Sorrel drew back from it as though something inside had just spoken. It was only one small sound, enamel against enamel, cold and precise. Callum closed the towel over the teeth. "Please don't touch anything else," he said. Dr. Sorrel stared at him. That's your advice. For the moment. It sounded thin even to him. At the Meridian Gate, every emergency had a first sentence. And Callum had spent 11 years learning the correct ones. I understand your concern. We're looking into it. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. Each phrase was a white cloth placed over a stain before the guest could see how far it spread. But there was no sentence for a towel full of teeth. He radioed Renee and asked her to disable the 6th floor ice machine from the maintenance panel, though he knew perfectly well the old units did not work that way. Then he moved Dr. Sorrell to a room on the 7th floor, apologized twice, upgraded her stay, removed the resort fee the hotel did not technically charge, and promised the matter would be handled with the seriousness it deserved. By the time she left room 614, she had stopped looking angry. That worried him more. Anger was ordinary. Anger meant a guest still believed the world had rules and someone had failed to obey them. Silence meant the guest had seen something underneath the rules and did not know where to file the complaint. Callum bagged the towel, the bucket, and the glass in 3 separate housekeeping liners, labeled them with the room number, time, and his initials, then carried them down the service elevator. He avoided looking at his reflection this time. In the employee pantry behind the front desk, the fluorescent lights flickered softly over the vending machine, the staff microwave, and the laminated notice reminding employees not to discuss hotel incidents with guests. Media, or online platforms. Renee sat at the small table with both hands around a paper cup she had not drunk from. What was it? She asked. Contamination. What kind? The kind we document before we speculate. Renee's mouth pressed into a line. She was 22. Still new enough to think every strange event deserved its true name. Callum envied that sometimes. Mostly. He found it dangerous. He placed the bags inside the locked Lost and Found cabinet because there was nowhere else for them to go. The cabinet already held phone chargers, sunglasses, a child's stuffed rabbit, 2 wedding rings, and a single black dress shoe no one had claimed in 6 months. Objects separated from people. That was most of hotel work. If one looked at it too closely, did you see the camera? Renee asked. Callum moved to the security monitor. The 6th floor hallway appeared on screen 6B in grainy monochrome. Elevators at one end, long corridor. Ice room, door open. Nothing unusual. Then the image fogged. It began at the edges, a pale bloom spreading inward until the hallway disappeared completely behind white condensation. It lasted 9 seconds. When it cleared, Callum was visible walking toward room 614 with his gloved hands held slightly away from his body. Renee whispered, "It did that before you got there too." He glanced at her. When she called down, right before the phone rang. Callum replayed the footage. The hallway sat empty. The ice room waited with its door propped open. Then the screen fogged from the inside, as though the camera lens had been breathed on by someone standing very close. No one appeared. 9 seconds later, Dr. Sorrell stepped into the frame carrying an ice bucket. Callum paused the video. Her bucket had a plastic freshness seal looped through the handle. He leaned closer. That was impossible. The hotel stopped using sealed ice buckets after the pandemic policies ended. Housekeeping put clean buckets on the vanity shelf, open and empty. Guests filled them themselves. Where did she get that bucket? Renee asked. Callum did not answer. His first memory of any hotel was not a lobby or a bed or a swimming pool, but a supply closet that smelled of bleach and oranges. He had been 8, maybe 9, sitting on an overturned crate while a night manager at a roadside lodge called child services from the front desk. His foster mother had left him there after a fight with her boyfriend, telling the clerk she would be back in 20 minutes. She never came back. The manager gave him a packet of shortbread biscuits and told him not to cry where guests could see. That lesson had lasted longer than any placement. Do not cry where guests can see. Do not make trouble visible. Keep your hands clean. Fold the dirty sheet inward. Smile before someone asks if something is wrong. By 17, Callum was stripping rooms on weekends. By 23, he was night audit. By 30, operations. He learned that people vanished from hotels in pieces long before anyone called them missing. A toothbrush left behind. A briefcase collected by a colleague. A reservation shortened. A name changed on the invoice so accounting could close the month. Documentation made absence respectable. At 6 minutes past 3 in the morning, an alert appeared in the housekeeping system. Room 608. Guest request, new ice bucket. Callum frowned. Room 608 was vacant. He checked the arrivals list. No guest. No key issued. No minibar activity. The room had been cleaned at 12 minutes past 4 in the afternoon. Inspected at 3 minutes past 5 that same afternoon, and marked ready. Another alert appeared. Room 608. Guest request urgent. Renee looked at him. Should I call security? We don't need to escalate yet. The lie came easily. And from somewhere above them, through 6 floors of steel and carpet, came the faintest sound of chewing. Callum took the master keycard and went up alone. The 6th-floor hallway was empty when the elevator opened. The ice room door was now closed. A damp mist clung to its metal handle. Room 608 sat 2 doors down. Callum knocked once, waited, then opened it. The room was dark, cold, and unused. The bed was made. The curtains were drawn. The air smelled faintly of freezer burn and old mouthwash. On the desk, beneath the welcome card addressed to no one, stood a sealed plastic ice bucket. The freshness strip was intact. Inside, something small and white shifted under the ice. Inside room 608, the sealed bucket gave a soft plastic creak. Callum stood in the doorway for longer than he should have, one hand still on the master keycard, the other resting against the frame. Behind him, the 6th-floor corridor remained empty, but the silence had texture now. It was not the ordinary hotel quiet made of sleeping guests and distant air conditioning. It was listening quiet. He stepped inside and let the door close slowly behind him. The room's thermostat displayed 72 degrees Fahrenheit, but his breath thinned in front of him. The sealed bucket sat in the center of the desk, exactly where housekeeping would place a welcome tray in premium rooms. There was no tray, no glass, no tongs, only the bucket. Its clear plastic strip looped cleanly through both sides of the handle. Callum put on fresh gloves. He did not want to open it. That was the first honest thought he had allowed himself since Dr. opined. Sorel's call, not because of what might be inside, because of what opening it would make official. A thing unseen could still be handled as a report, a guest statement, a maintenance request, a possible prank. But once his hands broke the seal, Once he looked directly into the bucket and found what he already knew he would find. The hotel would require a category for it, and the Meridian Gate had no category for teeth and ice. He lifted the bucket. The plastic was painfully cold. Something shifted inside, with a dry, brittle rattle. Ice against ice, tooth against tooth. Callum set it back down. Then, from the wall behind the headboard, came a slow grinding sound. He turned. The bed remained perfectly made. White duvet tucked tight beneath the mattress. Pillows arranged in their 4-point diamond according to brand standard. Above it, the abstract runway print hung level on the wall. Gray lines, pale lights, a suggestion of departure. The sound came again. Not from the room beside 608. Not from plumbing. Not from the ventilation grill. It came from inside the wall itself. Directly behind the print. A small, patient chewing. Callum removed the picture from its hook. Behind it was ordinary painted drywall. Unmarked, except for a faint rectangle where the frame had kept dust from settling. He pressed one gloved hand flat against the wall. The chewing stopped. For 3 seconds, there was only the faint hum of the heater that was not warming the room. Then something pressed back. Callum snatched his hand away. His radio cracked before he could reach for it. "Callum," Renee said, "I need you downstairs." He keyed the radio, keeping his eyes on the wall. "What is it?" "The Atlantic shuttle crew just came in. They're refusing their rooms." "Why?" A pause. Then Renee lowered her voice. Though radios did not respect discretion, they were assigned 6. They said something is chewing in the walls. Callum closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them, the sealed ice bucket had fogged from the inside. Downstairs, the lobby was no longer empty. 7 crew members stood near the front desk with the rigid exhaustion of people who had crossed several time zones and run out of patience somewhere over Ohio. Their rolling bags sat beside them in a neat row like obedient black animals. The captain, a broad-shouldered woman named Patrice Vale, according to the manifest, spoke before Callum reached the desk. "We need another floor. I understand there's been a noise concern." Callum said. "No," Captain Vale replied. "A noise concern is a compressor, or an elevator, or 2 drunk salesmen with adjoining rooms." She pointed upward. "That is chewing." One of the flight attendants, a young man with red-rimmed eyes, nodded too quickly. "It followed us." Callum looked at him. "Followed you?" "We heard it by the elevator first," the man said. "Then by 619. Then inside my room before I even put my bag down." Another attendant crossed her arms. "I called the room next door to ask if they had a dog. Hotel doesn't allow dogs above the 3rd floor." Renee murmured, then seemed to regret speaking. Callum gave her a look. Not sharp, just enough to remind her that facts could widen a problem. "We'll move you to the 5th floor," he said. "I apologize for the inconvenience." Captain Vale did not move. "Are there pipes in those walls?" "I'd have to confirm with maintenance." "Then confirm." It was the kind of demand Callum usually resented because it confused hotels with truth-telling institutions. Guests believed there was always a person who knew how the building worked. In reality, hotels were layered from old decisions, cheap repairs, ownership changes, and missing contractors. No one knew the whole body. Everyone knew one limb. Still, he logged into the maintenance archive. The sixth-floor wall plans loaded slowly. He pulled up the corridor section around rooms 608 through 619, expecting the usual tangle of plumbing stacks, electrical routes, and HVAC returns. There was nothing behind the headboards. No water lines. No ductwork. No service chase. Just a solid structural wall. Callum stared at the screen. Captain Vale leaned slightly forward. Well, he printed the page instead of answering. The printer behind the desk woke with a soft mechanical whine. The paper slid out warm. Callum took it, looked again at the blank space behind the rooms, and felt an old, familiar instinct rise in him. Make it smaller. Make it administrative. Make it fit. Before he could speak, Renee whispered, "The camera's doing it again." Screen 6B showed the sixth-floor hallway. Empty. No guests. No staff. The ice room door closed. Then fog appeared on the lens. This time it did not spread evenly. It pulsed. White. Then thin. White. Then thin. In. Out. In. Out. Like breath. The flight crew watched from behind him. Their faces reflected faintly in the security glass. On the monitor, the fog cleared for less than a second. Long enough to show the ice room door standing open. Long enough to show a line of wet, child-sized teeth arranged across the carpet outside it, pointing toward the elevator. Then the fog breathed over the camera again. The teeth on the carpet were gone by the time Callum reached the sixth floor. That was what he told himself first. Gone. Not moved. Not collected. Not swallowed back into wherever they had come from. Gone was cleaner. Gone was neutral. Gone allowed the mind to close a door. He stood outside the ice room with Renee behind him and Captain Vale's crew waiting 3 cautious steps back near the elevators. The carpet was damp in a narrow line that led from the ice room threshold to the center of the corridor. But there were no teeth, only darker spots in the fibers, evenly spaced, as though small, cold objects had rested there long enough to melt. Renee held her phone light low. "They were here. I know. You saw them?" "Yes." The admission cost him more than it should have. Inside the ice room, the machine hummed with ordinary indifference. Its stainless steel front reflected them in stretched, bent shapes. The black dispensing mouth sat closed above the drain tray. Someone had wiped the panel recently, or something had licked it clean. There were no fingerprints near the button. Captain Vale did not enter. "We're not staying on this floor." "No," Callum said. "You're not." He moved the crew to 5, comped their breakfast, and gave Captain Vale his direct extension. She accepted none of it as comfort. Before leaving the desk, she looked at him with the tired focus of someone trained to notice danger before passengers did. "Hotels always know more than they say," she told him. Callum gave the appropriate smile. "We're investigating." "That's not what I said." By 2 minutes past 4 in the morning, the general manager was awake and angry. Mira Voss appeared on the video call from her kitchen, hair tied back, face washed pale by under-cabinet lighting. Behind her, a child's drawing was taped to the refrigerator. A house, a sun, 3 smiling stick figures. Callum kept his eyes on the manager's face. "Teeth," she said. "Yes. In ice. Yes. And your written recommendation is to shut down the 6th floor temporarily. Based on what?" Callum glanced toward the locked cabinet where the first bagged towel sat. Then toward the sealed bucket from 608. Now, sweating on a tray in the back office freezer because he could not think of anywhere else to put it. Multiple guest complaints. Contaminated ice. Unexplained camera interference. Possible environmental issue. Mira closed her eyes. Do not write unexplained in an incident report. Callum said nothing. Use contamination. She continued. Possible outside contamination. Guest introduced foreign material. That won't account for the camera. Airport humidity accounts for cameras. Old seals. Temperature difference. Condensation. The fog pulsed. Callum. His name came with warning in it. Mira leaned closer to the screen. We have a regional inspection in 9 days. We have 2 airline contracts up for renewal. We are at 86% occupancy tonight because of weather delays. If this becomes a health department matter before we know what it is, we lose the floor. Maybe the building. You understand that? He did. That was the problem. Understanding had always been his talent. He understood why foster parents lied to caseworkers. He understood why the roadside lodge manager recorded his abandonment as an unaccompanied minor incident instead of calling it what it was. He understood why hotels preferred phrases that sealed pain in plastic and labeled it clean. What would you like me to do? He asked. Collect the material. Contact pest control and maintenance. Preserve guest confidence. Classify it as probable guest contamination until proven otherwise. The words settled over him like a uniform. After the call, Callum opened the incident report and began deleting. He removed teeth and wrote foreign objects. He removed chewing in walls and wrote repetitive mechanical noise. He removed camera fogging in pulses and wrote intermittent condensation on lens. Each correction made the back office feel colder. From the freezer behind him came one soft click. He turned. The sealed bucket from room 608 sat behind the frosted glass door. Untouched. Its plastic strip still intact. Inside. Beneath cloudy ice. The white shapes had shifted toward the front as if they were listening. Callum called maintenance. Arturo Mendez arrived at 37 minutes past 4 in the morning wearing a quilted jacket over his uniform and the expression of a man dragged from sleep into someone else's bad decision. He listened to Callum's summary with growing irritation. Then walked the 6th floor. Tapped the walls. Checked the access panels. And removed the machine's front cover. Old pipes? Callum asked. No pipes behind the rooms. Vibration from the elevator. Wrong wall. Prank? Arturo looked at the ice machine. Pranksters usually need hands. The machine produced a fresh batch at 51 minutes past 4. The cubes dropped in a hard white rush. Clattering into the bin. Arturo reached in with a scoop. Muttered something in Spanish. And froze. Among the ice were teeth. More than before. Not adult teeth. That became clear even to Callum, who wanted desperately not to know the difference. They were too small. Too narrow. With roots like pale threads. Some looked unfinished, as though taken from mouths that had not yet grown into themselves. Arturo backed away. I'm not touching that. Callum forced himself to photograph the bin. Procedure. Evidence. Control. One tooth sat near the edge of the scoop, half embedded in a cube. It was tiny, and it had a silver filling. The sight made Arturo swear softly. Callum did not know why that detail struck him harder than the others, until Renee, Downstairs. Found the old dental conference file in the archived events database. A scanned attendance packet from 23 years earlier. Meridian Gate Regional Dental Procurement Forum. 6th floor meeting suites. Vendor lists. Meal requests. Emergency contacts. Attached to one record was a dental chart for identification purposes after an unrelated travel accident claim. The patient was 12 years old. Lower right molar. Silver filling. Callum stared at the chart until the lines blurred. From the open ice machine. Deep behind the place where water should have run. Something wet shifted in the dark. Then the machine clicked twice. Exactly like trying to remember a name. The machine clicked twice, then went quiet. For a moment. Callum thought that would be the end of it. Not the end of the incident. Not really. But the end of whatever private theater the 6th floor ice machine had decided to perform for him at 51 minutes past 4 in the morning. Machines made sounds. Old buildings settled. Cold metal shifted. A human mind. Deprived of sleep and pushed against images it did not know how to file. Could make almost anything seem intentional. That was what he wrote first. Probable mechanical irregularity. The chewing began before he finished the sentence. It came from the open machine, from the dark space behind the ice bin where Arturo had removed the panel. Soft at first, almost delicate. A wet working of pressure and enamel. Callum's fingers stopped over the keyboard. Arturo heard it too. No, the maintenance man said. Callum looked at him. No. Arturo repeated, already backing toward the hallway. I don't fix mouths. The word should have sounded ridiculous. Instead, they gave shape to the room. The stainless steel machine no longer looked like a machine with a dispenser, a drain tray, and a service panel. It looked like a face someone had taught to behave as furniture. Stay here, Callum said. Arturo laughed once. Absolutely not. He left Callum alone with the hum, the cold, and the report. By 20 minutes past 5 in the morning, the 6th floor had dropped to 51 degrees. That was impossible according to the building management system, which still claimed every room from 601 to 628 sat comfortably between 70 and 72. But when Callum walked the corridor with a digital thermometer from maintenance, frost had silvered the vending machine glass, and the carpet crackled faintly beneath his shoes. The framed runway prints along the walls had fogged behind their glass. Each abstract line blurred as though viewed through breath. Guests began calling before dawn. Room 617 complained of tooth pain. Room 622 said her gums were bleeding. Room 611. A pharmaceutical sales rep who introduced himself 3 times because panic had made him formal, said he had woken with the taste of coins under his tongue and something hard in his cheek. When Callum reached his room, the man spat a silver filling into a hotel tumbler and stared at it with a child's helpless confusion. I had that put in when I was 13, he said. How does a filling just fall out? Callum gave him bottled water, offered medical assistance, and wrote guest reports, dental discomfort in the log. From the wall behind the bed came 3 slow chews. The sales rep turned white. You heard that? No, Callum said. The chewing stopped. Not faded. Stopped, as if something had heard the lie and closed its mouth around it. Callum stood very still. The sales rep whispered, Why did it stop when you said no? Callum left without answering. Downstairs, the lobby had begun to fill with the early misery of delayed travelers. People slept folded over their luggage. A toddler cried into a blanket. The flight board glowed with cancellations and red-letter warnings. Rain hammered the glass doors. And the shuttle driver kept tracking dirty water across the floor despite the mat Renee had placed there. Everything looked normal enough to save. That was the most dangerous part. Mira called again at 6:03 in the morning. Regional wants a preliminary report by 7:10. She said, "Keep it contained. We can shut down one machine without shutting down a floor. We may have to move everyone off 6. We may have to prove we acted reasonably." Callum. He heard the sentence beneath the sentence. Act reasonably meant act defensibly. Defensibly meant document the version that caused the least damage. "I have multiple guest medical complaints," he said. "Guest reported discomfort. Do not diagnose. Do not connect separate complaints until we have evidence. There are teeth in the machine. There are foreign objects in an ice machine." His jaw tightened. On the desk beside him sat the printed maintenance diagram showing nothing behind the 6th floor walls. Beside it, the dental chart with the silver filling. Beside that, the new incident report. Clean and bloodless and almost entirely false. Callum began typing. At approximately 0451, engineering observed irregular material in 6th floor ice unit, likely introduced by unknown guest or external party. No evidence currently supports structural, mechanical, or systemic cause. The chewing came from the printer. Renee heard it from the far end of the desk. The printer's output tray trembled. Inside, gears turned, though no paper fed. The chewing grew louder, moist and patient, as if something behind the plastic casing had been given a tough piece of meat. Callum deleted the sentence. The chewing stopped. Renee crossed herself, though Callum had never known her to be religious. He typed again. Slower. No evidence currently supports. The printer chewed once. Callum deleted the line. Silence. He stared at the screen until the words blurred. Then, as a test, he typed, "The 6th floor ice machine produced human teeth." Nothing happened. His pulse beat hard in his throat. He added, "Guests on the 6th floor have reported chewing sounds inside walls where no pipes or ducts exist." The lobby remained still. No chewing. No fog across the nearest camera. No clicking from the locked cabinet. Renee whispered, "It wants you to write it down." Callum thought of every form he had ever completed to make suffering harmless. Every complaint softened. Every disappearance reduced to checkout error. Guest dispute. Unpaid balance. Room vacant upon inspection. Above them. Through the ceiling. The ice machine clicked once. On the security monitor, the 6th floor camera cleared. For the first time all night, the hallway was visible. At the far end, outside the ice room, stood a small child in a conference name badge, smiling with no teeth at all. The child on the monitor stood perfectly still. No teeth. No shadow. No visible breath in the cold hallway. Just a small figure in clothes that did not belong to the present. A conference polo too large at the shoulders. Dark trousers. Hotel slippers on bare feet. Around the child's neck hung a white name badge on a blue lanyard. Callum leaned closer to the security screen. The badge swung once, though the child did not move. Then the 6th floor camera fogged over. and the lobby lights flickered hard enough to make the flight board blink black. When the screen cleared, the hallway was empty. Renee said, "We should call the police." Callum did not answer immediately. He had already imagined the conversation. Teeth in ice. A child on camera, chewing in walls. A machine reacting to incident reports. Each sentence would sound less real than the last. The police would arrive. Speak to guests. Disturb the floor. Contact the health department. Alert corporate. And then the hotel would do what hotels did best. It would produce another version, a simple version, a defensible version, and somewhere inside the walls, something would keep chewing. "I need to see behind the machine," Callum said. Renee stared at him. Arturo already opened it. "Not the front panel. What's behind it?" He looked toward the elevators, toward the ceiling, toward the invisible 6th floor above them. "That's what I don't know." The service map showed no access corridor behind the 6th floor ice room. Arturo had confirmed it twice, irritably, then a third time with less confidence. According to the building plans, the machine backed onto structural wall. According to the hotel, there was no space there for a person, a pipe, a duct, or a secret. But when Callum returned to the 6th floor with the master key, the ice room smelled like mouthwash and old meat, and the wall behind the machine was breathing, not visibly, not in any way a camera would catch. But the stainless steel unit sat half an inch farther forward than before, and from behind it came a slow pressure sound. The soft expansion and release of something wet, adjusting itself in the dark. Arturo refused to come closer than the elevator bay. "I'll shut power from downstairs," he said. "You said the unit is on the 6th floor circuit." It was, "What does that mean?" Arturo's eyes did not leave the ice room. "It means I cut it 10 minutes ago. Inside the room." The machine hummed steadily. Callum stepped in alone. The cold closed around him with the intimacy of a hand on the back of his neck. Frost had grown along the drain tray in delicate white ridges. Inside the ice bin, cubes shifted without falling. The black dispensing mouth remained shut. But something behind it clicked once as Callum approached. He gripped the machine with both hands and pulled. At first, it did not move. Then the floor beneath it made a soft tearing sound, like old tape peeling away from skin. The machine slid forward 6 inches, then 8. A strip of wall came with it. Not drywall exactly, not plaster. Something gray and fibrous stretched between the machine and the opening behind it before snapping with a wet little pop. Callum covered his mouth. Behind the ice machine was a corridor. It should not have been there. It ran narrow and low behind the 6th floor rooms, lit by emergency bulbs that had gone brown with age. The air inside was colder than the ice room, but damp too, carrying the smell of freezer burn, disinfectant, and breath trapped too long in a mask. The walls were unfinished concrete in some places and hotel wallpaper in others, as if 2 buildings had grown through each other and never agreed which one was real. On the floor lay old conference signage. Meridian Gate welcomes the Regional Dental Procurement Forum. The words had warped from moisture. A smiling cartoon molar on the sign held a tiny suitcase. Callum ducked and entered. His shoulders brushed both walls. The corridor was not on any plan, yet it held pieces of the hotel's past with museum-like patience. Name badges hung from rusted hooks. Some were laminated. Some had yellowed paper inserts. Some carried names blurred by damp. Vendor tote bags lay collapsed in the corners, their logos advertising dental alloys, pediatric sedatives, enamel restoration kits, disposable mirrors. A glass display case stood halfway down the passage. Inside were sample dentures arranged on velvet. No, Callum realized, not samples. They were too irregular, too personal. One set had a crooked incisor. Another had a gold cap. Several were child-sized, incomplete. The gums molded in pink acrylic around missing spaces where adult teeth had never arrived. He backed away and struck the opposite wall. Something behind it chewed. Callum froze. The sound came from everywhere now, inside concrete, behind wallpaper, beneath the floor. Not loud, not frantic, passionate, layered. 100 mouths eating very slowly in the dark. At the far end of the corridor, a maintenance panel hung open. Callum approached it because fear, in hotels, had always disguised itself as work. The panel contained no wires, no valves, no insulation. Behind it was only a deep, vertical cavity slick with frost and pinkish condensation. Cold vapor rolled from it in slow breaths. Something wet moved inside. Not a pipe, not a duct. A surface glistened in the dark, pale and ridged, folding back from itself like the inside of a cheek. Then a small white name badge slid out of the cavity and landed at Callum's feet. He bent before he could stop himself. The badge was old, water-damaged, and printed with a name he had not seen since childhood. Cal Wren, guest dependent. The name badge felt dry at first. That was the strangest part. Everything else in the hidden corridor sweated with cold moisture. The walls glistened. The concrete floor shone under the weak emergency bulbs. Frost webbed the edges of the maintenance cavity like lace on old gums. But the badge in Callum's hand was dry and warm, as though it had been kept close to a living body until the moment it fell. Cal Wren, guest dependent. Not Callum. Cal. No one called him that now. No one had for years. The name belonged to records that had been corrected, softened, replaced. A child's name, short enough for adults to use when they did not intend to keep him long. He turned the badge over. On the back, written in faded marker, was a room number. Le Babysitter. The corridor chewed around him. Callum slipped the badge into his jacket pocket and forced himself to keep moving. At the end of the passage, beside the open maintenance panel, a metal filing cabinet had been wedged into an alcove too narrow for furniture. Its drawers were swollen with damp, but the top one gave after 2 hard pulls. Inside were folders wrapped in clear plastic, not hotel-branded folders. Legal folders. Insurance folders. Settlement folders. Each label bore a version of the same date, 23 years earlier, and the same bland phrase, group departure discrepancy. Callum carried the first stack back through the corridor, past the dentures in their velvet-lined case, past the warped welcome sign, past the name badges hanging like shed skins. The machine clicked as he squeezed behind it into the ice room, but it did not stop him. Downstairs, Renee was waiting with both hands pressed to the front desk as though holding the lobby in place. "What happened?" she asked. Callum set the folders down. Then he took out the badge. Renee's face changed before she spoke. "That's your name?" It was She did not ask why he had never told her. People who had worked nights in hotels learned when not to ask certain questions. Every employee had a locked room somewhere. They opened the first folder in the back office. Beneath the buzzing pantry light, the official version was clean. A regional dental procurement conference had occupied the sixth-floor meeting suites and a block of rooms. Severe weather disrupted flight schedules. Several attendees checked out early through alternate transport arrangements. Documentation errors followed due to a temporary outage in the property management system. Some guests disputed charges. Some luggage was abandoned. Some families filed claims. Callum read that version twice. It was almost beautiful in its emptiness. Then he found the witness statements. Guest in 617 reported chewing in the wall at 1:40 in the morning. Guest in 609 requested transfer due to sound of children eating ice behind headboard. Flight delay group observed condensation on hallway camera lens despite normal humidity levels. Minor guest. Name redacted. Found near vending alcove without shoes. Stated the cold mouth took them. The next pages were worse. Missing person reports. Conference rosters. Room assignments. Housekeeping notes describing beds untouched, though keycards had been used from inside. Security logs with timestamps missing in blocks of 9 seconds. An engineer's handwritten statement claiming the sixth-floor ice unit had no water line connected when inspected after the incident. At the bottom of one page, a phrase had been circled hard enough to tear the paper. "Do not open wall behind machine," Renee whispered. They knew. Callum turned another page. There were settlement summaries, confidentiality agreements, non-disclosure forms signed by relatives who had received money instead of bodies. The hotel's former ownership group had not called it a disappearance. They had called it an accounting event, a reputational exposure, a guest recovery failure. People had gone into the sixth floor and returned only as paperwork. Then Callum found the recovered guest list. It was water-damaged, copied badly, and stamped with 3 different archive numbers. Names ran down the page in columns. Dentists, sales representatives, assistants, vendors, spouses, children. Most had room numbers beside them. His eyes moved before his mind did. Calren guest dependent room 612. Beside it, in another hand, recovered alive. No dental trauma visible. Memory unstable. Released to county services. Callum sat down. The back office seemed to tilt for a moment. The years between the roadside lodge and the Meridian Gate folded inward like cheap paper. The supply closet. The shortbread biscuits. The night manager telling him not to cry where guests could see. Before that, there had been another hotel. This hotel, Renee said his name, but it reached him from very far away. In his pocket, the badge warmed against his chest. From the locked cabinet came a clicking sound. Then another, then many. Callum opened it with hands that no longer felt careful. Inside, the bagged teeth had arranged themselves into a small, uneven smile. Beneath them, written in meltwater across the plastic liner, were 2 words, "You left." The words trembled in the bottom of the cabinet. Made from meltwater, thin blood, and whatever cold intelligence had learned to write through things people refused to name. Callum stared until the letters lost their shape. "I was a child," he said. Renee stood behind him, in silent. "I was a child," he repeated. Louder, though no one had accused him aloud, from somewhere above them. The sixth floor answered with a slow, deliberate chew. It did not belong to one machine now. It passed over the lobby like something traveling inside the bones of the building, finding beams, pipes, elevator shafts, electrical conduits, all the hidden routes that made a hotel appear effortless to guests. The chewing paused above the front desk. Then it moved on. Callum shut the cabinet. He went back to the folders because paper had always been safer than memory. Paper had borders, dates, signatures. People lied on paper, but they had to choose their lies one line at a time. Near the bottom of the recovered file was a sealed envelope marked County Transfer Minor Survivor. His hands shook before he opened it. Inside was a photograph. The boy in the image sat on a sixth-floor hallway carpet with his knees drawn to his chest. His hair was dark and wet. His hotel slippers were gone. Around his neck hung the same white badge, now burning in Callum's pocket. Cal Wren. Not crying where guests could see. A uniformed officer crouched beside him, one hand extended but not touching. Behind them, the ice room door stood open. The photograph had caught only a narrow black strip inside. Yet Callum felt his eyes avoid it with the obedience of an old habit. Beneath the photograph was a report. Minor located at 6:14 in the morning near the vending alcove. Responsive to name. Unable or unwilling to account for parent or guardian. Repeated phrase, "It gave me back." Callum read the line 3 times. Renee whispered, "Gave you back?" He turned the next page. A county psychologist had written in careful blue ink that the child displayed dissociative memory gaps, avoidance of dental imagery, and acute distress when exposed to ice machines. Refrigeration sounds, or hotel corridor carpeting. Recommended placement outside airport district. Recommended name adjustment if guardianship changed. Recommended no contact with Meridian Gate ownership due to pending civil matters. Name adjustment. That was what they had called it. Not erasure. Not protection. Adjustment. He had been Cal Wren until the system found a way to smooth him into Callum. The missing letters were small. The difference could hide in a form. A school record. A foster file. A child's name could be altered the way an incident report could be altered. Cleanly. Kindly. For everyone's comfort. The room dimmed. The pantry light buzzed once and went out. When it came back, frost had formed along the edges of the folders. Renee backed away. Callum. The bag inside the cabinet clicked. Then the sealed bucket from room 608 split. Not burst. Split. Neatly along the plastic seam, as if opened from within by a careful nail. Ice spilled across the floor. Teeth scattered over the tiles. Some were tiny. Some adult. Some broken. Some capped in gold or silver. A molar rolled against Callum's shoe and stopped with its root pointing upward like a small white finger. He saw then that they were not random. Each tooth was a return. Not enough to make a body. Not enough to prove a person. Only fragments the hotel had failed to digest completely. A filling. A crown. A child's loose incisor. Evidence too small for the old owners to fear. Until the building learned patience. The Meridian Gate had swallowed a conference. Not in one bite. Perhaps not like a creature in a story. It had swallowed them the way institutions swallowed people, through closed doors. Rewritten logs. Settled claims. sealed files, corrected names, missing footage, non-disclosure agreements, and staff trained to say there was no evidence currently available. The mouth behind the machine had not come from nowhere. They had fed it. And Callum had been returned because he was unfinished. The realization came with no dramatic memory, only pieces loosening in him like teeth ready to fall. A cold hallway, adults knocking on walls, someone laughing too loudly near the elevators, a woman gripping his shoulders and telling him not to open his mouth, his own tongue finding blood where a tooth had been, the black dispenser widening at his eye level, a voice from inside the machine, soft as ice, shifting in a glass. Not this one. He can carry. Callum covered his mouth. Renee was crying silently now. What does it want? She asked. The security monitor answered before Callum could. Every camera in the hotel fogged at once. Lobby, elevators, parking garage, shuttle bay, service corridor, 5th floor, 7th floor. Then, one by one, each screen cleared to show the same place from different angles that should not have existed. The hidden corridor behind the 6th floor ice room. At the far end of it, the maintenance cavity opened wider, a wet, pale surface folded back from the dark. On the wall beside it, written in frost, were the words, "Finish the record." The words remained on the monitor after the frost should have melted. Callum watched them through the grain of every camera feed, written again and again on walls that did not exist. In corridors no guest had ever booked. Beside a mouth, the hotel had spent 23 years pretending was only machinery. Renee said, "What does that mean?" He knew. That was the worst of it. Not because the answer came from memory. His memory was still broken in places, full of rooms without doors and sounds with no source. He knew because he had written the opposite sentence his entire adult life. He had finished records by closing them, completed reports by removing danger from them, protected buildings by making people smaller than their complaints. To finish this record meant to open it. The lobby doors breathed open. This time, they did not close. Rain and airport exhaust rolled across the polished floor as the first shuttle unloaded another wave of stranded passengers. A storm line had grounded 3 terminals. The flight board turned nearly solid red. People came in wet, angry, exhausted, dragging children, garment bags, laptop cases, duty-free shopping. All the temporary lives the Meridian Gate was designed to absorb for one night and release before morning. Renee looked at the arrivals screen. We're oversold. Of course they were. Hotels did not become traps by accident. They became traps through ordinary pressures. Weather, contracts, revenue targets, available inventory. Tired people needing somewhere to sleep. The first complaint came from the 4th floor at 6:41 in the morning. Ice machines broken. A man said over the phone. It's making some kind of grinding sound. Then the 2nd floor. Then 7. Then 5. On the security wall, each hallway camera fogged in turn. White pulses blooming over the lens. In, out. In, out. A building breathing through its machines. Mira called at 6:47 in the morning. Callum let it ring. She called again. He answered on speaker. "Callum, Regional just saw your preliminary report." She said, "Why does it say human teeth?" "Because the machine produced human teeth." There was silence long enough for the lobby noise to fill it. Wet shoes, crying child, suitcase wheels, the low thunder of planes that could not take off. Mira's voice returned. Flatter. Delete that report. No. You are not authorized to make medical or forensic determinations. I'm authorized to document guest safety incidents. You're exhausted. You're overreacting to contamination that is now being handled. Behind Callum, the printer began to chew. Everyone at the desk heard it. Renee stepped back. A guest in a soaked business coat turned his head. Mira continued. Use the template I sent. Probable guest introduced material. Isolated mechanical issue. No known structural concern. The chewing grew louder. Callum looked at the old folders spread across the back counter. Settlement summaries. Missing names. Warnings no one had followed. His own childhood report. Damp at the edges. Waiting to be denied one more time. Mira said. Callum, listen to me carefully. If you send what you wrote, you expose this property and yourself to consequences you do not understand. The printer's plastic casing cracked. Something pale pressed from inside the paper slot. A tooth dropped into the output tray. Then another. Callum closed his eyes. For a moment he was 8 years old again, sitting on hallway carpet with cold knees, being told by adults that remembering was not helpful. He saw himself the way the report had described him, recovered alive. No dental trauma visible. Memory unstable. A clean child. A usable child. A child with enough missing inside him to be renamed. He opened his eyes. I understand consequences, he said. Then he hung up. The phone rang immediately. He unplugged it. A sound moved through the hotel. Not chewing now. Opening. It began above them on 6. A wet seam parting behind the ice machine. Then the sound traveled down the walls, through utility shafts and service corridors, into every floor where a guest pressed a bucket beneath a dispenser and waited for something cold and harmless to fall. On the monitors, ice room doors opened by themselves. 2nd floor, 4th, 5th, 7th. Guests stepped back. Some laughed nervously. Some lifted phones. In the 7th floor feed, a pilot held up one hand as if calming a passenger during turbulence. Behind him, the machine's black dispensing mouth widened beyond its metal frame. Renee whispered, If you open the records, what happens? Callum looked at the hidden corridor on the monitor, at the pale folded surface beyond the maintenance panel. It wakes up. And if you don't? He did not answer. He did not have to. On screen 4A, a woman reached into an ice bin and screamed. On screen 2C, a child pointed at the vending alcove and smiled back at someone no one else could see. On screen 7B, the machine coughed out a stream of cloudy cubes, and teeth scattered across the carpet like hail. The hotel was not waiting anymore. Callum opened the archived incident system. His password failed twice. On the 3rd attempt, the screen asked him to confirm his legal name. The field autofilled. Cal Wren. Renee saw it. Callum did not correct it. He attached the recovered folders, the dental chart, the maintenance map, the camera stills, the photograph of himself in the hallway, the settlements, the warning. Then he began typing the full report. Not contamination, not irregular material, not guest discomfort, He typed the names. Every name on the recovered roster. With each one, the lobby grew colder. Frost spread across the front desk. The automatic doors sealed shut with a sound like teeth meeting. Guests began shouting behind him, but their voices seemed far away, muffled by the low, wet breathing of the walls. When Callum reached his own name, the lights went out. Emergency red washed over the lobby. From every ice machine in the Meridian Gate came the same clicking rhythm. Hundreds of teeth answering hundreds more. On the black monitor in front of him, white letters appeared, one by one. Come back to room 612. Room 612 had not existed on the hotel system since the renovation. Callum knew that before he reached the 6th floor. He had checked the layout hundreds of times over the years without understanding why his eyes always skipped that part of the corridor. The modern floor plan moved from 610 to 614 with a housekeeping closet between them. An architectural awkwardness explained in staff training as legacy spacing. No guest questioned missing numbers in hotels. Guests accepted that buildings had their own superstitions. The emergency lights made the hallway look underwater. Red washed over the carpet. Frost cracked beneath Callum's shoes. Behind each closed door came small sounds, guests crying, praying, calling numbers that would not connect. Somewhere below, Renee shouted his name through the radio, but static swallowed her before she could finish. The ice room door stood open. The machine was silent now. That frightened him more than the clicking had. Past it, where the housekeeping closet should have been. Room 612 waited with its door ajar. Its number plate was old brass, tarnished green at the edges. A conference name badge hung from the handle on a blue lanyard. Cal Wren, guest dependent. Callum pushed the door open. The room inside had not been renovated. There were floral curtains, brown carpet, a tube television, 2 double beds with gold runners, and an ashtray on the desk, despite the hotel's current no-smoking policy. Ice melted in a bucket beside a stack of conference brochures. The air smelled of mouthwash, cigarette smoke, wet wool, and the sweet chemical odor of old hotel soap. A woman sat on the far bed. For one impossible second, Callum thought he remembered her. Not fully, not enough to give her a name. Only the shape of her hand, the pressure of her fingers on his shoulder, the sound of someone telling him to stay quiet. She turned. Her mouth was full of dark gaps. Cal, she said. The name struck him harder than any scream. Behind her, the wall opened. It did not crack or break. It unfolded, pink and pale and ridged, revealing a wet darkness lined with teeth that did not belong to one mouth. Adult teeth, child teeth, crowns, fillings, gold caps, crooked incisors. A whole history of chewing arranged in circles that moved slowly around one another. Callum understood then that the hotel had not spared him. It had used him. A child could leave where adults could not. A child could carry the absence forward. A child could grow into a man who knew how to make missing things sound manageable. The woman on the bed lifted one hand. Finish it. I wrote the names. Callum said. Names are not all of us. The ice bucket beside the desk clicked. Inside it, among the cubes, lay a single small tooth he recognized without knowing how. Lower right side. A child's tooth, clean at the root, waiting for its mouth. Callum touched his tongue to the empty place he had never noticed. There was no gap there. There had never been a gap. His adult teeth were whole. His smile, when guests required it, had always looked complete. That was the lie. He picked up the tooth. The wall mouth breathed. For the first time all night, Callum did not reach for a report, a policy, a phrase, or a way to make the room safe for someone else. He placed the tooth on his tongue. It was cold enough to hurt. The emergency lights went out. When the Meridian Gate reopened 3 days later, the official statement described a temporary water system incident caused by pressure irregularities during a regional storm event. Several guests complained online about poor communication, delayed refunds, and a strange metallic taste in the complimentary ice water served in the lobby. Corporate responded with apologies, points, and language clean enough to survive legal review. No deaths were confirmed. No disappearances were acknowledged. The 6th floor reopened after environmental testing. The ice machine was replaced. The new unit was stainless steel, touchless, energy efficient, and connected properly to the water line according to all available documentation. Renee resigned the following week. She tried to send the files to 3 newspapers, 2 attorneys, and 1 health inspector. Each email bounced back as undeliverable. The attachments corrupted. The photographs opened as blank white fog. In the only image that survived, the lobby camera showed the front desk at 6:14 a.m. empty, except for a row of teeth arranged carefully beside the keyboard. Callum Wren became difficult to locate. His employee profile returned an error. Payroll listed him as terminated, then transferred, then never hired. Old staff remembered an overnight supervisor, but not his face. Miravos insisted there had been a temporary manager named Colin or Callan. Someone quiet. Someone good with guest complaints. Months later, a new night supervisor named Elise Harrow began her first solo shift at the Meridian Gate. At 21 minutes past 2 in the morning, the phone rang. Room 614. A woman's voice said, "I'm sorry. This is disgusting." Elise opened an incident note. What seems to be the issue? The ice. From the ceiling above the front desk came one soft click. Elise looked up. On the 6th floor monitor, the hallway camera fogged with a slow, steady breath. When it cleared, the ice room door stood open, and the brand new machine was full to the rim, not with ice, with smiling teeth. Some buildings do not become haunted because something evil enters them. They become haunted because people teach them what can be hidden. The Meridian Gate is not only a monster story, but a story about polished language, clean reports, and the terrible comfort of calling human suffering an incident. Callum's horror is that he did not simply work for the hotel. He had been shaped by the same system that fed it. So, the question remains, when truth is ugly enough to destroy everything around it, would you still write it down? Story 6. The first thing Lorna Whitaker noticed about the playground was that it had not grown smaller. Everything else in Bellwether seemed to have shrunk during the 23 years she had been away. The houses along Maple Row sat lower beneath their roofs. The grocery store had lost one of its front windows and gained a handwritten sign about lottery tickets. Even the sidewalks, which she remembered as wide gray rivers for bicycles and chalk races, now looked narrow enough for 2 adults to pass only if one turned slightly sideways. But the playground behind the row of sycamores was exactly as large as it had been when she was 12. Lorna saw it from the upstairs bedroom while unpacking Maisie's clothes into a warped pine dresser. Beyond the back fence, past the shallow ditch filled with last autumn's leaves, the old municipal park waited in the blue evening light. There were newer things there now. A plastic climbing frame, rubber safety mats, a yellow slide shaped like a tunnel. But the old swing set remained. 4 metal swings hung from a rust-red bar, their chains dark with age. Lorna stood with one of Maisie's sweaters folded in her hands and felt, without reason, that the swings were facing her. "Mom?" She turned too quickly. Maisie sat cross-legged on the mattress, surrounded by stuffed animals she had arranged in a serious half-circle. At 7 years old, she had her father's dark eyes and Lorna's habit of studying a room before trusting it. "Can I put Mr. Rabbit on the windowsill?" Maisie asked. "Of course. He likes to see things." Lorna smiled because that was the sort of thing a mother smiled at, even when the house smelled faintly of old wallpaper, glue, and damp plaster. Even when she had spent the afternoon pretending this move was an adventure rather than a retreat. Bellwether was cheaper than the city. That was the reason she gave people. Cheaper rent, quieter streets, better air, more space for Maisie after the divorce had turned every room in their old apartment into a place where someone had cried. She did not say that her mother's house had been sitting empty since the funeral. She did not say that returning felt less like coming home than stepping into a photograph she had once tried to throw away. By 9 o'clock, Maisie was asleep beneath a quilt printed with faded moons. By 10, the last moving boxes had been shoved against walls. By 11, Lorna sat at the kitchen table with her laptop open, correcting a badly written memoir by a retired school principal. The work was simple enough. Remove repetitions. Smooth, awkward sentences. Make memory sound more reliable than it probably was. Outside, the house settled with old wooden sighs. At 11:58, Lorna got up to rinse her mug. The kitchen window looked toward the back garden. Beyond the fence, the playground lay in darkness, its equipment reduced to faint shapes under the street lamp at the park entrance. The sycamore branches shifted softly, though there was almost no wind. Then one swing moved. Not all 4, not even 2. Only the second swing from the left. It drifted forward, then back. Lorna held the mug under the tap until water overflowed her fingers. She turned the faucet off and stood very still. The swing moved again, a little higher this time, chains tightening at the top of its arc. There was no child on it, no teenager lurking in the shadows with a phone, no dog loose in the park. The other swings hung dead and straight beside it. Lorna told herself what any reasonable person would. Wind. A loose chain. Some uneven settling in the frame. She watched for another minute, long enough for the movement to slow. The seat rocked, trembled, and finally came to rest. The microwave clock changed from 11:59 at night to midnight. At the exact moment the numbers clicked over. The swing began moving again. This time, it swung as if someone had just pushed it hard from behind. Lorna stepped back from the sink. Her hip struck the counter. The mug slipped from her wet hand into the basin with a dull crack. Upstairs, floorboards creaked. She turned toward the ceiling, listening. Maisie? No answer. Lorna left the kitchen light off and climbed the stairs, one hand dragging along the banister. The hallway smelled colder than it had earlier, carrying a faint outdoor dampness. like wet wood chips after rain. Maisie's bedroom door was open. Lorna had closed it. Her daughter sat upright in bed, eyes open but heavy with sleep. Mr. Rabbit clutched against her chest. Moonlight from the window rested across her face in a pale stripe. "Sweetheart," Lorna whispered. Maisie did not look at her. She was looking past Lorna, toward the dark square of the window. "He's on it again," she murmured. Lorna's mouth went dry. "Who is?" Maisie blinked slowly. For a moment, she seemed not to recognize the room. "The boy," she said. Lorna forced herself to cross to the bed, though every part of her wanted to turn and look out the window first. She touched Maisie's hair. It was cool at the roots. "What boy?" Maisie leaned against her, already sinking back toward sleep. "The one who says you used to know his name." By morning, Lorna had made the night smaller. She did what she had always done with things that frightened her. She corrected them until they fit inside ordinary language. Maisie had been half asleep. Children dreamed with their eyes open sometimes. The swing had moved because old chains shifted, because temperature changed metal, because the park sat in a low place where wind gathered strangely between the sycamores. The kitchen window distorted distances. Midnight only felt important because she had noticed the clock. By the time Maisie came downstairs in socks and a sweater too large for her, Lorna had toast on a plate, coffee cooling beside her laptop, and a list of things that proved everything was normal. School forms, trash pickup schedule, internet installation between noon and 4, a manuscript deadline by Friday. "Did you sleep okay?" Lorna asked. Maisie climbed into her chair and rubbed one eye with her knuckle. "I think so." "No bad dreams?" Maisie shook her head, then paused over her toast. "Can we go to the park after school?" Lorna kept her hand steady around the coffee mug. "Maybe another day. We have a lot to unpack. But it's right there. There will be plenty of time." Maisie looked toward the back door as if someone had said her name from outside. Then she nodded, too easily, and began eating. Bellwether Elementary stood 2 blocks away. A flat brick building with flagpoles, low hedges, and the same painted hopscotch squares Lorna remembered from childhood, though the colors had been refreshed. Parents clustered near the entrance with travel mugs and folded arms. Children dragged backpacks over the pavement. The air smelled of cut grass, exhaust, and cafeteria bread. A woman near the gate stared at Lorna for a second too long. Lorna smiled politely. The woman looked away. It happened twice more before the bell rang. No one said anything cruel. That would have been easier. Instead, they gave her the careful looks. People gave a returned thing whose story they half remembered but could not place. A man with gray in his beard asked if she was Marion Whitaker's girl, then softened when Lorna said yes, as if death made old connections safer. "Back in the old house?" he asked. "For now." "Good place," he said, though his eyes moved past her shoulder toward the direction of the park. Quiet enough. He did not ask whether Maisie liked the playground. No one did. After drop-off, Lorna walked home by way of Market Street. The bakery still had paper bats in the window from last Halloween, faded almost brown. The hardware store had become a thrift shop. Outside the pharmacy, an elderly woman in a green coat paused with a bag of prescriptions in her hand. "You're Lorna Whitaker," the woman said. Lorna recognized the voice before the face. "Mrs. Pell, who had once lived 3 houses down and kept a jar of butterscotch candies near her front door. "I am," Lorna said. "It's good to see you." Mrs. Pell's mouth moved into something that was not quite a smile. "And you have a little girl now?" "Maisie. She started school today." Mrs. Pell nodded, but her fingers tightened around the prescription bag. "Keep her close," she said. The words were soft enough to be mistaken for kindness. Lorna waited for her to say more. Mrs. Pell only glanced down Maple Row, toward the old park hidden behind houses and trees. "It's different now," Lorna said, trying to sound casual. "The playground. They put in new equipment." Mrs. Pell's face closed. "Children don't need that place," she said. Then she stepped around Lorna and continued down the sidewalk with surprising speed for a woman her age. At home, Lorna opened the manuscript and tried to work. The memoir on her screen insisted that childhood was a country we never truly left. She deleted the sentence because it was sentimental and because it annoyed her. Then she restored it. Then she deleted it again. Every few minutes. Her eyes went to the kitchen window. In daylight, the playground looked harmless. The swing set was only rust and shadow. The second swing from the left hung motionless. Beneath it, the ground was darker than the rest. The wood chips packed down into a shallow oval. Lorna remembered playing there. Not clearly. Not in scenes. More like damaged film. Knees dusty with summer dirt. The sting of sunburn across her shoulders. Chalk dust on her fingers. Someone counting too fast behind a tree. She remembered girls laughing. She remembered wanting very badly not to be left out. She did not remember a boy. That was what bothered her most. At 3 o'clock, Maisie came out of school holding a paper crown and talking about a girl named Ada who had sparkly shoes. She seemed ordinary, bright, hungry, full of first-day importance. Lorna bought her a small carton of strawberries from the corner shop as a reward. On the way home, Maisie slowed beside the park entrance. The gate was open. One hinge sagged. A sign nailed to the fence read Bellwether Municipal Playground, though several letters had peeled away. "Just for a little?" Maisie asked. Lorna looked at the empty swings. Not today. Maisie's face changed. Not into a tantrum, but into disappointment so quiet it hurt more. "He said you wouldn't want to." Lorna stopped walking. "Who said that?" Maisie looked confused by the question. "The boy." A car passed behind them, tires whispering over the street. Lorna knelt in front of her daughter, keeping her voice low. "Maisie, listen to me. There isn't a boy." Maisie's eyes moved past Lorna to the playground. "Yes, there is," she said. "He just doesn't come when grown-ups are watching." Lorna took her hand and led her home. That night, she made pasta, supervised homework, read 2 chapters from a library book, and checked every window latch after Maisie fell asleep. She told herself she was being responsible. She did not tell herself she was afraid. At 11:57, Lorna stood in the dark kitchen. The trees beyond the fence were still. No leaves moved. No wind pressed against the glass. The whole neighborhood seemed to be holding its breath. At midnight, the second swing from the left began to move. Forward, back, forward, back. Then, from upstairs, Maisie laughed in her sleep. Maisie's laugh came once, light and sudden, then stopped so cleanly that Lorna wondered if she had imagined it. She stood in the kitchen with one hand pressed to the counter, watching the swing move through the dark. Forward, back, forward, back. Its chains did not creak loudly enough to hear through glass. But Lorna found herself supplying the sound from memory. That dry metallic complaint, the little scrape at the top of each arc. Then she looked up. Maisie's bedroom window faced the playground. A pale rectangle of curtain hung there, perfectly still. Behind it, no shadow moved. Lorna left the kitchen and climbed the stairs faster than she meant to. She paused outside Maisie's room, listening. The house made its old noises around her. Pipe tick, floorboards sigh, a faint settling inside the walls. From the bedroom came the slow, open breathing of sleep. Maisie was curled on her side, one knee drawn up. Mr. Rabbit tucked beneath her chin. Her face was peaceful, too peaceful, Lorna thought. Ashamed the moment the thought arrived, she crossed to the window. The swing was still moving. Lorna reached for the curtain and pulled it shut. The next morning, Maisie drew the boy, not during breakfast, and not with any dramatic announcement. Lorna found the drawing after school while sorting through the papers Maisie had brought home in her backpack, a handwriting sheet, a newsletter about cafeteria payments, a permission slip for a class trip to the fire station. Beneath them was a page torn from a sketchbook. The drawing showed the playground. Maisie was not especially good at drawing people yet. Her figures had round heads, straight stick limbs, mitten hands. But the swing set was recognizable. 4 hanging seats beneath one long bar. 3 of the swings were empty. On the second from the left sat a boy. He had yellow hair, a striped shirt, and knees colored carefully pink where his shorts ended. His shoes were brown and oversized, with laces drawn as looping black scribbles. At the top of the page, Maisie had written, in uneven pencil, "Oliver waiting." Lorna sat down slowly. When Maisie came into the kitchen, dragging her socked feet, Lorna had placed the drawing flat on the table. "This is nice," she said, and hated how thin her voice sounded. "Is Oliver someone from school?" Maisie shook her head. "No." "From your class?" "No." "Mom, he doesn't go to school." "Then where did you hear that name?" Maisie leaned over the page and added one more line to the boy's shirt with a purple crayon. "He told me." "When?" "At the park." "We didn't go to the park." Maisie looked up, patient in the way children became when adults were being slow. "He talks from there." Lorna glanced toward the back window. Afternoon light filled the yard. A squirrel moved along the fence, ordinary and quick. "What does he say?" Maisie pressed the crayon too hard. Its tip snapped. "He says you were better at counting before." The room seemed to lose its warmth. Lorna forced a small laugh. "That's a strange thing to say. He talks strange sometimes." Maisie picked up the broken bit of purple wax and rolled it between her fingers. "Like old TV." "What do you mean?" Maisie thought about it. "He says keen. And don't be chicken. And cross your heart, or you're out." Lorna's stomach tightened. Those were not impossible phrases. Children repeated old things all the time. Cartoons, books, teachers, grandparents. Bellwether itself was full of older language. Old porches, old women in pharmacy coats, old men trimming hedges with hand shears. Nothing about the words had to mean anything. But in her mind, sharp as a splinter, came an image of chalk under fingernails and a circle drawn on pavement. Cross your heart or you're out. That evening, Lorna did not let Maisie near the yard. She told herself the child had picked up the name somewhere. Perhaps at school. Perhaps from another parent. Perhaps there had been an Oliver in a storybook. And Lorna had missed it because she was tired and stretched thin and beginning to make patterns where there were none. After dinner, she swept the kitchen. That was when she found the wood chips. They were scattered beneath the table, dark and damp, pressed into the cracks between floorboards. Not many, 6 or 7 pieces. Mulch, really. The kind used beneath playground equipment to soften falls. One piece stuck to the bottom of her slipper. Lorna crouched and touched it. It was wet enough to leave brown moisture on her fingertip. She checked Maisie's shoes by the door. Dry, clean except for school dust. Her own shoes were the same. The back door was locked. The windows were shut. It had not rained. She wrapped the wood chips in a paper towel and threw them into the outside bin. Then washed her hands twice. At 5 minutes to midnight, Lorna stood in Maisie's room instead of the kitchen. Her daughter slept with the drawing of Oliver hidden beneath her pillow, though Lorna had not seen her put it there. At midnight, through the gap in the curtains, the second swing began to move. Lorna watched it, pulse beating in her throat. The swing rose higher than before, cutting the darkness in long, steady arcs. Then, as if some instinct in the house told her what to do, Lorna stepped fully into the window and looked straight at it. The swing stopped at once, not gradually, not with a final sway. It froze in midair. Chains pulled forward, seat tilted toward the house, and from beneath Maisie's pillow, a boy's voice whispered. She looked. The voice beneath Maisie's pillow was so soft that Lorna's first instinct was not to scream, but to deny that sound had shape. It might have been cotton shifting. It might have been Maisie breathing through her nose. It might have been the old house carrying some noise from outside and folding it strangely through the walls. Houses did that. Old houses especially. They groaned, clicked, sighed, repeated things after people had already gone quiet. Lorna stood beside the bed until her knees began to ache. Maisie did not wake. Slowly, with 2 fingers, Lorna lifted the corner of the pillow. There was nothing beneath it except the folded drawing. Oliver waiting. The boy on the swing smiled up from the page with a line of purple crayon added across his shirt like a bruise. Lorna took the drawing downstairs and put it in the kitchen trash. Then, after standing over the bin for almost a full minute, she pulled it back out, folded it twice, and shoved it into the junk drawer beneath takeout menus and rubber bands. She slept on the couch with the television on mute. In the morning, everything looked explainable again. Sunlight came through the kitchen windows. A garbage truck complained at the curb. Maisie ate cereal and hummed through her nose, apparently untouched by voices, swings, or damp wood chips. The playground beyond the fence looked like any neglected town park, a place of peeling paint, rust stains, and municipal indifference. Stress, Lorna told herself. Stress made people hear things. It made memory loosen at the edges. It made ordinary coincidences gather teeth. She had moved house. She was divorced. Her mother had died. She was raising a child alone in rooms where she herself had once been a child. Of course, the past felt close. Of course, the playground seemed to watch her. Of course, Bellwether's older residents looked at her strangely. Small towns remembered everyone badly. By noon, she had almost convinced herself. Then the phone rang. It was the school. Maisie was not hurt. That was the first thing the secretary said, which meant Lorna's body had already prepared for the opposite. There had only been a little incident during recess. Maisie had become upset with another child over a game. "What game?" Lorna asked. There was a pause on the line. "I'm not sure it has a name anymore." The secretary said, "Some kind of counting game." When Lorna arrived, Maisie sat outside the principal's office, swinging her feet above the floor. Her cheeks were dry, but her hands were clasped tightly in her lap. "I didn't do anything bad," Maisie said before Lorna could speak. "I know. Tell me what happened." Maisie looked at the office door, then leaned close. "They counted wrong." "Who did?" "The kids. They were playing hide and seek, but they counted wrong. You can't skip the middle part." Lorna tried to keep her face neutral. "What middle part?" Maisie whispered it. "Sing-song and careful. 1 for sorrow. 2 for blame. 3 for hiding in the game. 4 stays quiet. 5 runs free. 6 must never look for me." The hallway seemed to narrow around Lorna. She had not heard that rhyme in 23 years. Not exactly. Not all of it. The words came back in pieces, like something rising through dirty water. Children gathered under the sycamores. Sun too bright. A chalk circle on pavement. Someone laughing because one boy had said the rhyme sounded stupid. Someone else telling him that if he didn't say it, he couldn't play. Lorna heard herself ask, "Where did you learn that?" Maisie's expression became wary. "You know it." "No, I don't." "Yes," Maisie said softly. "Oliver said you always stopped before 6. Lorna took her home early. She told the school Maisie had a stomachache. She told Maisie they both needed rest. She told herself she was not frightened of a nursery rhyme, not frightened of a child's drawing, not frightened of a dead name that might not even be dead. At home, she opened her laptop and searched the town records. Nothing useful came up. Bellwether playground renovation. Bellwether summer programs. Bellwether council minutes. She typed Oliver Bellwether playground and found 3 unrelated obituaries. A high school athlete. A real estate agent. A dog adoption page. No boy. No death. No proof. That should have comforted her. Instead, it made the silence feel arranged. At dusk, someone knocked on the front door. Mrs. Pell stood on the porch with a covered dish in both hands. Up close, she looked thinner than she had on the sidewalk, her skin papery around the mouth. "I made too much casserole," she said. Lorna knew a peace offering when she saw one. She also knew a warning. "Thank you," she said, taking the dish. Mrs. Pell looked past her into the hallway. "Your little girl settling in?" "Yes." "Good." The word trembled. Lorna lowered her voice. "Mrs. Pell, do you remember a boy named Oliver?" The old woman's face went empty. For 1 second, she looked not old but caught. Then she said, "Lots of boys had lots of names," and stepped backward off the porch. That night, Lorna waited until Maisie was asleep before walking outside. She carried a flashlight. though she did not turn it on until she reached the back gate. The grass was wet under her slippers. The air smelled of leaves and cold metal. Across the ditch, the playground waited beneath the street lamp. All 4 swings were still. Lorna stood at the fence, breath pale in front of her, and told herself she had come only to prove there was nothing there. Then she saw the chalk. A white circle had been drawn beneath the second swing from the left. The line was thick, childish, uneven in places where the chalk had snagged against damp wood chips. Inside the circle, someone had written a name in large block letters. Not Lorna, not Whittaker. A name no one had called her since the summer she turned 12. Lori. The name lay inside the chalk circle like something freshly dug up. Lorna had not heard it spoken in years. Not since she was small enough to accept nicknames as if adults had the right to rename you. Her mother had used it when she was pleased, when she was tired, when she wanted Lorna to come inside before the streetlights came on. Other children had used it when they wanted something from her. Lori. Count first. Lori. Don't tell. Lori. Cross your heart. She stood at the playground fence with the flashlight hanging uselessly in her hand. Its beam pointed at the wet grass. The swing above the chalk circle did not move. It looked almost polite in its stillness, as if waiting for her to understand that the night did not need wind to reach her. Then something tapped behind her. Lorna spun. Nothing stood in the yard. Only the dark shape of her mother's house beyond the ditch, with its upstairs windows reflecting faint scraps of streetlight. For a moment, though, the house seemed farther away than it should have been. No, the playground seemed closer. The back fence, the ditch, the tangle of weeds between property and park, all of it looked compressed, shortened, quietly rearranged. She could have taken 10 steps and touched the swing set. Earlier that day, the same distance had required crossing the yard, the ditch, and the narrow strip of municipal ground beyond it. Lorna closed her eyes. When she opened them, the distance looked normal again. She went inside, locked the back door, and dragged a kitchen chair beneath the handle like someone in a film. Then she stood there, embarrassed by herself, listening to the refrigerator hum. At breakfast, Maisie asked why there was mud on the hem of Lorna's robe. Lorna looked down. Dark flecks clung to the fabric. Not mud exactly. Damp wood chips, crushed small and threaded into the cotton. I went outside to check something, she said. Maisie stirred her cereal without eating it. At night? Yes. You're not supposed to go there at night. Lorna's spoon paused halfway to the sink. Who told you that? Maisie did not answer at once. She watched milk gather in the hollow of her spoon, then spill back into the bowl. Oliver says night is when it remembers. Lorna sat across from her. What remembers? Maisie looked toward the kitchen window. The place. After that, Lorna tried rules. No talking about Oliver before school. No drawings of the swing set. No looking at the playground from upstairs windows. No sleeping with curtains open. The rules sounded firm when she said them. The kind a mother might reasonably make for a child who had become too fixed on an imaginary friend. Maisie accepted them with an expression that made Lorna feel foolish. You can make rules for me, she said. Not for him. By Thursday, the playground had begun appearing from windows where it did not belong. Lorna saw it first from the bathroom mirror. She was brushing her teeth, the tap running cold, when she noticed the reflection behind her, not the hallway, not the towel hook on the door, the playground. The swing set stood in the gray morning light inside the mirror, framed where the hallway should have been. 4 swings, 3 still. 1 moving slightly. She turned so fast, toothpaste slipped down her wrist. The open bathroom door showed only the hall, but in the mirror, the second swing drifted backward and forward, carrying no one. That afternoon, she saw the slide through the front room window, though the front room faced the street. Later, while folding towels in the upstairs landing, she looked through a narrow window above the stairs and saw wood chips pressed against the glass from the outside, as if the house had been buried up to its second floor beneath the playground. Each time she blinked, the view corrected itself. Each correction frightened her more than the mistake. She stopped working. Manuscript pages blurred into nonsense. Sentences about other people's childhoods became impossible to edit. She would read a line 3 times and find the same word inserted where it had not been before. Swing, swing, swing. On Friday night, Maisie sleepwalked. Lorna woke because the house had gone silent in the wrong way. Not quiet. Empty. The refrigerator had stopped humming. The pipes had stopped ticking. Even the branches outside seemed to hold themselves away from the windows. She sat up on the couch. The kitchen chair was still wedged beneath the back door handle. The door was open anyway. Maisie stood on the back step in her nightgown, one bare foot already touching the wet grass. Lorna ran. She caught her daughter around the waist just as Maisie began walking toward the ditch. Maisie's body was loose and cold, her eyes open but clouded with sleep. Her lips moved. "He's cold," she whispered. Lorna pulled her back. "Maisie, wake up. He's cold under there." Under where? Maisie's head turned toward the playground. The second swing moved in the darkness. Not forward and back this time. Side to side. Very slowly. As if someone seated in it had turned to look at them. Maisie's voice changed, becoming small and strained, carrying words too old for her mouth. "You heard him. Lori." Lorna's arms went numb around her daughter. Maisie blinked, shivered, and began to cry without understanding why. Across the ditch, beyond the open gate of the playground, the chalk circle beneath the swing had changed. The name Lori was gone. In its place, written in larger letters, were 3 new words. "You were there." The words stayed with Lorna long after she had carried Maisie inside, dried her feet, and tucked her beneath every blanket on the bed. They stayed after Maisie stopped crying. They stayed after the back door was locked. The chair jammed beneath the handle again, and every curtain in the house pulled tight enough to hide the glass. They were still there when Lorna closed her eyes, not written in chalk anymore, but in the dark behind her eyelids. You were there. At 2 a.m, she sat at the kitchen table with her laptop open and searched every combination she could think of. Oliver, bellwether, playground, child, accident, death, Maple Row, municipal park, missing boy, old swing set. The results were thin and useless, all current enough to feel suspicious. Council meeting notes, a local gardening club photograph, a notice about playground resurfacing from 12 years ago. Nothing from the summer Lorna turned 12. Nothing that explained why Mrs. Pell's face had emptied at the name Oliver. Nothing that explained why Maisie had spoken in a voice that sounded pulled through another child's throat. At 3:17, Lorna searched the Bellwether Public Library website. The library opened at 10. But the old newspaper archive, according to a poorly scanned brochure, had once been moved to the basement level after a roof leak damaged the second floor. Access was by appointment only. Local history materials could not be checked out. Microfilm readers available upon request. Upon request. Lorna thought of asking. Then she thought of the way people had looked at her outside the school, the way Mrs. Pell had retreated from the porch. The man at the gate saying quiet enough while his eyes slid toward the park. Bellwether had not forgotten. It had only learned which parts of memory to keep behind locked doors. At 9 the next evening, she called her former mother-in-law and lied. "I need help for a couple of hours," she said. "Work emergency." By 10, Maisie was sleeping under the watch of a woman who believed Lorna was editing a legal deposition on deadline. By 10:30, Lorna was walking toward the library with her hood up, though there was no rain. Bellwether Public Library sat beside the old courthouse, a limestone building with narrow windows and a bronze return slot polished by decades of hands. The front doors were locked. A security light hummed above the steps. Through the glass, Lorna could see the circulation desk, the children's mural of smiling animals, and a cardboard display of summer reading prizes. She went around back. When she was a child, the library had been a place of rules so strict they felt holy, whispering, clean hands. Books returned spine out, but the rear basement window still had the same rusted frame. Lorna remembered older boys using it to sneak cigarettes behind the boiler. One summer, she had watched them pry it open with a screwdriver and had said nothing because saying nothing was often how children bought safety. The thought made her stop. Then she found a loose landscaping brick and broke the lock. The sound was smaller than she expected. A brittle snap, a little metal complaint. The window opened inward on a breath of stale air. The basement smelled of dust, old paper, and something faintly sweet beneath it, like wet cardboard beginning to rot. Lorna lowered herself through the window and dropped onto a concrete floor. For one panicked second, she thought she heard chains moving overhead, but it was only the fluorescent lights clicking awake when she found the switch. Rows of filing cabinets lined the archive room. Cardboard boxes sat on metal shelves, each marked by year in black marker. Bellwether Gazette, County Register, School Board notices, obituaries, police blotter. Her hands shook as she searched. The summer she turned 12 had been 1,999. There were 3 boxes for that year. June, July, August. Lorna pulled July 1st. The newspapers had been stored flat, brittle at the edges. Smelling of ink and mildew, she found parade announcements, church fundraisers, a photograph of a softball team, complaints about drainage near Maple Row. She found the opening of the new pharmacy, a heat warning, an advertisement for back-to-school shoes. Then she found the gap. July 13 was there. July 14 was missing. July 15 was there. But the top corner had been cut away. Not torn accidentally. Cut. Lorna searched August. Then June. More small absences appeared around the same week. A police blotter column sliced out. A school notice removed with careful scissors. an editorial page missing entirely. Someone had gone through the year and made neat, quiet wounds. At the bottom of the July box, she found a manila folder that did not belong with the newspapers. It had slipped beneath the stack, or been hidden there by someone who wanted it found only by hands willing to dig. The folder contained damaged clippings. One headline remained half intact. Local boy dies after playground action. The rest had been eaten by water damage. Lorna pressed the clipping flat beneath both hands. The article mentioned a boy named Oliver Hayes, age 11. It mentioned Bellwether Municipal Playground. It mentioned an afternoon game. It mentioned witnesses. Several names had blurred into gray, but one sentence remained clear enough to read. The children stated Oliver left the park before dusk. Lorna's breath caught on the word children. Behind the clipping was a photograph, black and white, grainy, printed from a damaged original. 6 children stood near the swing set under bright summer sun. One boy at the edge of the frame looked half turned away, his striped shirt pale against the trees. A taller girl beside him held a piece of chalk. Another child shielded her eyes from the camera. And there, near the second swing from the left, stood Lorna at 12 years old. Only she was not looking at Oliver. She was looking directly at the camera with one finger pressed hard against her lips. For a while, Lorna could not move. The photograph lay beneath the humming fluorescent lights, its corners softened by water damage. Its black and white children, fixed in a summer that should have stayed dead. Her own face looked wrong to her, not because it was unfamiliar, but because it was too familiar in ways she had refused to keep. The narrow shoulders, the blunt fringe her mother had cut too short, the scab on one knee, the expression of someone trying very hard to look innocent. One finger pressed against her lips. Shoo. Lorna touched the photograph, then pulled her hand back as if it might be warm. She remembered the day in fragments now. Heat trembling above the pavement. Chalk dust. The sour smell of someone's spilled orange soda. A boy's voice saying he did not want to play anymore. A girl laughing and calling him chicken. Her own heart beating fast. Not with fear yet, but with the bright, cruel thrill of being included. A sound came from the archive doorway. Lorna shut the folder. Nothing stood there. Only shelves. Cabinets. The dim stairwell beyond. And the closed basement door leading up into the library. Still, the room felt less empty than before. The air held that playground dampness again. Wood chips and old rain under paper dust. She forced herself to keep searching. Behind the photograph were 3 more clippings. One described Oliver Hayes as a quiet local boy and beloved son of Patricia and Malcolm Hayes. Another printed a brief statement from Bellwether Police, saying there was no evidence of malicious intent. The third had been cut in half. But the remaining piece mentioned a search effort that began after dusk and ended near the municipal storage shed adjacent to the playground. Storage shed. Lorna saw it then in memory. A low green structure beyond the sycamores, used by the Parks Department for rakes. Cones. Folded tables. Sacks of mulch. Children were not supposed to go near it. That had been part of why they did. She dug deeper into the folder. At the bottom was a sealed envelope, yellowed with age. Someone had written confidential minor witness statements across the front in blue ink. The seal had already been broken. Perhaps years ago, perhaps that night by another hand, just as frightened as hers. Inside were photocopied pages. The first statement belonged to a child named Becca Thorne. Lorna did not remember Becca's face until she saw the name, and then she remembered freckles, red plastic sandals, a voice that could make any cruelty sound like a dare. Oliver went home before supper. The next statement said the same thing in different words. He left before it got dark. Another child claimed to have seen him walking toward Mason Street. Another said Oliver had been upset and did not want to play. Lorna read them with a cold pressure building behind her ribs. The children had not remembered differently. They had agreed. The final statement had her own name at the top. Lorna Marie Whitaker. Age 12. Her vision blurred, then sharpened too much. I was playing at Bellwether Municipal Playground with several neighborhood children on the afternoon of July 14. Oliver Hayes was present earlier in the afternoon, but left before the rest of us continued our game. I did not see where he went. I did not hear him call out. I do not know why he did not return home. Lorna stared at the sentences. They were too clean. No 12-year-old wrote like that. No frightened child said was present earlier in the afternoon or continued our game unless the words had been placed carefully into her mouth and then transferred to paper by an adult who wanted quiet more than truth. Below the typed statement was a handwritten line. I promise this is what happened. The signature beneath it was hers. Lori Whitaker. Not Lorna. Lori. Her childhood nickname sat there like a fingerprint left at the scene. The fluorescent lights flickered. One blink of darkness, then another. When they steadied, something had changed on the table. A damp wood chip lay on top of her statement. Then another fell beside it. Lorna looked up. The ceiling tiles above her were dry. Nothing moved there except dust in the light. Yet wood chips continued to drop, one at a time, tapping softly against paper. Photograph. Police copy. Her own careful lie. Tap. 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 Like a child knocking from inside a wooden box. She gathered the pages with shaking hands. But one sheet slipped free and skated under the table. When she crouched to reach it, she saw writing on the concrete floor. Not chalk this time. Wet dirt. A small finger had dragged words through the dust beneath the archive table. 6 must never look for me. Lorna backed away so fast she struck the chair. From somewhere above. Impossibly far and impossibly near. A swing chain creaked. Then the basement door at the top of the stairs opened by itself, and Maisie's sleepy voice called down into the dark. Mom, he says you're almost remembering. Maisie's voice should not have been there. Lorna had left her sleeping at home, watched by her grandmother, miles away from the library basement and the broken window and the old records that smelled of mildew and buried summers. Yet the voice came down the stairwell with the thin, confused softness of a child waking in the dark. Mom? Lorna clutched the witness statements to her chest. Maisie? The fluorescent lights flickered again. The stairwell above was empty. Then Maisie spoke from behind her. He says you stopped counting. Lorna turned. Her daughter stood between 2 rows of filing cabinets in her nightgown. Bare feet gray with dust. Mr. Rabbit hanging from one hand. Her eyes were open, but she was not looking at Lorna. She was looking past her. At the damp wood chips scattered over the archive table, for one impossible second, Lorna tried to make sense of distance. Home, library, locked doors, streets between. None of it fit. None of it mattered. The playground had already reached the windows of the house. It had already entered mirrors. It had already laid wood chips beneath the kitchen table. It had brought Maisie here because Lorna would not come alone far enough. Lorna stepped toward her. "Sweetheart, listen to me. We're going home." Maisie shook her head slowly. "He can't go home." The lights snapped off. Darkness filled the basement at once. Lorna made a sound too small to be a scream. Paper slid from her arms. Somewhere nearby, chains creaked. Not above her now. Around her, 4 swings moving in a room with no swings. Then came the counting. At first, it was Maisie's voice. 1 for sorrow. Then another voice joined, thin and boyish. 2 for blame. Then more children, whispering from every shelf, every drawer, every box of old newspapers. 3 for hiding in the game. The dark changed. The archive floor became hot pavement beneath Lorna's knees. The smell of mildew became cut grass, orange soda, warm rust, sun-baked rubber. Light returned in a hard white glare. And she was 12 again, not remembering from a distance. But inside the body that had done the remembering wrong, they were in the playground. Not the playground as it was now, half-rotten and waiting under street lamps, but the playground of July 14. Ichenjo Baijo Shijo. The metal slide burned bare legs. Cicadas screamed from the trees. Chalk lines marked the pavement near the swings. Circles. Arrows. Rules made up and changed whenever someone stronger wanted them changed. Oliver Hayes stood at the edge of the group in his striped shirt. He was not mysterious, not ghostly, not a warning. He was only a boy. Thin wrists. Yellow hair darkened with sweat at the temples. Brown shoes too large for him. He kept looking toward Mason Street, as if already wishing he had gone home before someone noticed he was afraid. Becca Thorne held the chalk. 6 has to hide in the shed, she said. Oliver shook his head. "I don't want to, India." "Then don't play." "I don't want to play anymore." Someone laughed. Lorna felt her own 12-year-old face smile because everyone else was smiling. Because belonging had always seemed like a door that closed quickly if she did not shove someone else through first. "Don't be chicken," she heard herself say. Oliver looked at her. That was the part she had removed. Not the shed. Not the game. Not even the lie afterward. His face. He had looked at her because she was the one he thought might stop it. They made him say the rhyme. They made him cross his heart. They pushed him toward the green municipal storage shed beyond the sycamores, where the parks department kept rakes and sacks of mulch and folding tables for town events. Becca had found the loose latch days earlier. Lorna had known about it. Lorna had been the one who said it would make a better hiding place because no grown-up would look there first. Oliver went inside. The door shut. Someone slid the latch. Not locked. Lorna's mind insisted. Even now. Not really locked, but the latch stuck from the outside. They ran back to the swings, laughing, shrieking, wild with the power of having made a rule real. Lorna counted too fast, skipping words, skipping numbers, skipping responsibility. 1 for sorrow, 2 for blame, 3 for hiding in the game, 4 stays quiet, 5 runs free. She stopped before 6 because 6 was in the shed. Then Oliver started crying. At first, everyone laughed again. Then the crying changed. It became knocking, then coughing, then his voice calling names. Becca said, "Don't answer." Another child said, "He'll tell." Lorna stood beneath the second swing from the left, chalk dust on her fingers, listening to Oliver call her nickname, Laurie. Please. She did not move, because if she opened the shed, Oliver would tell. He would tell who made the rule. He would tell who said he was chicken. He would tell that Lorna had known the latch stuck and still suggested it. So she waited for someone else to be braver. No one was. By the time the children scattered for supper, Oliver had stopped calling. The darkness broke. Lorna was back in the library basement on her knees, sobbing without sound. Maisie stood before her, tears running down her sleeping face. "He says he wasn't hiding," Maisie whispered. Lorna looked at the old statement lying in the dust. I did not hear him call out. The lie was so clean it seemed almost kind. Then every filing cabinet in the archive slid open at once. Inside each drawer, written across police notes, clippings, and empty folders in a child's uneven hand, were the same words. "Say where you left me." The words covered every open drawer, every old police note, every softened clipping and blank file. They had been written in pencil, chalk, dirt, crayon, dust, every material childhood could find when adults refused to listen. Some letters were large and angry. Others were small, careful, almost polite. Lorna gathered Maisie into her arms. Her daughter's body was cold through the thin cotton nightgown. For one terrible second, Lorna felt not a living child, but the idea of one pulled from someplace damp and airless. Then Maisie coughed, shuddered, and began to cry, fully awake. "Mom," she sobbed, "why are we here?" Lorna held her so tightly that Maisie whimpered. "I'm sorry," Lorna whispered. She did not know whether she was speaking to Maisie, to Oliver, or to the child she had been when she decided silence was safer than mercy. The fluorescent light steadied. The drawers remained open. The words remained. Lorna took the witness statements, the photograph, and the damaged clippings. She did not put them neatly back into the folder. She carried them pressed against her chest while leading Maisie up the stairs and out through the library's rear door into the cold dark. The town was waiting. Not officially. Not with police cars or porch lights all switching on at once. But Bellwether had the feeling of a place pretending badly to sleep. Curtains shifted along Maple Row. A lamp glowed in Mrs. Pell's front room. Somewhere a dog barked once, then stopped as if corrected. At home, Lorna found her former mother-in-law asleep in the chair beside Maisie's empty bed, the television casting silent blue light over her face. The back door stood open. No chair blocked it now. Outside, across the yard, the playground gate swung slowly inward. Lorna put Maisie to bed and sat beside her until dawn, one hand resting on her daughter's ankle to feel the warmth there, the pulse of life. Maisie slept badly, turning from side to side, whispering pieces of the rhyme. 4 stays quiet, 5 runs free. At sunrise, Lorna called the police. Not emergency dispatch. The station. The officer who answered sounded young enough that he might not yet know the shape of the town's old silences. Lorna gave her name, then Oliver Hayes's. The line went quiet in a way that told her she was wrong. Everyone knew. They had always known. By noon, 2 officers stood in her kitchen, looking at the clippings spread across the table. One was the young officer from the phone. The other was older, heavy-faced, with silver hair and eyes that did not quite meet hers. There was an investigation, the older officer said. There was a lie, Lorna replied. His jaw tightened. These are old records. They're true records. He glanced at Maisie's drawings on the counter, at Oliver waiting in purple and yellow, at the second swing marked too carefully. Ms. Whitaker, reopening something like this requires more than I heard him. Lorna said. The officer stopped. I heard Oliver calling from the shed. I knew the latch stuck. I knew he couldn't get out. We told everyone he left before dusk. The young officer looked down at the table. The older one looked toward the window, beyond the glass. The playground seemed very close. By evening, word had spread. That was how Bellwether handled truth, first by smothering it, then by passing it mouth to mouth until no one could claim responsibility for breathing life back into it. People appeared on sidewalks. Porch lights came on early. Mrs. Pell stood at her gate in the same green coat, one hand pressed to her mouth. Lorna walked to the playground just before midnight. Maisie was supposed to be asleep. Lorna had locked every door, called her mother-in-law back, and begged her not to let the child out of sight. Still, as Lorna crossed the damp grass toward the old swing set, she knew before she saw the white shape by the shed. Maisie stood barefoot at the edge of the sycamores. The old municipal storage shed waited behind her. It had not been there that morning. The town had removed it years ago. Lorna remembered hearing that vaguely. Remembered feeling relief she never named. But now it stood where it had always stood in memory, low, green, weather-blistered, its metal latch dark with rust. Maisie turned, eyes unfocused. He says it's time to finish counting. Behind Lorna, people had gathered at the fence. Neighbors, parents, Mrs. Pell, the two officers, faces half lit by phone screens and porch lamps. All of them wearing the same expression, fear mixed with recognition. The second swing began to move. Lorna walked past it, past the chalk circle, past the place where she had once stood and listened to a boy beg. She faced the shed. My name is Lorna Whitaker, she said. Though her voice shook so badly the first words nearly broke. When I was 12, we locked Oliver Hayes in that shed during a game. I heard him crying. I heard him call my name. The latch clicked. Maisie gasped. Lorna kept speaking. I did not open the door. The swing stopped. For the first time since they had returned to Bellwether, all 4 swings hung still. Then, from inside the shed, a small boy's voice whispered through the wood. 6. The word came from inside the shed like the end of a prayer. No one moved. Even the people gathered at the fence seemed afraid that the smallest sound might become part of the counting. Porch lights hummed. A phone slipped from someone's hand into the grass and landed without breaking. Mrs. Pell made a soft, wounded noise, then covered her mouth with both hands. Lorna stood before the shed, feeling the whole of Bellwether behind her and the whole of her childhood in front of her. The latch hung shut. It had always hung shut. For 23 years, in memory, in records, in newspaper gaps, in Pollitt adult sentence, in every careful version of the story that allowed children to grow up clean. Now the rusted metal trembled as if something on the other side had placed one small hand against it. Lorna reached for the latch. The older officer said, Miss Whitaker. She did not stop. The metal was cold enough to hurt. It resisted her at first, swollen with old rain and old guilt. Then it lifted with a shriek that made every child in the gathered crowd begin to cry. The shed door opened inward. There should have been darkness. Instead, there was the smell of July, hot grass, orange soda, chalk dust, sweat drying on skin, damp mulch, and beneath it, faint but unmistakable, the sour little breath of a closed room where a child had waited too long for someone to become kind. Maisie stood behind Lorna, no longer sleepwalking, her grandmother holding her shoulders. She whispered, "Mom?" Lorna looked inside. The shed was smaller than memory had made it, and worse because of that. A rake leaned against one wall. A split bag of wood chips had hardened into a dark mound. Old folding chairs lay stacked beneath spiderwebs that glittered in the moonlight. At the back, half hidden beneath collapsed mulch bags and rotted canvas, was a child's brown shoe. No one screamed. The quiet was more terrible. By morning, the playground had been sealed with yellow tape. Police vans stood along Maple Row. Men and women in gloves moved slowly in and out of the shed, carrying evidence bags that looked too small for what they held. News reporters came from the county. Bellwether residents gave statements in careful voices, no longer able to agree on what they had forgotten. Oliver Hayes's remains were recovered before noon. The medical examiner used official language. The paper used softer language. The town used none at all at first. People walked past one another with eyes lowered, as if every greeting now required confession. Lorna gave hers 3 times, once to the police, once to Oliver's surviving aunt, who arrived from another state with white hair, a cane, and a face that did not forgive but listened all the way through, and once at the memorial service held 2 weeks later beside the playground. She did not try to make herself sound younger. She did not say they were only children in the way people wanted her to. She said they had been children. Yes. But children could still choose cruelty. Children could still hear someone crying and decide their own fear mattered more. When she said Oliver's name aloud, the swing chains moved softly, though there was no wind. Maisie stood beside her, holding her hand. Afterward, people stopped calling Lorna brave. She was grateful for that. Bravery would have made the story cleaner than it deserved to be. In the months that followed, the town changed the playground without ever fully removing it. The shed was taken down. The old swing set remained, though the second swing from the left was replaced with a wooden memorial bench, painted pale blue. A small brass plaque was fixed into the backrest. Oliver Hayes, 1,988, 1,999. You were here. You are remembered. Lorna read those words often. They hurt each time. Maisie stopped drawing the boy after the service. She slept through the night again. Her feet stayed clean. No damp wood chips appeared beneath the kitchen table. No voice spoke from pillows, drawers, mirrors, or stairwells. But she remembered things no child should have had to carry. Sometimes she would ask a question while coloring or eating breakfast. Did he like yellow? Was he scared of the dark before? Did anyone say sorry before you did? Lorna answered when she could. When she could not, she said, I don't know, and tried to let that be honest instead of escape. The divorce, the move, the manuscript deadlines, all the ordinary ruins of Lorna's adult life remained. But her childhood did not. Not the edited version. Not the one where sadness had no source and guilt had no name. That childhood was gone. In its place was a playground at midnight. A locked shed. A boy calling Laurie. And the knowledge that memory could be less a thing lost than a thing refused. Winter came early to Bellwether. One evening in February, Lorna walked home from school with Maisie under a sky the color of old paper. Snow had begun to gather along the fence rails. The playground stood quiet beyond the sycamores, its equipment softened by white. Maisie stopped at the gate. "Do you hear that?" she asked. Lorna listened. At first, there was only traffic far away. A dog barking, the faint scrape of branches. Then came the sound, not the violent swinging of before, not the hard, accusing rhythm that had woken the house at midnight. Just one chain moving gently, a slow creak, a pause, another creak. The second swing was gone now. Only the bench stood there, dusted with snow. But beside it, in the cold air, something moved as if a child had been pushed lightly from behind. Maisie slipped her hand into Lorna's. "Is it Oliver?" Lorna watched the empty place where the swing had been. After a long moment, she shook her head. "I don't think so." Across the snow-covered playground, faint chalk lines began to appear beneath the other swings. Pale at first, then clearer. Circles forming one by one, waiting, not angrily, not yet. Some hauntings are not created by the dead, but by the living people who agree not to remember them. Lorna's horror begins with a moving swing. But the real terror is the silence she helped protect for most of her life. Oliver does not return only to frighten her. He returns because truth, when buried, looks for another voice. Maybe the question this story leaves behind is not whether ghosts exist, but how many forgotten people remain trapped inside the comfortable stories we tell about ourselves. And now, it's time to close the door on tonight's story. Thank you for staying with me here at chilly midnight. I hope this little journey through the dark gave you the kind of quiet escape you needed tonight. Before you go, let me know in the comments if this story felt right for you. Was it too intense, too gentle, or just the kind of mystery you enjoy before sleep? Your thoughts truly help me choose the next stories we'll share together. Now, take a slow breath. Let the day fade away, and allow yourself to rest. May your room feel peaceful, your heart feel safe, and your dreams carry you somewhere soft and calm. Sleep well, my dear friend. Thank you for being here. Until the next midnight finds us again. Good night.